Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump as Vice President, but I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one. Fact is that
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the
is that I think
first
I'm a
question!
qualified person to run for president. Vice President Trump. Fact is Vice President Trump. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be Vice
What's going on, everybody?
But I think she
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Wednesday, August 7th, 2024, and I am a little late, and I apologize. But I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It's 83 degrees out here and mostly sunny in Los Angeles, California. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan. I'm a Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. That's right. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all of the parasocialists out there. This is the parasocialist update before we get into the news. And a lot has happened in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker, but not really. I'm actually lying. Nothing has really occurred in this world, in my world. Nothing significant, if I am being real, if I am being really real and really honest. I ended the broadcast last night after 9 hours. Was tired. Dope glasses. Those come with a complimentary set of tampons. Yes, but your mom appreciates it when I give her the tampons. Anyway, another 9-hour half day. Earthquake happens. I don't even fucking hear it. I don't even feel it. My mom texts me about it because I'm, my $700 million gorillion dollar mansion, of course, is so earthquake proof. It turns out that I didn't even feel that shit. Anyway, but yeah, watched a little bit of Wano. Yamato is a sick character, big fan. I'm sure you've seen people say, but Mr. Cedar said he'd like to co-host the next debate with you. That'd be fire. Anyway, Yamato is a sick character. It's pretty cool. The Emperor Yamato, yeah. M-HUD, 63 months, goddamn. What is this? Are we gonna tune into the Eau Claire rally? Look at this turnout. God dang. That looks crazy. Yeah, we'll tune into the rallies today. It's happening today. But anyway, personal news wise, what else happened? I went to sleep. I woke up early. I'm gonna be glazing up the Cuban guy. He's so sick. I woke up early. I did push day today. It's Wednesday. It's my push day, upper body push day. And let me tell you, okay, shit got real brolic. Shit got real heated. Shit got real brolic. As you guys know, I have a lot of rotator cuff issues as a consequence of being double jointed. What does that mean? It just means it's nothing cool. It means that I'm my joints are weaker. When someone talks about being double jointed, remember they just mean that they got weak ass joints. That is the unfortunate reality of the situation. But for that reason, I actively have a hard time doing barbell bench press. And barbell bench press is hell for me because it forces my shoulders to rotate in a way that I find to be inorganic. And because my rotator cuffs are not very strong, or rather my joints are not very strong, I oftentimes end up having some issues with that, end up tweaking my shit. Now, of course, in this circumstance, in this situation, I've been actively training, actively doing a lot of other like helpful exercises, movements, activations, and whatnot. I've officially got it down where I can comfortably do barbell bench press. It's not 245 pounds. I believe this is only 205. But here,
I know I can never get back some roads on low. And I can drop ties in this bitch.
look at that. Look at that form, baby. Look at that form.
I'll cut ties in your face. Yeah, cut you like a lace. Nothing I do could be replaced. That's why.
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive. Let's do it again. Light work.
I know I can never get back some roads on. And
Anyway, brother, your heart is about to bust out. Chill, lol. Why is your trainer about to teabag you? What do you mean? He's like fucking making sure that I don't kill myself. So, yeah. Was that till failure? No, I did 2 for 5. Does that look like it's till failure? Anyway, I went for 5 on my top set twice. Now, obviously, if you guys have seen me in the gym with like Wake and other people, you've probably seen me put up more weight than that or around that much weight when it comes to flat press or even incline press. The difference, of course, is that's with dumbbells. So for me, I can actually hit that number on a dumbbell, which is more impressive, most likely. I could probably do that with dumbbells. It's just harder for me to do it with barbells. So that's why this is significant for me. But yeah, I hit that shit. How did you lose your stomach? Did it eventually just come tight? I'm 215, but definitely shorter than you, King. It's just weight loss, man. It's just a consequence of good diet, like hardcore dieting. My current weight is around still 230. That's it. That's where I'm at. Also, some people have tummies. I mean, yeah, I'm some people. I still have tummy. Do you have extra skin? I mean, I kind of do, but it's not the end of the world, you know? But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I do a lot of cardio and I do a lot of the Macy's. Thank you for the playlist. I do a lot of cardio on days where I'm not training, and also on top of that, I diet. I have 2 deficit days, 2 big deficit days. The rest of the week, I'm on a regular deficit, and I do cardio for 3 days a week, and I train 4 days a week. So I work out every day. But that's how it works. That's how we did it. Down 40 pounds as of today. Can I get a congrats, chat? Congratulations, Salto. For the love of God, drop the meal plan. Bro, my meal plan is so public. You can see it. I eat chicken every day. That's it. Straight chicken with a salad. Straight chicken breast with a salad every goddamn day. It's usually about like a pound of straight white chicken breast grilled. That's it. UK race protest alive on every UK channel. Don't worry, we'll talk about the fucking UK again. I think a lot of people don't understand that you don't always look like you do after a good pump. You will still have some fat or loose skin. Yeah. Like, I mean, you can see it in this video as well when I'm about to get up. Like, you can see, like, there's angles, there's lighting. Like, this is just raw. So it's a little different. But like, here, notice when I'm getting up, look at how I look when I'm getting up. Like, oh, almost got it. But in any case, you can tell, like, obviously different angles, different ways that you're moving your body. Like, you're not always going to look super sexy. What you see on your magazines, what you see in movies is like an incredibly airbrushed person that is probably on anabolic steroids, that literally has probably done multiple weeks of dehydration specifically for that moment. They do straight up professional bodybuilding level training, and professional bodybuilders, like they dehydrate themselves. There's a term for it. I forget what it's called, but when you're doing prep, you get to a point where you can see someone's skull, like when their face resembles a skull. Like that's the type of shit that like Hollywood celebrities do specifically for like one scene. So don't ever let that lead you into thinking that like that's what you're supposed to look like. Yeah. So yeah, it's called the death face, I think, where you look like a skull. There's also CGI, airbrushing, all this stuff So you don't look like that normally. Like obviously some people do look like that naturally. You got people who are genetic freaks like Alex, right? Who just kind of looks like that. But he also doesn't pack on a lot of muscle mass either. But he's just like naturally a very shredded guy. But like I said, make no mistake. What's your fat percentage now? Probably like 15, 16% body fat. That's probably where I'm at right now. You can now see like visible abs when I flex, but not like crazy. Do you eat rice ever? I eat a little bit of rice. That no shot. That's low as fuck. What? You think 16% is low as fuck? That's just a normal percentage body fat for like a normal human. Bro, I'm literally shirtless here. What are you talking about? Low as fuck is 10 to 12. And then everything past that point is like, you're going to die if you miss a meal. Normal man, women aren't healthy at 16. Yeah, women have higher natural body fat percentage. Bro, how are we at this point where like you can literally watch me shirtless weightlift and I'm like, oh, I'm probably like 16% body fat. And the guy goes, nah, dog. Like, what do you think? Look, like it's in front of you. Like the machine that I use that is inconsistent and bad says I'm 13, but I don't believe that because that machine is not correct. And I'm also doing that after I work out. It's mostly, I haven't done a DEXA scan in a while. I might do one, but overall, like, I think I'm around, I think I'm around 16. 13 would be insane abdominal visibility. That's just not correct. Exactly. 13 would be shredded. 13%, you would be able to see all of my abs, including the bottom. Anyway, so that's it. That's the fitness journey update for those of you who are wondering. Some of you are, some of you aren't. It's all good. But which supplements like creatine do you take for workouts? Bro, I'm old school. I drink an espresso shot before I lift. And if I'm feeling a little bit of pain, I'll just slap on 2 Advil or 2 Tylenol, and that's it. And then I go to work. As far as post-workout supplements goes, I'm a creatine boy. Big time creatine fan. It's not even a post-workout supplement. I take it in the morning. I take creatine pills and I absolutely love them. I ride or die for creatine. Okay. I will always tell you, like, this isn't medical advice or whatever, but creatine is the greatest gift that God has ever given to man. It makes your muscles feel more full. It literally improves your cognitive functioning. The only downside, and there's like so much extensive research on it. It's not like this is a made up supplement. It's the only supplement aside from like whey protein that is legit. You know what I mean? I get constipation with creatine though. Not me. Any benefits of pills over micronized powder other than convenience? No, it's just convenience. Creatine is the best, dude. Yeah, creatine is one of the only supplements supported by tons and tons of research and trials. It's beast mode and necessary for sure. Yeah. I have heard that it like has the capacity to thin your hair, I think, but I don't know. But yeah, it helps with your recovery. It helps with your muscle mass. It puts water. It helps your body retain water weight in your muscles. It makes your muscles fuller. It's the fucking best. Mike Israel is a great video debunking that nonsense about creatine. What do you mean? I've never heard a single person talk poorly about creatine. Are you confounding creatine for eating lots of chicken? Yeah, I don't eat a lot of red meat. Chatters, I don't eat a lot of red meat, as you guys know, and creatine is naturally in red meat. So like, I don't think you can naturally get the level of creatine regardless. You'd have to eat too much red meat in that situation, which would be bad macros. It would be bad for your heart. You know what I mean? Is red meat bad? Red meat, yeah, it's not bad, but too much of it is bad. Like, you can have some red meat. It's tasty. It's delicious. It's whatever. But like, if you have it in excess, like all these carnivore diet guys are so fucking stupid. It is definitely bad if you do it. And it's also bad for the environment too. I love straight white chicken breast though. I'm weird. Like a lot of people love chicken thighs. They prefer it. I prefer chicken breast. It's not even a joke. Like on a rotisserie chicken, sure, I'll have the thigh as well, but I've always been a straight white chicken breast fan. So I am very fortunate that way, I guess. What? Keratin is often associated with formaldehyde, which is reports of causing cancer. Wait, what? Not keratin, man. Creatine. I don't eat fish, but I do take fish oil supplements because I don't eat fish. So I take, that's the other thing. I take fish oil supplements too. I take a fuck ton of pills in the morning. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? All right, we did all of that. Your followers are gonna start taking the wrong thing. No, they're not. I said creatine. Also, on Friday night, I have a really fun training related, but on Friday night, I have a really fun thing lined up for you guys. I've been talking to Chris London of 2Hype. I am going to be training. Are you ready for this? I'm going to be training with LeBron's coach on Friday night. IRL stream. I tried to get Jason and Plagueboy Max to come on as well, and Ludwig to come on as well. I hit him up. I don't know if they're like still in Japan or in transit. They have not responded to me. I hit him up before they went to Japan, like while they were literally flying to Japan. And I hit him up again recently. Like, I don't know if they're back or not. They have not responded. They have not responded to my text message. But yeah, it's you know, if they want to do it, no pressure. That could be fun to do it together. And if they don't want to do it, go through their manager. Bro, I'm texting them directly. What do you mean go through their manager? I'm sending their phones a text message, including with Lud. I don't think Lud's going to do it. Lud said he was like not down to do it. You know, everyone's got their own reasons. You know, there's no love lost there. But what? We may have to pause for Friday night plans due to the anticipated Iranian attack. Call the IRGC to shift their... No, I'm not going to do that. What about Will? I would love to get Will. Check Milo Twitter. Have you seen Milo's tweets about Kanye's dentist? I'm banning you because you asked me to check Milo Yiannopoulos' Twitter account. I didn't even know he had a Twitter account. I don't ever want to think about Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't ever want to think about Kanye West really either. And for that incredibly gross suggestion, you got banned. You know, take it up with the mods in a couple months when you're up for an unban request. But anybody that comes in here and hits me with one of these, like, yo, check out what this like fucking weirdo Nazi had to say, you will get ethered. You will get lasered. Sorry. It's just, you know, that's gross. I don't fuck with that shit at all. In any case, yeah, check Hitler's Twitter, bro. He's popping off. Like, okay, thanks, man. I'm good on that. What about Chipotle? Do you eat Chipotle? Do you eat Chipotle? What about Chipotle? Sometimes. I haven't in a while. I feel like Chipotle sucks now. Like, is that controversial? Is that controversial to say? I feel like Chipotle used to be such a banger, and their fall off is so bad. Like, I used to love Chipotle. Oh my God. They would give you just like globs and globs of meat. You had like all these different techniques to be able to like unlock extra meat and shit. Like, I was a big fan. And then nowadays, I feel like it's just ass. It's just literally ass. And it's still kind of hit or miss. But after like the 11th miss, I'm like, come on, man. I don't like the fucking gamble aspect of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to fucking gamble every time I'm eating Chipotle. Like, sometimes I just want consistency, right? Chipotle 2012 was peak. Yeah, dude. You just walk into a fucking institution like that, and you would just be like, hey, can I get chicken? And they dump it. And then right as they're done with the first dump, you go, actually, can I get double? That way you maximize on the fucking scoops. Like, I basically had the math equation down for it. And before people say like, oh, dude, like everybody does that. Like, no, I invented that. Okay. I invented that myself. I will never, like, other people do that too. Okay. And I know that there's like a Twitter post for it and shit, but like, I straight up invented that. I will stand on business on there, on that front. Like, every time, dude, and I timed it so perfectly. There's this like window where it doesn't come across like you've duped the person. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's an old bodybuilding forum trick. If you ask for two at once, they do two small ones. Yeah. Anyway, peep this TikTok I saw about you. Is it a
Who
poop
had the
sock?
most aura at DreamCon?
Oh, I saw this. I saw this morning. I liked it already. Yo, thank you. Thank you for showing me this. Anyway, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. Let me just blast off real quick. Stand out business on that. Misuse of lingo. Red flag. Shut up. I'm 33. Shut up. I'm 33 years old. I'm 33 years old. All right, let's blast off. Republicans versus Harris Waltz ticket. Hogwatch galore. Rallies everywhere. Kamala hits up Kai Cenat to Skibbity, Ohio Riz. What else? There's a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about. The Yeet song's like stuck in my freaking brain now. But yeah.
Who had the most?
Kamala hits up Kai Cenat. Republicans cry about JD Vance couch fucker meme and more. Get in now. Dude, this is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said in the immediate aftermath of the Trump assassination attempt, where Republicans were going to try and fucking complain and cry bully and be like, the violent rhetoric has gotten out of control. The violent rhetoric has gotten out of control. And like, I told you that you should never in a million years stand for that. You should never let them say stuff like that. Okay? If they hit up Kai, then that means they probably know who you are. Yeah, of course they know who I am. Chatters, like in the DC world, you think the guy who like put together an Among Us session with AOC that got like 500,000 live concurrent viewers was not immediately looked at? There was a New York Times article on it. Of course they know who the fuck I am. That's not like they know. They just won't. They know I've worked with the Democratic Party even before with the special elections for Raphael Warnock and what's his face? I'm forgetting the other dude's name now. Jesus Christ. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock specifically, and John Ossoff. Anyway, here we're blasting off. Like, I think, didn't you say the other day that Kamala should hit up Kai? Yeah, no, I think that I think that they could do a decent stream. It's just that like they're not gonna know how to do it correctly. And they've already messed up the bag, it seems. Weird blast off today, man. Gotham is under attack. Bad after me. Click now. Good one.
GreenCon?
Okay, we'll watch this Glaze sesh now. Yeah, I saw the Kai thing. I saw the Kai thing. Look, listen, Republicans buy sneakers too, you know what I'm saying? That's what Michael Jordan said, and he was right. But they don't need your followers. We are already well informed. We need to inform Kai's DJs. No, dude, it's not about that at all. It's the organic marketing that comes from a collaboration like that. I don't think that personally, like Donald Trump is like, ooh, Aiden Ross's fans are going to go and vote. No, it's not about that. It's about the organic marketing that comes from all the clips on TikTok. It reaches a much broader audience. It goes into far corners of the internet. Like, that's what the whole point is. That's why you do a media operation like that. Problem is, Kamala is not very, she's just not very dynamic in the same way that Trump is. You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to be able to clip farm. Trump is a clip farm every moment that he is alive, you know? He's a TV guy. He knows how that shit works. He knows what to say. Kamala Harris is going to come across like boring. Like, it's a very difficult thing. You have to kind of understand the space a little bit, or you have to at least be like Kevin Hart is a organic, talented, naturally funny guy. That's part of the reason why he's one of the most famous comedians on the planet, right? So even if he's not like fully aware of the Twitch sphere, he can just still vibe. Like he can just keep up in a situation like that. A politician's not going to have an easy time doing that unless they're like naturally online. Like AOC can do that because she is naturally online, right? Walls is an accidental gem, and organically being memeable in a positive way helps Harris shore that weakness up. Yeah, I agree. But overall, I love you, but I think you're too polarizing, whether organically or through uncharitable interpretation. Kai is super neutral. Charlie would be a good host too. Yeah, you guys are incredibly locked in to like memes and stuff that you see. So you don't understand how the Democratic Party operates. You're actually out of your mind. Charlie makes penis jokes. That's it. That's a non-starter for like Dems. They don't operate in the same way that the Republicans, especially under Trump, operate. You've never met a Dem operative in your life. They hear someone go, this is a chuckle McFuckstick with a massive dildo on top. And then they're like, we would never talk to this person in a million years. They run away from that kind of shit. Okay? You make titty jokes and they're like, oh, we're out. Are you kidding me? It needs to be like the most calculated, manicured environment. Same goes for Kai. Like, they literally will, it's a quick Google search, right? You Google search, and it's the same for me too. Like, I'm telling you from personal experience beyond that, right? The reason why I get AOC on here is because I know AOC and I talk to her and we are ideologically aligned, and she doesn't mind the potential like negative, like a couple tweets that she's going to get, right? Maybe 1 or 2 articles that she's going to get. Whereas with like Kamala Harris, like those guys are, people at the tippy top of the Democratic Party are infinitely more careful than the Republicans are in terms of messaging. And I'm kind of shocked that they still hit up Kai regardless, because he is popular enough. It's a testament to his popularity and broad appeal that like is a testament to his popularity and broad appeal that they were still willing to overlook the negative media associations that they would have, because it's always a calculated risk when they do stuff like that. Having said that, though, I still think it's a good idea. I just don't know if Kamala is the perfect person for it. I'm not kidding. I think Obama would be a better collab with Kai. You know what I mean? Do you think they'd reach out to you? I think they're locked in whether they like it or not. If they want that kind of media coverage, I'm here. They got to come to the big dog, because a lot of people at the tippy top of the mountain in terms of like content, they very purposely, very carefully, very deliberately avoid talking about politics in the same way that you can avoid the top of the hour ad break, of course, for monetary reasons, right? And it's not just that. It's also a fear that people have with respect to like the negative attention that they'll get, the fears that they have with the negative attention that they'll get. I'm talking about the content creators themselves, because like you insta polarize yourself to an audience, right? And like it or not, and you guys are obviously super locked in to like potentially understand this, but from the outside, political watchers are weirdos. Okay, to the normies, we're fucking weirdos, and to be fair, they're not wrong. We are fucking weirdos, right? And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that stink. Even if they're like aligned politically with me, they still don't want that haunting them, because in their minds, and I've talked about this quite a bit, like a lot of people are afraid of collaborating with me, even for that reason, because they think that my audience is going to like latch onto them, or at least the haters are going to latch onto them and constantly put every single thing they do under a microscope. And nobody wants to live like that. You know, nobody wants to live like that. So, there is definitely a very real fear. There's definitely a very real fear of like, I suspect from like Kai Cenat's perspective of not only being like, I don't really know what the fuck this is about. I don't know what I'm talking about. And I don't want to make this like uninformed decision, but also I don't want to draw the ire of like half of the goddamn country in the same way that like Aiden Ross is getting clapped right now. Right. He doesn't care, but he's already developed like a toxic brand, but Kai is not a toxic brand. Kai is affiliated with Nike. He's affiliated with these big brands. Like he's doing like Louis Vuitton and Marc Jacobs placements and stuff. He's a marketable entity, and obviously linking up with Kamala Harris is not necessarily going to make him toxic in general, but all the subsequent media hits that come after that collaboration, some positive and some very negative, will actually make it much more toxic for him. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's ironic though, because even the fact that he said that he wouldn't do it, and we'll look at the clips right now. Can someone send me a clip of the Kai Cenat situation? Like that already is in and of itself viewed as like a political move. Do you see what I'm saying? Here's the clip.
Then on top of that, I got the fucking Secret Service calling me. Tom, nigga! Shit about politics, my nigga. I don't know nothing. I don't know shit. Not a goddamn thing, my nigga.
Did Breakfast Club get blowback after having Hillary Clinton on? Are you comparing a Twitch streamer to the Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club is literally a radio show. It is the most traditional of traditional media outlets. You're talking about a dude who's like 20 something years old streaming out of a fucking U-Haul. There is like longer clip, not a meme clip. Oh God.
Penthouse in New York.
By the way, the steak partner, these guys slapped the steak logo onto everything. If you wanted to know why all of those blue checkmark hate farmers that constantly will have like pop off tweets that they bought to oblivion, like, oh, Hassan fucking sucks. Like, I wonder if there's any kind of reason for them to constantly be farming clips off of kick streamers and promote kick streamers. Oh yeah, that's right, because they're fucking sponsored by steak.
Then on top of that, I got the fucking Secret Service calling me 5 times, nigga! Shit about politics, my nigga. I don't know nothing. Hey, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Listen, I had a bad bitch that I've been trying to get on for like the last 2 years that I haven't spoke to in like a year. I haven't spoke to this girl in so goddamn long who gonna have the audacity to text me, we need you a part of the campaign. At first I was thinking she was talking about like a video game, like a Modern Warfare game, or some shit. Or if not that, a clothing brand. I'm like, what campaign? Shorty gonna say, we're not gonna get into details. Say it right now. If there's some way, somehow, something was to go into where I do the stream of politics, I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm going to sit on my stream and say, why did you guys call me? Like, I don't know. I've never did anything with politics. And these blogs are like trying to say, yo, we gotta do the shit, Kai.
This is literally like, this is the most like normal reaction, straight up. Like, we have, from where we're standing, we're like, what? Like, that's a fucking deal of a lifetime. What do you mean? You get to have like, you don't normally do a lot of like political commentary or anything like that. You have no political positions, but then you get to do like a softball bullshit like Kamala Harris media placement, easy fucking million viewer stream, right? But I totally understand why. I totally understand why he wouldn't want to do it, because there is a lot of oppo and there's a lot of stink associated with politics. You know what I mean? Like, from where he's standing. Also, he's like, good for Kamala, not for Kai. No, it'd be mutually beneficial. I think you're wrong. I don't understand why they don't reach out to you. You're literally a political commentator. Dude, they know who I am. And it's not that they don't reach out to me. It's that they don't want to work with me. Obviously, politicians don't want contentious adversarial interviews. That's why, of course, they're going to go to Kai Cenat. No, stop saying 9/11. That has nothing to do with it, bro. Shut the fuck up. Bill Maher literally said way worse shit about 9/11 in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. He has an HBO show where every goddamn politician visits him. Shut the fuck up. You guys don't know anything, okay? God, you're so... Chat, you don't know how this works, okay? I promise you. It's not the 9/11 stuff. You can always overlook any kind of like bad media placement. Is a controlled... It is a calculated risk. It's not like the things that you immediately tune into in your mind. Okay? It is not because of comments or whatever. It is because of the obvious, much more the much larger risk of me asking a question about Palestine in a situation like that. It's live. There's no control, and there are no assurances on my behalf that I would, be nice. Anyway, Walls is speaking right now, so we'll take a look at the rally, and we'll get back to the Kai situation after that.
A couple of them are Badgers too, by the way. So
he sounds like Keizo.
And a real special thank you to everybody here. Looking out across here, look, you're busy people. You got things to do. It's a summer day. You had to walk 2 miles.
Yeah, but you ain't Bill Maher, big dog. When he said those things, he was already on TV, not on Twitch stream. Yeah, No, you're misunderstanding. People have the tendency to overlook all of those things because it's a calculated risk. If I was raking in 100K stream, 100K viewers every stream, and was like relatively neutral or was like super pro Kamala, I would have that interview locked down already.
You know it. Vice President Harris is on the side of the American people. She took on predators, fraudsters, transnational gang members. She stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated, not once, to reach across the aisle if it improved people's lives. Being a Midwesterner, too, I know a little something about commitment to people. I was born in a small town in Nebraska where community meant everything. My mom and dad taught me to show generosity to my neighbors and work for a common good. At 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. And that service, just as it did for my dad, a Korean War era veteran, and millions of others, I got the GI Bill and it gave me a shot at a college education. My dad was a teacher. My siblings were all teachers, and 3 of them married teachers. It's noble work. I had the privilege of teaching public school, social studies, and coaching football for 20 years. And for all you Packer and Badgers fan, yeah, we did win a state championship. So it's what we do. But it was my students who encouraged me to run for office. I never thought that much about it, but they saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them. This idea of a commitment to a better world, a common good, a belief that one single person can actually make a difference. I lived in a red district, but my neighbors were kind enough and graced me with the opportunity to go to the United States House of Representatives for 12 years to represent them. I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. And as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I brought all that experience. Okay. Are there Minnesotans in the house today?
MU law poll in
Bringing that
Wisconsin,
experience to
Trump
tackling
50,
the
Harris
challenges of
49.
facing our state.
Among
We don't
registered
shy away
voters,
from
Harris 50,
challenges.
Trump
But I'll tell you
49
what,
likely voters.
Donald Trump, he sees the world differently than we
Had
see.
Biden remained the candidate, it would have looked Trump 47, Biden 42, by the
He
way.
has no understanding of service.
And the multi-candidate race looks even better
Because
for
he's
Harris
too
at
busy
45 to
servicing
43.
himself. Again and again and again. Again and again and again. This guy weakens our country to strengthen his own hands. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division amongst the people. And that's to say nothing of the job he did as president. He froze in the face of COVID, and it cost people's lives. He drove the economy into the ground. And make no mistake about it, violent crime was up when Donald Trump was president.
Does Walls Harris running this exact same speech every
Those
day
of
work
you who are a
worse in an
little
online
older know
world?
this.
No, dude. What are you talking
Older
about?
Republicans
Have you ever
used
seen
to
a
talk about
comedian?
freedom.
What do you think? You
These
watched the
guys
Netflix
today,
special,
it turns
but
out
that's
that freedom
the
to
same
them
exact
means
speech
government should
that
be
they
free
fucking
to
repeat a
invade
million
free
times
freedom.
over in front of different crowds, and they tune it up a little bit. It's a stump speech.
Now, look, we're pretty neighborly with Wisconsin. We get our friendly battles, but in Minnesota, just like in Wisconsin, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choices for ourselves, because we know there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business.
Great way to argue against the trans stuff, dude. Great way to
I
argue
don't
against
need
that.
you telling me about our health care. I don't need you telling us who we love. And I sure the hell don't need you telling us what books we're going to read.
It's so good. Americans are keyed in. Americans are keyed into freedom, okay? They love fairness and they love freedom. That's why the trans panic around like sports was so
Personal
effective.
for my wife and I. When
This
Gwen
is
and
the
I decided
perfect
to have
counter.
children, we went through years of fertility treatments. And I remember each night praying that the call was going to come and it was going to be good news. The phone would ring, tenseness in my stomach, and then the agony when you heard the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our first child, our beautiful daughter, we named her Hope. When Vice
Love the
President
idea or
Harris
the concept
and
of freedom,
I,
maybe,
and
except when it comes to
everyone
foreign
here talks
policy,
about
no one ever
freedom,
acknowledges.
we mean the freedom
Dude,
to make your own
Dude,
health
you're not making a brilliant point, okay? It's not a bold, brilliant point of analysis to say that. No, Americans are selfish and they don't know anything about foreign policy, or they just don't care.
Worrying about being shot dead in their classroom.
We're talking about like domestic policy.
And just like Wisconsin, over in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. And just so you know, when I was in Congress, I was the top gun at the trap shoot 3 years in a row. I can outshoot them too. I can outshoot these guys. Look, freedom is when freedom. Oh, can we get somebody to help? Somebody's hot. Somebody's hot. Can we get somebody to help?
Damn.
You okay? Drink some water, folks. It is hot out. Get somebody else.
Travis Scott would never. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. We get water. You okay? Yeah. Thank you all for helping. Grateful. Thank you. Thank you all. Take care of one another on this. This is why we gather. Look, it's hot. It is hot. I'll come again. They've got folks here. We'll make sure we're okay. But I have to tell you all again, in all seriousness, to come and gather like this, to talk about our freedoms, the ability to talk about what could be good. And I have to say, this idea of caring for our neighbor and kindness and a hand up when somebody needs it, or just the sense of that people go through things and to be able to be there when they need it, that's who we are. It's not about mocking. It's not name callings. And you see it amongst them.
3 hours until Harris and Walz are set to appear in Eau Claire. This is the line to get to. This is the line of cars to get to the rally, 1.5 miles away. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
They do.
That's crazy.
Thank you all. We're okay. We have someone down. They're treating him. They're getting him some water, and it's good. He's gonna get up. You guys need some water.
The Lib
too?
Hodge, yeah, there is the Mecca.
We'll ask them. Teddy, can you see if they have some more water? That'd be great. Take care of your neighbors.
Do you think they'll get worried about Kamala being overshadowed? Are you kidding me? No. I think Kamala just wants to fucking win, baby. She, in some ways, she's literally a fucking blank sheet of paper. Okay? She has always been like very malleable, and this is honestly something that I was very afraid of. This is something that I'm very afraid of. I was very afraid of her being like very malleable. I was worried that like the billionaire donors were going to influence her decisions, but it does seem to me like they're pretty locked in on the labor front. And as a blank canvas, she does not have like any ambitions or any big, I would say, chaotic personality flaws in the same way that like Biden very clearly had him, Hillary Clinton very clearly had him. Tim Kaine was a perfect pick to demonstrate that reality. I would go so far as to say that Joe Biden's pick with Kamala Harris was a demonstration of that. Donald Trump obviously is also another big personality who is always very afraid of like being outshined by his own VP, which is why he went with fucking JD Vance.
Back to the White House, it will be far worse than it was 4 years ago.
Kamala Harris is a blank
for the middle
slate.
class, repealing the Affordable Care Act, gutting Social Security and Medicare, the very safety nets that protect people when they're down.
I wouldn't say
and of
labor.
course,
No,
banning abortions across
no, you're
this
wrong.
country.
The Kamala campaign is tuned in to the labor frequency 1,000%. Are you kidding me? She fucking went with Tim Walz. Why do you think that decision happened? If you think that they're not actually locked in on all fronts on whatever labor is saying, you're wrong. Okay? Sean Fain went on television and was like, I like Bashar and I like Walz. Those are my guys. Walz is the pick.
And you trash that place. Come on, that's not who Wisconsin is.
Labor was such a formative part of the decision-making process that Mark Kelly was knocked out due to him being in opposition to the PRO Act, and he thought he could fix that by saying, "Oh, if the PRO Act came in front of me today, I would vote for it." Okay, Mark Kelly literally got clapped because of his opposition to the PRO Act.
Look, I've done this enough, and I know bullies, and I'm not a name caller, but what I am as a teacher, I observe things. So I want to tell you what I observed, and you've observed about these guys when you see them, that it's a very clear thing. Yes, they are creepy and weird as hell. You see it. You see it. This is not normal. This is not normal behavior. Nobody's asking for this crazy
Would you
stuff.
say it's an olive branch
So
of the
I'll tell you
Bernie
what.
Bros? No,
You
it's
heard
not
it
an olive
from
branch of the
the
Bernie
Vice
Bros.
President. You've heard her talk about this.
They're
The
just
hell not going back. We're not.
It's
going
not
back.
an olive branch of the Bernie Bros
We
at
are
all.
not
It's
going
just the
back.
Democratic Party is like
We are not going
looking
back.
for in a post-Trump world. They're looking for like a new way to campaign, I think, and it has become impossible to avoid certain aspects of American politics.
We damn sure aren't, but it's even more than that. This is a campaign about where we're going, and that's a future where everyone matters and everyone's included. Kamala Harris, she believes in the freedom to make your own choices. She believes in opportunity for every single person to join the middle class.
Has Hasanov commented on Ukraine's recent special military operation into Kursk Oblast? No. Why the fuck would I be talking about that right now, chatter? This is insane. I just started. It's been an hour, and we immediately locked into a fucking Tim Walz rally. Okay? That's crazy. You should be focusing on the fact that I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break after saying I was going to run it at the top of the hour, so I'm now running it in the middle of the hour instead. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I mean, this is pretty fire intro too. Beyonce gave the clearance for this song to be used. Is pretty sick. Oh my God, liberals, bro. Just keep that in the fucking drafts.
Good afternoon. Always good to be back. Good afternoon, everybody. Can we hear it for Tim Walz? Oh, I'm so happy to be running with him, let me tell you. So let me start by thanking Les, your words, your leadership, your voice.
She's like, how the fuck did we lock into this? I mean, if there is a person, okay, I gotta say something here, okay? If there's a person that has the mandate of heaven, it's not Donald Trump. It's Kamala Harris. Think about it, okay? Unsuccessful politician, literally dropped out, had no shot at even winning her own fucking state, California. Okay, ran on a relatively progressive campaign when there were significantly more interesting progressive, more dynamic progressive candidates. Okay, literally got chosen by Biden specifically because she was like inoffensive and kind of boring and would never outshine Biden, while also simultaneously they could say like, look how progressive we are, right? That's what Biden literally said. Okay, then Biden has to fucking drop out. So now she's the only person. Boom. All of a sudden, she's at the top of the fucking ticket. Then she gets a literal, almost once in a lifetime VP pick with no genuine ambition for running for higher office. Okay? With an unimaginable background, like built in a fucking lab. Okay? So organically perfect for the Midwest. And now she has an insanely solid ticket here. Okay? This is her race to fuck up. That's why I'm saying, like, this is some Selena Meyer shit. She's just like stumbling her way upwards. I don't think she stumbled into it. Things did line up though. What are you talking about? Nancy Pelosi carried half of this conversation behind closed doors. It's not like she is like this vicious shark or anything. It was fucking Nancy Pelosi that was like, Biden, you got to get the fuck out. Once again, guys, mandate of heaven, hear me out. Biden and his team wanted to have a debate in June, an uncharacteristically, unceremoniously early debate. Why did they want to do that? Because they were like, oh, we have to just show that our guy can just be normal and is not dead in front of 50 million Americans. They failed it so spectacularly on that fucking debate that 50 million Americans that tuned in were like, oh my God, the president is a fucking carcass.
And it's all the top blogs. But I'm like,
what the
bro,
fuck?
since when?
Think about that. Think about that. Normally, you don't have a presidential debate this early. Biden's campaign fucked that shit up. They had the debate early. Mandate of heaven, boys. I'm telling you.
Tim is more than a governor. To his wife, Gwen, he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is dad. To his fellow veterans, he is Sergeant Major Walz. To the people of southern Minnesota for 12 years, he was a congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walz. And to his former high school football players, he was coach. Coach.
Anyway, this is bar for bar verbatim going to be the same exact speech that we listened to yesterday. So it's like not super interesting in my opinion. If there's any highlights, if there's any high notes, we can, we can look at that. The difference is, I think it was Walz that came after, and it's hard to follow Walz. Walz is gonna be organic. He's not gonna read that much of the teleprompter, whereas like Kamala's gonna stick to it, and she's gonna hit the same notes over and over again.
I am clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. And with your help, we will win in November.
Vance gets a
We are
softball
going
and
to
charges
win.
the mound.
We are going to win. And I've been here many times, as you all know, recently and even before. And many of you know then, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was an elected Attorney General, and before that, an elected District Attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, scammers who broke the rules for personal gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's tight. I know it's tight. In fact, I've been dealing with people like him my whole career. For example, as Attorney General of California, well, hold on, you know what? The courts are going to handle that part of it. What we're going to do is beat him in November.
Good. That's okay. Wrist points. Quick on the feet. Not bad.
So
That was very Obama style.
From one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that scammed
Plus one.
students. Well, Donald
Plus
Trump
one
ran
Riz.
a for-profit college that scammed students. As a prosecutor, I specialized in cases of sexual abuse. Well,
There's a lot of Vance moments from that fucking rally we're gonna get to in a second.
As Attorney General, I held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. Well, Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud. 34 counts. So in this campaign, I'll tell you, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week. Any day of the week. But let's make no mistake, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. It's about two very different visions for our nation. Two very different visions. One, for us, focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. And Wisconsin, we fight for the future. We fight for a future where every worker has the freedom to join a union. Union strong.
You don't preach on voting any president because all of the American presidents are shit.
We fight for a future where every senior can retire
Bro,
with
I'm
dignity.
sorry. This is what dreams are made of. I never thought, and hats off, props to fucking Brandon for kind of carrying the torch on this shit. But I never would have imagined the Democrats being so actively, so openly on Maine, being fucking pro-union and legitimately getting their fucking flowers from the unions too. And I don't just mean like, unions that have always historically defended the Democratic Party because it's like the less shitty option, but just like very openly talking about what they're going to do for labor.
Because we know that while fighting for a brighter future may be hard work.
When are you endorsing
hard
this
work is
ticket?
good.
I mean, when I see some fucking momentum on Gaza.
So we will continue to fight for affordable housing, for affordable health care,
If I don't see momentum on
child
Gaza,
care, and paid leave.
Bro,
We
if they
believe
change
in
the
a
course
future
on
where we
Gaza,
lower
I
the
won't
cost
even
of
endorse.
living
I will
for
fucking door knock.
Americans.
I've said it
So that
already.
they have-
I said this before. I will get a fucking tour bus and I will go to every goddamn state. I'll hold events, all out of pocket, all on my own. Okay? I will go, I will door knock, I will try to make sure that I get every goddamn American on board. If they change course on Gaza, okay? if they say things like, "Hey, no more weapons transfers," what the fuck's going on? You keep sullying your own dang ceasefire deal. Okay, straight up, I would literally go to every fucking state. I would go to every state. I would do fucking rallies. I would fucking door knock. I would get every single one of the Hassan IB-heads activated to go and door knock in their own districts. Straight up.
To bring manufacturing jobs back to America, to communities like Eau
But wasn't
Claire.
foreign policy not in the interest of the voter? Well, it's in the interest of this voter, okay? Not just a voter, but also a person with, a decent amount of political labor organizers in his community. So, yeah, no, it's in my interest. I think that genocide is unconscionable. I also don't think it's a good idea to go down this suicide pact with Israel for no fucking reason. That's my prize, dude.
And as we work to move our nation forward, Donald Trump intends to take our nation backward. There is so much evidence of that point. There really is. But look at most recently, Project 2025 in that agenda. Project 2025, if you have some time to take a look at it, I'm telling you, it is a plan to weaken the middle class. It is a plan to weaken the middle class. If he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable
What do
Care
you
Act.
say to people who bitch at you and call you a single issue voter? I say to them, listen, if you think I got juice like that, if you think I got motion like that, start either A, smiling and dialing to overcome that boost, okay, to overcome that burden, or smile and dial in the opposite direction to get the fucking Democrats to change course on this issue, okay? If you think I'm that fucking powerful, then, bend the goddamn knee. So here's the other thing. I do not disparage anyone who is very excited about this ticket, okay? I totally understand where people are coming from. I totally get it. But I also don't disparage anyone who says, nah, what the fuck? Nothing has changed on Gaza so far. Why would I change my attitude? Like, I still maintain the position that politicians are supposed to earn your vote. I like a lot of the things that they're doing now because they are trying to actively earn the vote. Okay? They're not doing the classic Democratic Party gaslighting on many issues. They're not doing the classic Democratic Party gaslighting of like, vote for us or you're going to fucking die, sweetie. They're not doing that shit. They're actually actively talking about what their platform is. They're actually actively talking about what they want to do for the future. That they have a vision for what is to come. Do what we want to do. But I'm not going to sit here and disparage you if you're like, I will make fun of you if you're like, I'm going to vote for Trump over the Democrats because of Gaza. Then you're a fucking idiot, okay? I don't care. You could be a Muslim family member in Dearborn with like family members in Gaza. I will tell you straight up, that's dumb as fuck, okay? Sorry. And it's not just a take that I've heard from Arab Americans with family members in Gaza. I have I talk to people literally in Gaza, okay? I talk to people in Gaza as well. And that is like a legitimate thing that they have thought about too. It's crazy to hear, but that is something that people think. Like Palestinians also are like, well, we weren't getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered under Trump. That's like a thing that I've heard. It sounds insane to say it out loud, but that's how powerful it is when you are overseeing this death and destruction.
Members of the United States Supreme Court, the court of Thurgood and RBG, because he intended for them to overturn Roe v. Wade. And as he intended, they did.
No, I'm not calling PSL and Green voters the equivalent of Republican voters. What are you talking about? No.
20 states in our country have a Trump abortion ban, many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. Wins, we all know he will sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every state, even in Wisconsin. But we are not going to let that happen because we trust women And when I am President of the United States and when Congress passes a bill to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, I will sign it into law. Thank you all. So listen, everyone took time out of your busy lives and days and all your obligations to come out here and to be together as one community. And I know you did it also because we all know, listen, so much is on the line in this election. It can't be said seriously enough. So much is on the line. And compounded with everything else that we knew was on the line, think about the fact that last month, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president, who has been convicted of fraud, that going forward, he will be immune no matter what he does in the White House. Think about what that means and the changed circumstances since 16/6/20 when you think about what that court decision means. Donald Trump has openly vowed if reelected, he will be a dictator on day one, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies, that he would round up peaceful protesters and throw them out of our country, and even, quote, terminate the United States Constitution. So let us be clear. Let us be clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again have a chance to stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. So basically, I think it all comes down to this. We're all here because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. And that's how we preserve the promise of America. Because after all, the promise of America is what makes it possible, by the way, for Governor Walz and me to stand on this stage today. Just think about it. 2 middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother and had a summer job at McDonald's. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains who grew up.
Bro, you
working on a
gotta
farm.
remember, like, the
Think
Clinton
about
comparisons are fucking so hollow here because she doesn't have 30 years of opposition research and conspiracies mounted against her due to her husband and due to her time in positions of power. There is no, like, Clinton is a uniquely bad, Hillary Clinton especially, is a uniquely bad candidate for that reason. And a lot of the shit that she got was so valid too. Some of which was insane, right? Like they would call her like a vampire or whatever. Like, and with all sincerity, they would do that. They were like, oh, she's a blood-sucking vampire or whatever, who has like a long-ass assassination list or whatever. But like some of that shit was correct.
And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans.
Also, this is the same speech as yesterday. I don't know why people are yelling at me.
Because Coach Walz and I know, and we're clear about this, unlike the other side. We work for you. We work for you, the American people, and we will always fight for you, for your family, for your freedoms, and for your future. So, Wisconsin, ultimately, this election is about a question that we each face. We each face a question in this election, and that is, what kind of country do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a country of
Zox,
freedom,
thank you for the 10 gifted.
of compassion, of rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And the beauty of our democracy is we each have the power individually and collectively. We each have.
Haven't all administrations done genocide or pseudo-genocide or other unconscionable things? We're talking about a mountain of atrocities. Why would you vote for Hillary and not Kamala when you factor in all those other atrocities? Even if they stop the Gaza genocide, there's a billion other foreign policy things we do right. You mean like a billion other foreign policy things we do and then comma right? You're not saying that we do right things in terms of foreign policy. You're saying like why Gaza and why not the rest of it? because it's deeply personalized. It's happening right now, and the reality of the matter is that it is a firm commitment, perhaps a naive but yet still firm commitment to the understanding that Americans still want to maintain that our voices matter. That's what this is about. Okay? That's what this is about. It's actually not the people who are anti-electoral politics that are drawing a line in the sand. It's those who are invested in the idea that we are not just a theoretical democracy, but a real one. You understand what I'm saying here? It's people who still have a firm commitment to the notion that like politicians are supposed to respond to your pressure. And a bunch of the stuff that they've done so far in the Democratic Party is responding to that pressure. And it's been objectively good, which is why I say I'm happy with the Tim Walz decision. You know what I mean? I'm happy with the fact that they swapped out Biden.
We ready to fight for it! Right? We will! Bless you and God bless the United States of America.
Like, this is an ongoing active situation. What's going on in Gaza is an ongoing active situation, and it's such an easy fix. That's what makes it so unconscionable. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the fact that this is an incredibly easy solution and all it takes is one fucking phone call makes it even worse, in my opinion. The atrocities in scale are unimaginable, and the solution to it is so simple. Okay? All of that bloodshed, everything could stop with a 10-minute phone call. 10 minutes. That's all it takes. And that's what's very frustrating about it. You think Israel will stop a genocide just because we don't give them weapons? Yeah, dude, I know. Israel's so strong. Israel's so strong. Israel lion. Israel giant. Yes, dude. Israel knows it would be wiped off the fucking planet in a way akin to how Genghis Khan literally would fucking reorient rivers over entire fucking villages if America wasn't up Israel's asshole on a daily fucking basis, defending them every step of the fucking way. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Israel as a nation state does not exist without unconditional Western support, okay? Israel as a violent apartheid regime does not exist. Genghis Khan is how you say it, you fucking idiots. Shut up. Making fun of me. Dumbass one language Andes in the chat. The notion that Israel is super strong and can do all of this on their own is so fucking laughable. It's hysterical, okay? You are delusional. You are as delusional as like a member of the Jewish power party if you think that that is real, okay? Israel has run out of fucking offensive weapons that they're deploying multiple times throughout this process. If it wasn't for America constantly offering a steady flow of re-upping their armaments, re-upping their ammunition, they would not be able to do half of the fucking atrocities that they've committed in Gaza. You understand that? There's also the defensive posture side of this as well. Couldn't Israel just get weapons from somewhere else? Who? Who's got the same runway? What are you talking about? Do you think Germany? We're talking about the UK cutting off weapon shipments right now. What are you talking about? Russia? Yeah, dude, Russia, sure. Russia has been aligned with Israel in other instances. But right now, Russia is in active conflict in Ukraine. You think they have enough runway to offer weapons to Israel? What are you, delusional? They're literally also potentially giving arms to Iran because they see this as an opportunity to harm America's global hegemonic power status. No, there is no world in which Israel continues its atrocities without unconditional support from the United States of America. Okay? Russia itself is currently desperate for both ammunition and also other weapons as well. No shot. Yeah, this is the funniest part of this equation. It's like, oh yeah, dude, you're crazy. Who supplies the most arms to Israel? What would they do without unconditional U.S. support? And also, look no further than history. Many different instances where America has made a phone call. Joe Biden himself made a phone call in 2021. Joe Biden himself made a phone call in 2021 and said, cut it out. Next day, it was over. Next day. You're out of your dang mind. Germany doesn't have enough weapons to supply Israel with steady arms either. Anyway, y'all are crazy. One phone call is all it takes. Benjamin Netanyahu needs to be reminded that we are the fucking daddy in this situation. He's gone far too long, grown far too comfortable in his own mania to think that this is like he can do whatever the fuck he wants. What about China? Nope, no way. No shot. No shot. If anything, China and Russia are more likely to arm the resistance, which, you know, they won't do officially and openly, but they're more likely to arm the fucking resistance than they're to arm Israel. Why would they help Israel, dude? Israel and all of its enemies, okay, all made up, or all Israel created for the most part, is not just a battle between like Israel versus people who can't fight back. This is a battle between the Western Alliance and the global South. It's a never-ending battle of causing irreparable harm to America's soft power around the world. That's it. I think you can understand why we're having such trouble believing that the U.S. can stop this genocide right now if they feel like it. I'm sure what you're saying makes sense, but it's difficult to believe. You're making it sound obviously true. Okay, but it has happened. Ronald Reagan has stopped it. Joe Biden himself stopped it 3 years ago. So with one phone call, okay? With one phone call, one perfect phone call, the same length as a top of the hour ad break, 3 minutes, okay? And it's done because Israel knows. And this has happened in the past as well. Yoav Gallant was asked in a press conference early October why they were allowing food, like aid trucks, into the Gaza Strip by rabid Zionists. And he was like, America told us. What are we supposed to say? No. They asked him. They were like, oh, you said you're fighting human animals. They're barbarians. Okay. Why are you giving them food now? And he just said, America gave us a phone call, told us we have to let in some food. Some, not all, but some, which they still, refuse to do all the way. And he answered that and he said, what am I supposed to say? No, it's America. And he's right. They, at the end of the day, recognize that there's no continuing this genocide without American support. That's why I'm so fucking angry. Anyway, why are you ignoring India's potential involvement in this conflict? India is the true hegemonic power. They control the UK. You're just being fooled. Sure, bud. Yeah. India lying too, sir. I know. Anyway, Indian chatters won't see the 3-minute ad break because there is no ads being served in India, but here's the top of the hour ad break regardless. All right. There's a lot to talk about. Okay, we'll get back to the Palestine stuff in a second. And again, if Kamala doesn't get a ceasefire, she will lose because Netanyahu will escalate days before the election to swing it to Trump. Oh, for sure. Biden tells Israel's Netanyahu, U.S. expects a significant de-escalation today in Gaza. I believe it was this phone call, and it stopped the next day. Hassan, that was a racist Brit, not a pro-Israel Indian dude. Hassan, does Israel have the ability to make a strike against the USA? What? No. What are you saying? No, dude. So why hasn't he done it now if he wanted to in the past? I don't know. Demented, psychotic, rabid Zionist freak, personal commitment and like permanent loyalty to Zionist causes beyond like the average American, beyond the average American politician. He's been a freak his whole life in terms of Israel. So anyway, let's continue. So JD Vance also held a rally today. One thing I want to talk about. In 24 hours since Kamala Harris asked Tim Walz to join the ticket, her campaign raised $36 million from 500,000 donors, more than 1/3 giving the first time. The top profession of donors were teachers. Okay. I'm afraid Gaza is a non-issue now. Can't stop the wall strain. Yep, it's not for me. Not a non-issue for me. Certainly is still a very real issue. They're going to do a fucking Detroit rally. They're going to do a Detroit, Michigan rally tomorrow. You think that people won't show up to that with demands? They will, and they should. Okay? The Kamala ticket has shown that they respond to popular pressure from the base of support. This is a very important opportunity for Michigan to show up and say, look, you got to fucking give us real assurances. Or, wait, it's tonight, actually. Sorry, it's not even tomorrow. It's tonight. The Detroit rally is today. Bigger issues in America, in my opinion. For many people, there isn't a bigger issue. And I totally understand that. Okay? I get it. I respect it. I'm in Michigan, and tonight Detroit's going to be stupid insane. 50,000 people RSVP to the event, including 88% of the UAW people in Detroit. They have to move the event to the airport to have enough room. Unions, locals are treating it like a whole party night. Yeah, I will be live at that point. Yes. Anyway, Kaya, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get back on there, little lady. Sneaking out. Good girl. Anyway, so you have this massive line. In contrast, here is J.D. Vance. He held a rally in Shelby Township today, okay, in front of the Shelby Township Police Department. How many people in the audience who are not media covering the event? Pretty much zero, okay? It's all just media, basically just a press conference. And J.D. Vance has had a couple moments where he is flubbed massively in some of his media opportunities. Let's take a look at one of them.
We've heard a lot from Democrats using the word weird, calling you weird, calling former President Trump weird. What do you make of that weird argument?
I think that the weird argument honestly came from a bunch of 24-year-old social media interns who were bullied in school, and they decided they're going to project that onto the entire Trump campaign. And the reason it doesn't make sense is because you ask who's weird, right? I think it's pretty weird to be the border czar and to open up the border and allow fentanyl to come into your community. I think it's pretty weird to try to take children away from their parents.
Yeah, I'm not weird. You're weird. Okay, but like, don't you realize that if you think that that argument is silly, if you think the weird argument is silly and made up by like social media interns who are 24 years old, then why are you using the argument? No, you is not effective, especially when you double down on being fucking a weirdo. Okay?
If the parents don't want to consent to sex changes. That's something that Tim Walz did. I think it's pretty weird to want to defund the police. I think it's pretty weird to pretend that you're a tough on crime prosecutor, even though you pursued the policies that made San Francisco such a disaster when it comes to crime and public safety. So if they...
This is why I hated the fucking crime panic narratives that the Democrats leaned on. This is why I hated the fucking trans panic narratives that Democrats leaned on. They will use that shit against you every goddamn day of the week. Okay? You're a dummy. And this is precisely the reason why I hate when they also allowed the entire nation to be swept away with right-wing panic born out of complete hysteria, out of complete nonsense on immigrants invading the country. Okay? Unacceptable. They will always use that shit against you. One should ask, what's going on in San Francisco? You think it's on fire? Look around. The fuck do you mean, dude? Crime is down across the board in every goddamn township in this country. The fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Immigrants are a genuine problem. They're doing crime. Crime is down. Immigration is up. How do you fucking square that circle? Crime is down. Immigration is up. If you look at the actual data, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime than documented natural-born U.S. citizens. Significantly less crime, as a matter of fact. You talk about undocumented migrants doing horrific crimes of murder. This doesn't mean that there aren't any murders committed by undocumented migrants. Of course, there are human beings. Some are good, some are bad. Some are victims of their own circumstance. Okay? 23 murders have occurred. 23 murders have occurred by undocumented migrants in 2024. If you ask the Republicans, Donald Trump keeps saying 100,000 Americans were murdered by the migrants. 100,000 Americans are murdered by migrants every year is what he says. 23 is the real number. Why are we not having a real conversation about this? You can say whatever you want. And if the other side doesn't actually turn around and correct the record, if they don't counter message, then people get captivated by that narrative. Hundreds of thousands, they say. 23 is the real number of migrant homicides. Okay? 23 in 2024. I think it was 26 in 2023. Now, the real reason why they say hundreds of thousands is because they play fast and loose with other data. They say it's the fentanyl crisis that is killing all these people. Okay, who's prosecuting the real villains of the fentanyl crisis? This guy worked with Purdue. Okay, he's worked with the Sackler family. He's backed by Silicon Valley tech demons. Okay, the idea that like it's actually Guatemalan migrants like carrying fentanyl in their butthole over the fucking border is so stupid, and it's not the reality. Think. The reality is 90% of drugs being trafficked over the border are apprehended at regular border crossings, okay? Regular points of entry. And 90+% of those who are caught are American citizens. Think. Why the fuck would you actually try to sneak drugs over, metric tons of fentanyl and chemical compounds necessary to make drugs, in the butt cheeks of a fucking migrant, when you could just chop up a car and put it in there and have a white American dude drive it over the border? Which one has less scrutiny? Which one is more consistently going to allow you to traffic product? Think. Sounds familiar. Where have I heard this before? I don't know.
Talking about the fact that, I'll give you another fact. Democrats should constantly be talking about the fact that there is no readily available empirical data to suggest that immigrants are doing more crime. As a matter of fact, the only available empirical data shows the exact opposite of that reality. So it's a pure Republican hysteria, Republican panic, and it's really racist panic. One other thing I will tell you is this. Donald Trump talks about immigrants are responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths every year. That's what he says. He says that at his rallies. He says that as the RNC. I've never heard from a Democrat be like, yo, hold on. What are we talking about here? That seems like a big old deal. I've never heard a Democrat go, that seems insane to say. Let's take a look at the data. Well, I did look at the data. Customs and Border Patrol data shows. Do you want to know how many murders undocumented migrants committed? I'll tell you what it is. I looked at the data. 23. So that means, and we've definitely heard 23 horrific, gruesome things that an undocumented citizen has done in this country. So that means that every single instance of a murder committed by an undocumented migrant was heavily publicized in this country in an effort to make you think like they're doing crimes every day. This doesn't mean that like undocumented migrants are responsible for zero crimes. Of course not. Everyone, they're human beings. Some human beings are going to do good things. Some human beings are going to do bad things. We're all a victim of our own circumstance. But you have to look at, like, if this is how to deal with crime, you have to look at the entire group of people and see if they're responsible for an overwhelming share of the crime. And it turns out they're responsible for less crime. It's actually insane that we have this conversation.
Bro, you were spitting here. How did you do this on the side of a b-ball court? I'm ready at any given moment, any time of the fucking day, baby.
I'll give you another.
What? Not immigrants, illegal immigrants? Yeah, this is false, but okay. Not immigrants, illegal immigrants. They are two separate categories that Lev refused to acknowledge. No, I'm using undocumented migrants. That's the number. Not documented migrants, undocumented migrants. Okay?
Another fact. Democrats should.
I like that the only counter to that is la 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 la, I can't hear you, shut the fuck up, you're gay. That's the only thing they got. You put the data in front of their face, they go, I don't want to believe you. Read the replies that this is false. I can find a source. If you can find one to support yours, yeah, your account name tells me all I need to know about you. Wait, what? He posted an Intercept thing? Oh my God, this guy doesn't know how to read, I don't think. How the Border Patrol fake statistics showing a 73% rise in assault against agents. Oh my God, he doesn't know how to read. Oh my God, this article doesn't make the point he thinks it's making. Oh my God, dude, conservatives are too stupid, bro. They are too stupid to deal with. They're so fucking stupid. It's like every single time when I was talking about gifts versus donations, there were so many goddamn Trump supporters in my replies being like, oh, that's a gift. It's not a donation. It's like, dude, it's a first-time contribution in a literal campaign event. That is a donation, okay? The FEC looks at that as though it is a fucking donation. It's not the same as, like, Donald Trump's children giving them a gift on Donald Trump's birthday. Obviously, context matters in this situation. And people were literally posting information that basically reiterated my position from the FEC website or Wikipedia pages. Dude literally said you're wrong and provided support that he's wrong. Yeah, exactly.
They want to call me weird. Like, I've got my wife here. I've got 3 beautiful kids at home. I'm a normal guy who wants to live the American dream and wants all of you and your kids to be able to live the American dream. That's why I'm in it. If those people want to call me weird, I think it's a badge of honor.
Is the suggested community note for that tweet? Wait, what the fuck is this? Non-citizens of the U.S., 6.6%. Non-citizens of federal prison, 15.1%. Oh my God. They try to hit that with a context note. You think that is a solid way to fucking approach this? Of course, non-citizens are going to make up a higher percentage in the federal prison population. They're non-citizens, you fucking idiot. And they go to federal prison for literally just being non-citizens, not for actually doing crimes. Their existence in the eyes of the American government is a crime on U.S. soil. That's not what you're talking about. You're talking about murders, you fucking idiot. This is not a context. This is not a context clue to fucking support your argument. There's a response that says, yeah, they're in prison because they're undocumented. Yeah, exactly. In federal prison, mind you. Is it me or does Twitter have 5x as many conservatives? Yeah, of course. It's run by a fucking billionaire psychopath who is right-wing as shit and also very stupid himself. This is why the Republican Party and even some Democrats have actively pushed to undermine and defund public education, okay? Because a dumbass populace, an uneducated populace, is so easy to fucking manipulate. You feel me? That's what they're doing. Why would people in Wisconsin want to have a beer with you?
Old saying in politics that what can swing undecided voters in a place like Wisconsin is whether you seem like somebody they would like to have a beer with.
Yeah.
Why would people in Wisconsin want to have a beer with you?
Well, I guess they'd want to have a beer with me because I actually do like to drink beer. And
Old saying in politics.
Yeah, and I'll have a Diet Mountain Dew. Nah, fucking idiot. All right.
That,
Let's
of course,
start.
Is where we're going to begin with the new Democratic ticket in the presidential
Here's
race.
the battleground Pennsylvania rally. Here's a recap of it. I got to pee real quick.
He was running mate to Vice President Kamala Harris in front of a very energized crowd in Philadelphia. Nancy Cordes was there. She joins us now. Nancy, you're in the room where it happened. What was it like? Because I'm telling you, just watching on the TV screen, people said it jumped off the screens.
It was electric inside the arena too, Gail. 10,000 screaming supporters, thousands more who were waiting outside but couldn't get in. A vice president and a running mate lavishing praise on one another, genuinely seemed to like each other as the Democratic establishment cheered this pick from coast to coast. And the Harris campaign insists that the grassroots is so excited that they were able to raise more than $20 million yesterday alone.
Tim Walz will be ready on day one.
Vice President Harris hailed her new running mate as a veteran, 6-term congressman and 2-term governor, who is prepared to take on their rivals.
Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back.
The Harris campaign says Walz beat out 8 others for the job. Harris offered it to him Tuesday morning as campaign cameras rolled.
Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President. The joy that you're bringing back to the country, the enthusiasm that's out there, it'll be a privilege to take this with you across the country.
Sources close to the campaign say it was Walz's lead.
Oh, also, hold up. I got another thing I want to talk about real quick. Yeah, we got a lot of politics news and shit to cover, but there is one other thing that I need to mention here. Okay, there is some fucking psychopath. Okay, there is some fucking psychopath out there that is running around emailing fan channels. Okay, we got to talk about this. Dude. My haters are the most rabid motherfuckers on the planet. Like, they do actual comic book villain shit, okay? As some of you may know, many of you don't, there's a million different channels that are fan-owned and operated on YouTube, okay? They're owned by you guys. You guys clip it. You post it on YouTube. You make revenue off of it. I don't care. I never fucking asked for that shit. It's your own. If you want to do it, go ahead. I don't have, I don't DMCA content. Okay, some people might even have seen fans come up to me at rallies, including at the pro-Palestinian rally at UCLA, saying like, you helped me pay for college. Okay, you helped me pay for college. It's called the Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex. Okay, it's awesome. I love it. Okay, Hassan Abi waiting room came up to me at the UCLA rally and was like, yo, because you have given me the opportunity to just like clip your shit and make money off of it, I've been able to pay for a percentage of my college tuition. I'm proud of that. I love that. Okay. It's something that I believe. It's something that I advocate for. Okay. Now, someone has made a fake account called HassanAbiBusiness@gmail.com and is actively emailing fan channels to demand a piece of their revenue, claiming to be a part of my team. Okay. Look at this. Let's talk about your use of Hassan's content. Hello, hope you're doing well. We've noticed that your channel, Hassan Reactions, has been posting a lot of Hassan Abi's content. While it's awesome to see his stuff getting more views, we need to clarify something important. You don't actually have permission to use his videos the way you've been doing. And making money off them, ? That's a bit of a problem. We're not looking to shut things down entirely. In fact, we'd prefer to work together. If you're open to it, we'd like to discuss splitting the revenue you make from Hassan's content. This way, everyone benefits fairly. But here's the thing. If we don't hear back from you within the next week, we'll have to take action. This could include issuing copyright strikes. And as you probably know, 3 strikes can mean your channel gets taken down. We don't want it to come to that, but we need to protect Hassan's rights. Let's sort this out and find a way to make it work for both of us. Looking forward to hearing from you soon. Thanks for understanding. Best, Alex Carter, Hassan's team. Scammer ass motherfuckers. Okay? I do not know who the fuck this person is. I've never sent an email like this in my entire life. This fucking email, HassanAbiBusiness@gmail.com, is a scam. Okay? Jail this motherfucker. That's not a thing. Okay? This is not a real thing. I have my own editors who have their own channels reaching out to me, being like, what the fuck is this? They came after Daily Dose. Look at this. Hello. Unauthorized use of Hassan Abi's content. We've noticed that your YouTube channel, Daily Dose of Hassan Abi, is posting videos featuring Hassan Abi's content without proper authorization. While it's great to see Hassan's content being appreciated, it's important to point out that you do not have permission to use his videos in this manner, nor are you authorized to monetize them. Yes, the fuck he is. My haters are fucking crazy, dude. They're so insane. Who does that? Who does that? We're reaching out to resolve this matter amicably. We would prefer to work together and suggest that you agree to split the revenue generated from these videos. This way, Hassan Abi will be fairly compensated for the use of his content. However, please be aware that if we do not receive a response within 7 days, we will take further action. No, the fuck you won't. Scumbags. Please get back to us at your earliest convenience to discuss the terms of revenue sharing. My partner is a manager for musicians and gets similar scam emails made in her name, sending shit to artists all the time. It's become really common over the last year. Yeah, they're making it seem like there's a space between the Abi. They're making it seem like it's my last name or some shit. Don't fall for this. These are random scumbags. Okay? Douchebags. I don't think it's like actual dude by the name of Alex Carter. I don't think they're stupid enough to use their real government name when they're in the process of trying to scam people. And the worst part about it, like, these are the people that they're trying to fuck over are literally just like fans like you, okay? Like, you're in the chat. These are people who have been watching me for years, who saw that I don't like retain copyright over my own content. If you want to fucking make videos, if you want to make YouTube videos, obviously edit them a little bit, you know, clean it up a little bit. But like, if you want to make money off of posting my my content to YouTube, go ahead. That has been my policy for years at this point, for 5-6 years at this point. And there are channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers for that reason. There are channels with actual check marks that they've received from YouTube with that reason, like verified fan channels. I cannot understand how someone would be so villainous that they're not like just trying to fuck me over by making me look like a bad person. Okay? They're literally fucking over random people like college students and shit. Ask chat to link the Hassan Abi Productions email to. Yeah, they send it to every one of the fan accounts. Every single one. Assholes, dude. Assholes. This is why I do it, by the way. I'll show you why I do it. Here. Yeah, I'm trying to find the video. It was on Twitter of I think it was Daily Dose of Hassan Abi, right? Isn't it? Thanks for covering this. I'm worried that they will strike. If that's the case, I don't know if it's possible for you to let your YouTube management know about this scam. Yeah, I will. Hassan Abi Waiting Room, sorry. The Daily Dose is this fan channel that also edits for me as well. Like, who the fuck do you think you are, man? Who the fuck? How dare you, dude? Yeah, here. This is why I do what I do, by the way. Here, this is it.
I just want to say thank you. Hassan Abi Waiting Room. Not Rusty though, the other one. Thanks to you all was able to Hassan Abi Waiting Room. I was able to pay the tuition thanks to them. I appreciate it.
You might not be able to hear. He's saying he was able to pay part of his tuition from his channel that replays clips of Hassan streams whenever Hassan is offline. Yeah. Fucking assholes, dude. Imagine trying to take that away from someone. Like, You could take the other route and like actually edit videos and repurpose them and post it on YouTube. But instead of doing that, you decided to be a fucking scumbag, dude. Instead of just doing what all these other guys are doing, you went to those guys and you tried to steal their fucking revenue. You are a piece of shit, dude. You're a fucking unimaginable scumbag. You're not fucking me over. You're fucking random people over. Assholes. Some of these dudes are so fucking brain broken, dude. Anyway, it's really frustrating. Okay, so I hope that all the fan channels that are tuning in, like I hope that they all know that this is not a real thing. Okay, if you see this email in your fucking inbox, know that it's not from me. It's from some random scumbag. You can tell them to suck your dick. And if they try to fucking strike you, reach out to Lil Bear or reach out to me. I will fucking tell YouTube. Okay? No wonder why there were only 4 or 5 posters in the past week. Even your main channel is taking over the hub. It's probably scared the smaller ones. Yeah, they're probably trying to stop other channels from like posting. HasanabiBusiness@gmail.com. Fucking assholes, dude. 70% chance this is a scammer or 30% is from a hater community. I agree. All right, let's continue. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to what we were talking about. JD Vance being a fucking unlikable loser.
Politics that what can swing undecided voters in a place like Wisconsin is whether you seem like somebody they would like to have a beer with.
Yeah.
Why would people in Wisconsin want to have a beer with you?
Well, I guess they'd want to have a beer with me because I actually do like to drink beer. And
old saying.
Good one, dude. He just seems so uncomfortable, dude. He just seems so incredibly uncomfortable at every moment.
Tim Walz, when were you ever in war? What was this weapon that you carried into war, given that you abandoned your unit right before they went to Iraq?
Yeah, bro, he served for 24 years. Like, what are you talking about? He served for 24 years, dumbass. What the fuck? And it's not like he's like, oh, what unit were you a part of? He's like, dude, 1, he served for 24 years. And 2, you were literally the PR guy for the Marine Corps. Like, you wrote fucking articles. Like, what are we talking about?
He has not spent a day in a combat zone. What bothers me about Tim Walz is the stolen valor garbage. Do not pretend to be something that you're not.
Ne yapıyorsun? Ne oldu? Arayayım mı şimdi? Dur.
And if he wants to criticize me for getting an Ivy League education, I'm proud of the fact that my mama supported me, that I was...
Mama! Every time he says mama, he loses votes. I swear to fucking God. Every time he says mama, he's losing support. I swear to fucking God, dude. Mama! Wait, fuck. Anyway, let's get back to this. Hold on. I gotta deal with...
His rapport with Harris and his communication skills that earned him the spot.
Make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
It was Walz who first dubbed the Republican nominees weird 2 weeks ago. It caught fire with Democrats, so he brought it back last night.
These guys are creepy and, yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who was a VP finalist himself, called Walz a great choice.
Tim Walz is a great man. Tim Walz is an outstanding governor.
Former President Donald Trump called Harris and Walz the most radical left duo in American history. The race is on for both sides to define themselves and each other in what feels like a brand new race.
So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead.
Anyway, yeah, it's a ton of chud. Andy spent 0 time in combat. The Republicans are falling apart, and I love it. Yeah, also, it calls into question, like, him and his actions in the military. It's not like he was a fucking doorbuster or whatever the fuck it's called. He was doing newspaper work for the Marine Corps, writing articles in the forward operating base about which crayon is the tastiest. Anyway, he pitched a commercial. The Marine turns into a knight and slays the dragon. Okay, that one's kind of a banger, though. Another terrible Vance clip from today.
A bit different here. You've been criticized as being...
Oh, yeah, we talked about what makes you happy.
Serious, maybe angry sometimes. What makes you smile?
This is such a great line of attack because, like, I told you this yesterday when we were watching the Tim Walz compilation. The Tim Walz copy of him like just going to the fucking state fair with his daughter, getting on a roller coaster. Like, this is something that he has also brought up. It's something that Tim Walz himself has brought up, but it's like, can you see? I remember him like in the Ezra Klein interview. He was like, can you ever picture like Donald Trump after a long day of work coming home and like throwing the Frisbee with his dog? You can't. And he's right. You really can't. I mean, to be honest, you can't really do that with Kamala either. But you certainly can with Walz, because he's like, he exudes this like normal status. You know what I'm saying? You cannot fucking picture a guy like Jedediah Vance. You cannot picture a guy like Jedediah Vance doing any of these normal things. I think that plays really well with the broader electorate, especially in the Midwest. He's exactly the kind of phony that I think people despise, like in the Rust Belt, in the Midwest, like people that just have openly shat on their own people, their own neighbors, in an effort to like appeal to liberal sensibilities. That's entirely what he wrote his book on. That's how he got a Netflix deal. That's why he was killing it on MSNBC as the white working class whisperer, talking about how like Appalachians, yeah, he's a carpetbagger, exactly. Talking about how Appalachians are like weird mountain people that just have so much resentment and are all fentanyl addicted losers. And that's why they have so much anger for everybody. I think that's the reason why his approval rating is so goddamn low in his own goddamn state. Because people know him. They got his number. They know what he's about. I'm from there and that's not wrong. No, it's fucking bullshit, man. These are real people, okay? These are real people whose dreams have been destroyed by industry leaving their towns. These are people whose dreams have been destroyed because their entire lives and their livelihood and all the social safety nets were basically given to the same industrial titans who exploited them for years and years. And when they decided they could no longer exploit them, when there was easier avenues to generate more revenue, they just left them behind with no social safety nets whatsoever. They left them behind and never looked back. It's understandable that they have anger in their hearts. Your solution to that cannot be, oh yeah, they're just losers. They haven't listened to the right fucking podcast and haven't been able to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. Liberals do look at them like that as well. That's why J.D. Vance was so popular among liberals.
What makes you happy?
Well, I smile at a lot of things, including bogus questions from the media, man. I mean, look, I think if you watch a full speech that I give, I actually am having a good time out here and I'm enjoying this. But look, sometimes you got to take the good with the bad. And right now, I am angry.
A little bit different. You've been criticized as being a little too serious, maybe angry sometimes. What makes you smile? What makes you happy?
Well,
I'm angry right now. He's just so awkward. Vance and Harris on the same tarmac in Eau Claire. Vance comes up over to the cameras covering Air Force 2 arrival. Hopefully it's going to be my plane in a few months. Also thought you guys may get lonely because the VP doesn't answer questions from reporters.
I figured I'd come by and wanted to get a good look at the plane. So my plane in a few.
Dude, by the way, what makes you happy is like the greatest layup question of all time. Like, I can't even imagine an easier way. Like, I can't imagine an easier question to ask. What makes you happy? My family? I don't know. Helping people, helping my neighbors? Like, just lie, dude. You couldn't. Why are you such a fucking Patrick Bateman ass dumbass, dude? Puppies. Petting my dog. He's like, what makes you angry? Killing people, killing dogs. Going to the animal shelter, specifically no-kill shelters, and strangling dogs with my bare hands. I mean, not fucking couches. Don't say that. Anyway, literal NPC moment, Skyrim NPC moment. He just walks up and starts dumping dialogue, stands like a bot. I thought you guys might get lonely because the vice president doesn't answer questions from reporters.
Give you guys an explanation for why she won't take questions from reporters? No? Nobody? Okay, great. Well, I hope that she changes her mind because it'd be good for the American people, and I think it'd be good for you all if she actually ran a real campaign instead of one from a basement with a teleprompter. So, have a good one, guys.
Like, what's the argument? Kamala Harris is like also like Biden? Like, what do you mean? What do you think? Do you think that works? She just fucking delivered she just went to a goddamn rally in front of like tens of thousands of people. What are you talking about? You could say that about Biden. You can't say that about Kamala Harris. She's literally younger than Trump. Not only is she 59 years old, she looks like she's 40. Like, aesthetically, people care about these things, right? Like, people respond to shape, sizes, and colors. We're all lizard-brained idiots at the end of the day. Like, she doesn't even look the fucking part. You can't do that. You can't do that for fucking Kamala Harris in the same way that you could do that for Biden when your president on the ticket is like, is obviously incredibly fucking old.
See ya.
What would you like to hear from her?
I'd love her to answer some questions. I'd love her to just answer what she wants to do and also explain why every single position she has changed. She used to be a prosecutor, yet she pretends to be a tough on crime prosecutor, and yet here she is on the police. She's the border czar, and yet she's opened up the American southern border. This is a person who has to answer the questions from the media.
There's a nervousness. There's a real nervousness to the way that he's operating.
It's disgraceful that she runs for you guys. It's also insulting to the American people. But anyway,
What is
we're going to
this?
go do our event. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish she paid you some more attention. See ya.
No, I wish you guys would pay attention. I wish you guys would. This Entourage reboot is going to be awesome. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is this? Oh no. On their way to a 15-year-old's OBGYN appointment. Oh, that's so good. Holy shit. Oh no. Trump tells Tim Walz in 2020 he's very happy with his handling of the George Floyd protest. I fully agree with the way he handled it. Tim Walz, an excellent guy. Oh my Lord. So you mean to tell me Donald Trump, on the one hand, glazed Tim Walz's way of dealing with fucking George Floyd protests and also literally gave like $13,000 to Kamala Harris's election campaign? So Donald Trump has actually glazed not one, but both of the people on the fucking ticket? That's crazy. That's crazy. Both the Harris and the Walz operation has been certified by Trump.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that, and the whole world was laughing. 2 days, 3 days later, I spoke to the governor. The governor's, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy. You've got a big National Guard out there that's ready to come in and fight like hell. I tell you...
Walz called the National Guard on the George Floyd protests in his state, okay? That's why I said his record on this is both very good and also kind of bad at the same time. Like, he's responsible. He definitely allowed the prosecutions to continue. So that's a big deal. He gave it to Keith Ellison. That's a huge deal, right? That's actually a pretty big fucking deal. That you do that if you are legitimately progressive on the issue. But he also called the National Guard simultaneously, even though he turned around and apologized for it too later down the line, where he said, like, look, I think we mishandled the situation. I take ownership over that. Like, really interesting dude overall on that matter.
What they did in Minneapolis was incredible. They went in and dominated, and it happened immediately. Tim is on the phone now. Tim Walz. Again, I was very happy with the last couple of days, Tim. You called up big numbers, and the big numbers knocked them out so fast it was like bowling pins.
Our city is grieving and in pain. And I would just say, as far as the potential, the peaceful protesters who are expressing an outrage that is real. They witnessed 8 minutes of a man dying in front of them. Well, at that point in time, I did something unprecedented. I mobilized the entire Minnesota National Guard. And that's what the president was alluding to with the size of the force was capable. But I think, again, Mr. President, you asked on explaining this, I would just say, it's going to be very difficult. There are bad actors in this, but there is such a legitimate anger. Our real dilemma here is the transition back is to the catalyst that sparked this across the country, and that was what happened with the Minneapolis Police Department. So what we did is a lot of this, what you saw yesterday, was engaged.
Minneapolis is a little bit different. I'm not saying this to glaze Walz at all, but like Minneapolis is the epicenter, right? So Like when the protests are happening in Minneapolis, which is literally the epicenter, and the protests are against the Minneapolis police departments, like obviously it's a different situation than just like straight up calling the National Guard and sicking them on like Kent State protesters or some shit. Even though I do think I don't know what the best way to deal with it is, but I still don't think that like the National Guard is the best possible option. Yeah, they burned down a police station. What is the governor of the state supposed to do? I mean, they did burn down the police station. It was kind of crazy. They burned down the police station, and the majority of Americans were in agreement with that decision. What a crazy moment that was in time, dude. I could not believe it. The majority of Americans polled on it. Agreed with the decision to burn down the police station. Yeah. 54% of Americans think burning down the Minneapolis police precinct was justified after George Floyd's death. Also, it turns out it was a Boogaloo boy who was charged in the fire of Minneapolis police precinct during the George Floyd protests. Ivan Harrison Hunter, a Texas right-wing extremist, bragged about helping set the fire and was seen shooting 13 rounds at the building. That is an insane amount of people to be cool with arson. Yeah, it wasn't just arson, big dog. I think at that moment people understood because they saw a fucking person who is a public servant tasked with protecting and serving openly executing someone with his own physical body, okay? Not even just like mag dumping, but in a very deep and very personal way, doing a white supremacist hate crime murder in broad daylight in front of 42 people, literally with their phone cameras. You had every angle you could possibly see this gruesome murder with. Yeah, I think that it's understandable at that point that you're a little pissed off, you know? You're a little pissed off at the institution itself directly. That's the reason why I'm bringing this up, however, is that like the reason why I'm bringing this up is because like Minneapolis is specifically the inflection point of the entirety of this movement that occurred. So at the time, like dealing with that was going to be virtually impossible. Dealing with that in a normal way, being able to manage that in a normal way was virtually impossible. What he can do, however, in an effort to like obviously turn around and shit on all these people, is to basically say, look at Minneapolis now. Crime is down, and it is readjusted, just like everything else. It's one of the nicer cities to live in, and you know people are very happy. So it's not on fire in the way that like these dipshits like to claim it is, and they like to claim that about every American city. A lot of American cities with more black people than average constantly get this shit. Check this guy out. Very concerning. I got an email. Not sure if I should ignore or not if it's affiliated. So fuck you, Cinemarxism. Fuck you, dude. Really? You just gave this guy a layup? Why would you use and abuse your trusted chatter status for evil like this? That's insane. That is crazy. Chatters are getting better. They're working with one another to fucking debate me. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. It's like getting an assist from a mod, dude. That's crazy. If you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. D Wade, LeBron James assist type beat. Yeah. I can't believe it. Metallica Bowler, thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. This is one of the top sports talk shows on TV. Because it's what you've been saying about like normies being turned off by weird Republicans is so right.
Because it's an election year, and increasingly we're being fed doomsday scenarios, and people want to be happy. So people are putting down their phones and turning on something that makes them feel happy. Caitlin Clark, Copa America, the Summer Olympics. Americans are much more united than anybody on their iPhone would acknowledge, but that's hard to sell. We really all want the same things, but we watch different news channels for it. But people are tired of the angst. This weekend, I turned on CNN. Didn't plan to, but they had a Kamala Harris special. It was like 2 hours. I didn't plan to watch it, but what I noticed between her and the other guy running is she smiled a lot. She was happy. She laughed. It wasn't constant finger pointing and grievance. And I found myself sitting there for 2 hours. It was kind of uplifting. It didn't really matter because I don't know much about Kamala Harris other than what I read, but it was like uplifting. And that's why I'm watching so much of the Olympics. And I watch so much of Copa and the Euros on Fox. Yesterday, I went to lunch with my daughter. It was a nice day out. All I saw, young couples, smiles, dogs.
He got kicked off ESPN for calling the MLB 80% Dominican, which is kind of funny. Yeah, isn't Cowherd like kind of, maybe a little racially motivated at times? I don't know enough. I don't know enough about his background, but like I do hear a lot of sus takes from him. Like, so it is kind of interesting to hear a guy who I only know is with like sus takes coming out and saying these sorts of things.
Fun, people laughing, playing ping pong outside. People were happy. You would never know that if you sit staring at your iPhone all day. So
he's a real Boston head. He's a real Boston Celtics fan. Likes a lot of the technical lunch pail fighters, first in, last out of the gym type players that he likes. He doesn't like the athleticism of certain players. They're genetically just athletically gifted and they don't work hard enough like some other players do. Okay, he likes the high IQ players who are scrappy underdogs. No, I'm kidding. But I have heard a lot of shit. Like every time I have heard statements from him, it's giving the attitude that I'm explaining to you. Anyway, let's get back to this. Here, let's run this back. This is Donald Trump glazing Tim Walz in the way that he handled the George Floyd protests.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone.
I do love that he has a Diet Coke right in front of him in this photo. That's my goat. Okay? God damn it, dude. I think I take points off for him drinking out of a glass with ice in it because that actually ruins the integrity of the soda. Real soda boys know you have to drink it straight from the bottle cold or straight from the can cold. It actually, when you dump it into a fucking glass and you actually put like ice in it, it waters it down, it dilutes it. You can't have that. I hate that shit. Okay? Straight up. Real soda boys drink from the tap. Yup. Obviously the dynamic changes if we're talking about premix. If you're talking about like from the fountain, that's different. Obviously you got to put ice in that. But if you're talking straight from the source, like a bottle or a can, you got to go straight to the can. I despise putting it in a glass with ice in it. It ruins the gas. It dilutes the whole process. I don't fuck with that. Okay?
And we spoke, and I fully agree with.
I'm not trying to have a flat ass drink. I'm trying to have some bubbles.
He handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that, and the whole world was laughing. 3 days later, I spoke to the governor. The governor's, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy. You've got a big National Guard out there that's ready to come in and fight like hell. I tell you, what they did in Minneapolis was incredible. They went in and dominated, and it happened immediately. Tim is on the phone now. Tim Walz. Again, I was very happy with the last couple of days, Tim. You called up big numbers, and the big numbers knocked them out so fast it was like bowling pins.
Our city is grieving and in pain. And I would just say, as far as the potential, the peaceful protesters who are expressing an outrage that is real. They witnessed 8 minutes of a man dying in front of them. Well, at that point in time, I did something unprecedented. I mobilized the entire Minnesota National Guard, and that's what the president was alluding to with the size of the force was capable. But I think, again, Mr. President, you asked on explaining this, I would just say, it's going to be very difficult. There are bad actors in this, but there is such a legitimate anger. Our real dilemma here is the transition back is to the.
Like, even the way he's talking about it, he's like, yeah, there are legitimate bad actors there are bad actors to deal with in the crowd, but there's also legitimate anger and like frustration coming from the people, the population.
Catalyst that's spark this across the country, and that was what happened with the Minneapolis Police Department. So what we did is a lot of this, what you saw yesterday, was engaging civic leaders and the peaceful protests. And I would just close with, I think the guidance is you got to get a handle on it with that force. That is absolutely correct. And then the transition in the next phase is trying to get those spaces for the peaceful protests. And I'm happy to do things that we have to look at of how do we get reforms.
But, Tim, it showed the incredible difference between your great state yesterday and the day before compared to the first few days.
Dude, you cannot in any conceivable way agree to any state official unleashing the military on its citizens. No, I don't. I don't agree with it. I'm simply stating that I personally don't know what the best possible way to deal with that is. But I'm looking at the situation being the catalyst, Minneapolis Police Department being the catalyst. You cannot have the police deal with a crowd of people that have burned down a police precinct in that situation. Like, it's not happening. And even in that entire process, he like also turned around and apologized for it, said he mishandled it, took ownership over it. This makes me feel like at least that these protests or a Hamas protest would be something he wouldn't say, that he actually understands when people are outraged. He did personally mention that as well. You also need to understand something. It's kind of interesting because you will see more and more of this from the Republicans when they launch their lines of attack against Walz. But like, here is Minnesota Attorney General, okay, Keith Ellison, who also is riding with Walz, said no better choice for vice president. Keith Ellison is majorly responsible for the prosecution of Derek Chauvin, okay? Like, this is why I am saying this move right here was massive. Tim Walz took the case from Hennepin County and gave it to Keith Ellison, okay? He locked Derek Chauvin's bitch ass up. Like, that's not insignificant, okay? That's huge. Oh, this is not the Derek Chauvin one, sorry. This is the murder case. A different murder case. It's not the right case. But like I said, that is his attorney general. Keith Ellison oversaw the Derek Chauvin case as well. Important note, Ilhan Omar was Keith Ellison's successor to illustrate how progressive he is. Yes, Keith Ellison is great. You might know that because there's a lot of fucking anti-Keith Ellison misinformation out there. Shocking that whenever you're like a brown dude or a black dude and you're like somewhat progressive, oh, God forbid if you're Muslim too, oh, God forbid, the media apparatus just destroys you. They just say that you're the worst person on the fucking planet. They talk about you like you're a goddamn demon. Anyway, if you want to understand who Tim Walz is, look no further than what he's done for Minnesota. Under Tim's leadership, Minnesota is banishing hunger from our classrooms by providing free school meals to every student. Under his leadership, our state passed paid leave to ensure no worker has to choose between earning a living and caring for an ill family member. Under Tim's leadership, Minnesota enacted universal background checks and a red flag law to protect people from gun violence. Tim Walz built a record of putting people first because that's just the kind of person he is. Tim Walz and Kamala Harris are true public servants who spent their lives tirelessly working on behalf of the American people. Plus, they're both big-hearted, jovial people with great sense of humor and boundless optimism. I look forward to campaigning vigorously for the Harris-Walz ticket, and I cannot wait to see what Kamala and Tim accomplish on behalf of America. What, that speech you watched earlier with JD Vance? Yeah, I saw this. Here's Walz supporting the uncommitted voters. I know we've played this video quite a bit over the past couple of days. I think Walz's connection and consistent defense of the Somali population, including but not limited to Ilhan Omar as well. I think all of that, even the fact that he's like given speeches to CAIR, Council of American Islamic Relations, leads me to at least share a sense of hopium, a little bit of fucking hopium, despite the fact that he is going to obviously maintain the same level of like Zionist tendencies that the average Democrat also has. You feel me? I'm not saying he's not a Zionist. Oh my God. I'm not saying that he's not a Zionist. Of course he is. Okay? Welcome to the United States of America. As someone who has talked about this issue and have been an open advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 10 fucking years. I have a very different approach to the subject matter than you guys do, I think, especially if you're new to the fold and you have only been made aware of the atrocities in the past couple of fucking months, and you have the zealotry of a convert, right? Like a recent convert, and you cannot see a world outside of like the amount of momentum that you've watched for years and years and years. It was completely outside of the question to ever criticize or talk about Israel. Okay? It's not even a thing. Like, that wasn't even a thing. It was a non-starter, chat. It was a non-starter. People would look at you funny if you were like, wait, what? Palestinians, the fuck is that? That's why I've maintained so much optimism in spite of all the death and destruction that we have all seen unfold in front of our eyes over the course of the past 10 months, because things changed dramatically in Western society. People became almost as aware, especially younger generations, became almost as aware as like your Arab, as the average Arab uncle, okay? Electrical engineer uncle wearing a wife beater, smoking fucking chain smoking bogues that is totally locked in to what Israel's doing to the Palestinians for fucking their whole lives. Now you got Gen Z motherfuckers, non-binary, aromantic ace, Gen Z motherfuckers being like, free Palestine. That's unheard of, okay? It's unheard of. You got like vegans and queers for Palestine groups out there. That's like literally unheard of, okay? I don't know, brother. I see Democrats as way more dug in than they have ever been. Democrats, in my opinion, are riding the wave and the momentum built around the not Biden excitement. And they're doing a very good job with it. But if they think personally that they could just like carry this across the finish line when Benjamin Netanyahu is actively working against the Democratic Party and won't fuck shit up as a last-ditch effort for Donald Trump because he's deep in the pocket for Donald Trump, I'm telling you right now, you're wrong, okay? He's already doing it. They executed the principal negotiator. Israel is literally fucking falling apart. They are doing pro-rape riots, okay? There's a lot of people that probably attended those pro-Palestinian rallies who are now stoked that it's Kamala Harris, okay? But there's still plenty of votes and plenty of organizers and plenty of door knockers that you can get. And if you are a Democrat, if you are a lover of the Democratic Party, you should be grossed out by the fact that Israel and Israel lobby groups that do not even have to register as a foreign agent can directly run their dick through American elections, like directly interfere with American elections. We saw this with Jamal Bowman in that primary, and we saw it last night with Cori Bush. It's disgusting. It's completely unacceptable. It's unimaginable. Cori Bush once slept outside of Congress, okay? That's how fucking ride or die she is. Cori Bush used to be homeless, okay? She once slept outside of Congress, specifically to protest. Here, Representative Cori Bush sleeps outside Capitol to protest the end of eviction freeze. I know what it's like. It's not okay to just sit back and allow 7 million people, possibly upwards of 7 million people, to be at the risk of eviction in a little more than 24 hours, she told CBS News affiliate WUSA at the Capitol overnight. We can't just sit back and allow that. As a sitting member of Congress, it is our duty, it is my duty to make sure that I'm representing everyone in my district. The decision to stay at the Capitol overnight came after Bush penned an emotional letter to her colleagues on Friday, urging them not to leave for August recess until the moratorium was extended. I've been evicted 3 times myself. I know what it's like to be forced to live in my car with my 2 children, she wrote. Now that I'm a member of Congress, I refuse to stand by while millions of people are vulnerable to experiencing that same trauma I did. She told her congressional colleagues that if they do not act immediately, the fallout of the eviction crisis will undoubtedly set us backwards. After the loss of nearly 600,000 Americans due to this pandemic, lawmakers need to be held to the highest levels of accountability to enact legislation. Many of my Democratic colleagues choose to go on vacation early today rather than staying to vote to keep people in their homes, she tweeted. Outside of Congress, in the middle of the night. The July 31st deadline is already an extension on the eviction freeze, and the CDC said last month that it will be the last, but the end of the moratorium comes as the majority of households in the U.S. that could face eviction are also in COVID-19 hotspots, raising alarm among housing advocates. Anyway, here's what she said in her defeat speech last night.
For my position as Congresswoman, all you did was take some of the strings off. Let's be some strings that I have attached, and as much as I love my job, but all they did was radicalize me, and so now they be afraid. See, now they about to see this other Corey, this other side, because let me say this. I just grew up a whole lot more over the last few weeks. Just grew up a whole different way. And so what they are about to get. So the thing is this. I don't think that anything, there is nothing that happens in my life that happens in vain.
Can you explain Cori Bush's vote in the infrastructure plan? I understand AIPAC's involvement is the reason she lost her street, but I don't understand her calculus in voting against the plan. It's the same as Jamal Bowman, okay? They wanted Biden to, they were defending Biden when Democrats and Republicans were trying to split the infrastructure bill. They wanted to stay committed to the actual terms of the Build Back Better plan. They were pushing for that, whereas the Democratic Party leaned on Joe Manchin and capitulated and caved to those and separated the bills.
It's because it was meant to happen. And let me say, it's because the work that I need to do. And let me say this. I'm coming to tear your confidence.
Oh, there's a new Biden interview. We'll get to that in a second. These liberals celebrating Bush getting beat and comparing her to Nazis are so fucking gross. Democrats are quietly purging their extremists. The GOP can't exactly follow suit because his main extremist is the guy in charge of the party. Yeah. Thanks, Noah Smith. You fucking baboon. Shut the fuck up. Noah Smith, who literally started just paying attention to Israel stuff and wrote a shit ton of articles. And then the first time he read an Isaac Chodemer interview with a fucking extremist settler, he realized that he was inventing BDS. He literally was like, oh, wow, if these guys are this crazy, we should boycott them. Mr. Three-State Solution. I hate these fucking brainless monsters, okay? Absolute brainlets, all of them. But they have so much confidence. Corey got done so dirty, and some dumb fucks like Armin Doma is like, it's hard for me to feel bad because she voted against da-da-da, while also glazing Genocide Joe for the brave act of getting the hell out of the way and stepping down. What a joke some people are. Yeah. I hate those guys, man. They're all such fucking clown asses, and they're permanently wrong, and it doesn't fucking matter. They're permanently wrong, and yet they just keep getting celebrated by other people just because they agree with how wrong they are. Just like nothing will ever happen to the fucking Biden dead enders, who I told you would immediately at the flip, like immediately they would flip the script and advocate for whoever the fuck comes next. They did that. Yeah, here, this is whether you're pro-Cori Bush or anti-Cori Bush, pro-Israel or anti-Israel, how can any American who cares about democracy be okay with the lobby group, in this case AIPAC, spending $15 million to defeat one member of Congress and now $8 million to defeat another? Insanity. We'll keep yelling about this over and over again, but one thing that a lot of these idiots don't realize in the Democratic Party is that it will harm them in the long run, okay? These guys, AIPAC is a right-wing operation. It has the interests of a foreign, very far-right government in mind, okay? Their entire goal is to get Democrats to do right-wing shit. They're unseating progressive Democrats. The Democratic Party is so stupid. You should be registering AIPAC as a foreign agent yesterday. The fuck are we doing? What? Elliot Engel was never going to do what Jamal Bowman did. He was the better alternative. Unless you're willing to offer a better alternative, shut the fuck up about what actual progressives are trying to do in office. Lacey Clay was never going to do what Cori Bush did. Anyway, For those of you with real lives who do not have to monitor the coup attempted criminal social media feed, he's been calling VP Kamala Harris Kamabla. I reached out to a senior Trump campaign official to sort it out. Here's how it went. Why is he misspelling her name Kamabla? He responded with Kamabla. What does that mean? Kamabla. Can I use on the record Kamabla? Like that's what they're doing. Just being fucking real normal about it. Here. Anyway, new more Tim Walz glazing. Let's get back to that.
A closer look at.
I am a little worried that a lot of Americans don't know who Tim Walz is, which means that like this is a perfect opportunity to pump a lot of oppo against them. So I do fear that Republicans will just like run the table and try to manipulate the narrative around him and show him as like an awful person, even though he's got a lot of riz, even though he's got a lot of charisma and his background is great. Democrats need to actively push. Okay? Democrats need to actively push all of the wonderful things in his background.
Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Just a few days ago, most Americans never heard of him. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has more on this former high school teacher, football coach, now competing to be America's next vice president. Good morning, Selena.
Good morning, George. Governor Walz's rise to the Democratic ticket has been meteoric. In a matter of days, he went from being a relatively unknown politician to leading the party's attacks on Trump and J.D. Vance. And now he is racing to introduce himself to the American people.
Born and raised in rural Nebraska, Governor Tim Walz's journey to the Democratic ticket, anything but conventional.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket.
Walz, a former high school social studies teacher, now a vice presidential candidate at 60 years old. He joined the Army National Guard at 17 to help pay for college, serving 24 years as an enlisted soldier while teaching in Minnesota.
Tim Walz was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having.
He also coached football, taking the team to its first state championship and leading the school's first gay-straight alliance.
As a student that was bullied and a student that needed to feel safe in my high school community.
He's perfect.
Both Tim and Gwen made man.
Like, he's perfect. If this campaign now messages in the direction, we'll see what happens tonight. We'll see what happens tonight in Michigan. There's going to be some active protests from the uncommitted campaign in Michigan tonight. It's a banger rally. It's massive. UAW in attendance. Like, they're going crazy over it. A lot of UAW members themselves are also demanding a ceasefire and demanding that the administration take action. If they say some shit there, it will be a pivotal, it will be a turning point. I think it's, I don't know if they will, because the cheers will drown out the frustration and anger that people might feel, the anger, the justifiable anger that people have. Okay, what are you doing? We shall see what happens.
Cato West, a safe place for people like me, and I'll always be grateful to them.
He's a genuine, authentic, caring human being.
Walz crediting his students for his turn to politics.
They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference.
In 2006, Walz was first elected to Congress. The avid hunter and gun owner, representing a rural conservative district in Minnesota for 12 years and winning re-election even when Trump won his district by double digits. He was known as relatively moderate in Congress, helping pass a veteran suicide prevention bill and voting to build the Keystone XL pipeline, which was opposed by environmental groups.
I do.
Congratulations, sir. But as governor, he signed into law a wish list of Democratic bills on paid family leave, legalizing recreational marijuana, universal background checks on gun purchases, transgender protections, and free school breakfast and lunches for all. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, Walz was the first governor to pass legislation codifying the right to an abortion. Donald Trump blasting Walz as a radical liberal, a label Walz has laughed off.
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn, and women are making their own health care decisions. If that's where they want to label me, I'm more than happy to take the label.
Republicans also attacking his response to violent protests in 2020 after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Walz only deploying the National Guard after 3 days of chaos.
If the issue is that the state should have moved faster, that is on me.
But sources say Harris was won over by Walz's folksy, straightforward manner. Supporting Walz every step of the way, his wife Gwen, a lifelong English teacher. The couple have 2 kids and have been open about their IVF journey.
I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope.
Now 23 years old.
Good job, Dad. Oh, thanks, Hope.
Hope is a frequent.
Do you agree with the media painting Walz as a centrist? I was under the impression he's more of a leftist. Great, wonderful stuff. I don't care. I care about policies. You can call a motherfucker whatever you want to call him. Who gives a shit? The Republicans are trying to be like, yo, he's a socialist. He's a socialist. He's a socialist. Okay? Who gives a shit? Call him a centrist. What matters is call him a centrist. What matters most is his policies. Okay? His policies are good.
Star on her father's social media accounts.
Then we're going to go get some food. Corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
The Harris campaign is betting that Governor Walz can reach out to those rural conservative voters in those critical battleground states. Harris and Walz are going to be blitzing through those states this week, knowing that there are only 90 days until the election. Lindsay?
That's 3 months away. So how does Walz's record impact this race?
Well, Lindsay, Republicans are already attacking Governor Walz for being even more progressive and liberal than Vice President Harris. Some critics say that his record more firmly cements Harris as a progressive. But at the
Yeah, if you call him a socialist for wanting to feed children, great. You make socialists look good. Call him a centrist, you make feeding children a centrist position. Win-win. Exactly. He can stand on his background. Okay? So I have a serious question. How do they thread the needle of trying to get Israel to back down without feeding into the anti-Semitic Van Jones shit after Shapiro wasn't picked? How would you? Republicans would latch onto that and try to make the media narrative. One, Jewish voters are not a monolithic voting bloc. But if you were to ever look at them as a monolithic voting bloc, they care about domestically progressive values, possibly more than they care about defending Israel. Okay? Because at the end of the day, they're Jewish voters in America. They're American citizens. Okay? That's number one. Number two, Jewish voters are not going to turn around and while, they've voted 75% for the Democratic Party historically, they're not going to fucking turn around in deep blue districts, mind you, and go out and start voting for the Republican Party on the issue of Israel. Okay? Yeah, the Jewish vote mattered more when Florida was in play decades ago. That's also true because Jewish voters are primarily in New York, California, and Florida. Florida is a lost cause. New York and California are insta-locks for the Democratic Party. Deep blue versus deep red. So electorally speaking, a place like Michigan is very valuable as a potential swing state. It's not, but it could be. Okay? So you have 200,000 Arab and Muslim voters in a place like Michigan. That's pretty fucking significant. That's a pretty significant number of voters in a state like Michigan. What? Hassan, I'm a Jew. I don't think that's true. My entire family are single issue voters on who's better to Israel, sadly. Okay. Where do you live? New York. Exactly. Look what happened. Your family is not going to vote, let's say. You yourself, are one member that will vote Democrat and probably would be more excited to vote Democrat if, I suspect, Kamala Harris brought together like a ceasefire proposal. Okay? Right? So even you are one vote in the other direction, regardless. Your family, on the other hand, let's say they vote for the Republican ticket. Not exactly likely that they will do it, but let's say they do. Okay? Do you think that they're going to be able to flip New York? Of course not. Like, that's a ridiculous fucking take. You know what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Jewish voters are predominantly like they're predominantly focused population-wise in places like California, New York, and Florida. Also, most Jewish voters understand that the GOP is anti-Semitic as fuck. Even if they're pro-Israel, they recognize that. So that's not something that they're going to cast aside. Also, many Jewish voters are very progressive, with the exception of like super conservative Jewish voters. There are plenty of very progressive on domestic policy Jewish voters that will overlook the Democratic Party changing course on their unconditional loyalty to Israel. There are plenty of Jewish voters who will be understanding of the critical role that Benjamin Netanyahu is playing. My expectation is not that the Democratic Party overnight turns into rugged anti-Zionist. My expectation is that they assume a liberal Zionist position that says we got to get Benjamin Netanyahu out of here and tackle the issue on partisan fronts. But even if they didn't do that, and even if the entire Jewish voting bloc was monolithic, understand that given where they live, it would not change the electoral calculation at all. Like, what are we talking about? Donald Trump literally ate dinner with a Nazi, man. What are we talking about? Donald Trump has like literal Nazis in his cabinet. He had a guy wear the Vitesse Rend Hungarian Nazi collaborator brooch to his inauguration ceremony. Like, what do you mean? I think as Americans, we look at Jewish people and go, they only care about Israel. Yeah, it's wrong. That's not even correct. But even if it was correct, it doesn't change the electoral dynamic anyway. But it's not correct anyway. Okay? No, not Ustaza. Vitesse Rend, which is the Hungarian division. My sister is usually fairly liberal progressive, went full scorched earth against marginalized people who were protesting in favor of Palestinian rights. She was like, fuck them, I don't even care. How are we going to make civil rights transactional like that? I mean, it doesn't matter. Because your sister lives in California like you do. You know what I'm saying? And you already cancel your sister's vote out, regardless, even if it were to matter. Do you see what I'm saying? No, she doesn't. Okay. Like, it doesn't, regardless, it doesn't matter is my point. Anyway, Fox News liberal queen was arguing with the Five about this yesterday. Yeah. Also, Donald Trump, like for Jewish voters, there's also the same thing that Donald Trump tries to do. Donald Trump tries to like win over black voters and then turns around and is like, Kamala Harris is a DEI pick. Kamala Harris is not a real black woman. Kamala Harris doesn't deserve her position because, you know, she was just given that position because she's black. So when you say stuff like that, even if you were going to win over like a percentage of the black male non-college educated vote, you're done. Because most black people hear that and they're like, oh, I know exactly what this is. And the same goes for this argument as well. Like talking about Douglas Emhoff as being a fucking fake Jew. Douglas Emhoff is Kamala Harris's husband, and he is literally the peak representation of like liberal Zionist Jews who are very progressive, even if on the issue of Israel they're like not. You know what I mean? When you call that guy a bad Jew, or when you say Chuck Schumer is not sufficiently pro-Israel, for example, and he's a bad Jew for that reason, many Jews living in New York see that and they're like, oh, I know what this is. Fuck this shit. You have to remember, Ben Shapiro is Orthodox, okay? He is hyper-conservative. Ben Shapiro is Orthodox and hyper-conservative. He comes from a background that is already voting for the Republican ticket regardless. He's in the 20%, the 20+%, maybe 30% maximum that already is voting for Republican candidates, okay? I doubt she brings this up on stage, but look at this gift wrap reason to cut off Israel. Israeli Channel 12 poll. Do you agree that a soldier is allowed to rape a Palestinian? 47% yes, 43% no. What the fuck? I can't tell if this is real or not. Can someone who speaks Hebrew confirm this? There's no shot. Actually, there is a shot, but it just seems too insane. That's got to be fake, right? Not Orthodox, conservative? No, Ben Shapiro. Wait, what? Ben Shapiro is Orthodox. What are you talking about? And conservative. Not all Orthodox Jews are conservative, but Ben Shapiro is both Orthodox. No, Ben Shapiro is Orthodox and not a conservative Jew, but like conservative, Orthodox Jewish. Ben Shapiro is Orthodox. I don't believe this. The translation being accurate doesn't matter. The image might be manipulated. It doesn't pass my smell test. Ihab Hassan, Palestinian Christian. This opinion poll has spread like wildfire, claiming it was conducted in Israel to determine whether soldiers have the right to rape prisoners. Yeah. There's a doctored image. There you go. Tal, I trust. This poll by Channel 12 was conducted in 2022, and the original question asked was, do you agree with the claim that the support of the government leans on terror supporters? Screenshot has been photoshopped. There you go. Tal is pretty reliable on this kind of stuff, on misinformation and shit. Here's a big difference between you and Ben Shapiro. You correct someone when they're wrong about him. I think that's important. I don't know. I mean, yeah, there's no reason to fucking lie about someone's background. Now, having said that, while this might be a photoshopped screenshot, the argument, this debate about whether an Israeli prison guard can rape a Palestinian did actually take place in Israel. That is not fake. That sounds fake, but that's not fake at all. As a matter of fact, Benjamin Netanyahu's own Likud party Knesset member actively argued that the Israeli prison guards have a right to rape the Palestinians. Okay? The Israeli Israeli Knesset members also participated in the pro-rape protests. Fuck these people that spread misinformation. Fuck these people that spread misinformation on the matter. There is no reason to fucking do that. If anything, you literally are actually letting people think that the truth of the matter is also fake. Okay? State Department calls for Israel to investigate allegations of horrific sexual abuse of Palestinian detainees. Too little, too late, don't you think? Anyway. But let's get back to this.
At the same time, he has proven that he can reach out to those rural conservative voters, even those who have supported Donald Trump. So the Harris campaign is betting that even though his record is progressive, his backstory and his relatability can reach out to those Midwestern swing state voters. Lindsay?
And trying to convince those vegetarians that turkey is special. You can eat that. All right, Selena, thank you.
Trump could not be more thrilled over Kamala VP pick, says the Fox News. Says Fox News in their mass copium seminar. It's bullshit. Okay. Before we get to this, hold up. Before we get to that aspect of the story, there was one other thing I wanted to talk about. I'm slowing down a little bit. There's also obviously another rally in Detroit. That's a massive one that's going to happen later today. It's a pretty big deal. I want to hear what they have to say. And if they have to say anything about Israel, Palestine at all at that rally, this is a big opportunity for the Kamala Harris campaign, the Harris Walls ticket, to actually change trajectory on the messaging front and openly put their fucking foot down. Okay? Jewish Michigander check-in here, obviously anecdotal, but while there's obviously Israeli jingoism in the community, there's also way more splintering of the unconditional support for Israel's actions than I've ever seen in my life. It gives me a bit of hope. Yeah. No, for sure. Guys, the majority of the American public thinks this is like unconscionable, okay? They don't have to be fucking rabid anti-Zionists in the same way that you and I are, okay? What matters is there is a mechanism that offers the Democrats an exit ramp here, and if they don't fucking take it, they're dumb as hell. Like, even from an election, even from an electoral standpoint, even from improving on their chances, you automatically lock down the remainder of the Gen Z activists and community organizers who are less likely to vote to go out and vote. You become a hero all of a sudden, okay? It's a massive gift. And letting it sit, letting it fester, not doing anything about it, putting it on the back burner, only gives Benjamin Netanyahu the perfect opportunity to genuinely manipulate the American elections in favor of Donald Trump. That's it. Yeah, you might even get Kamala Harris's own daughter to vote for, own stepdaughter to vote for her potentially. As you guys know, Ella Emhoff, who is Jewish herself, Douglas Emhoff's daughter, has been fundraising for UNRWA. that like Douglas Emhoff's perspective and Ella Emhoff's perspective should show you the genuine difference, the generational divide amongst American Jews as well, something that I bring up quite frequently. Wisconsin voter here. My girlfriend's a longtime Democrat and from also a Jewish background, very outspoken Zionist until recent months. She went from 100% support for Israel after October 7th to now trying to raise money to help Palestinians. It's anecdotal, but I'm sure she's not the only one in a swing state like this. Yeah, but like the difference is like your girlfriend and many others are also in our generation. Like that's perfectly normal and in line with like actual polling on the matter. You really think America will abandon Israel? Dude, I'm not saying that, man. Y'all are fucking nutty. No, dude. No, America is not abandoning fucking Israel. That's not going to happen that's not going to happen in our lifetime. Okay? Israel will perish and cease to exist before America abandons it. Like Israel will be hoisted on their own petard before America actually actively abandons Israel. It's not happening. Unc, for real, try to sneak in our generation. Our gen, bruh, you're 40 years old. I am gonna die. I'm old. Okay. Anyway, here we're gonna break up this conversation with a fun little video. Okay. Here's Connie answers which streamer had the most aura at
Who had the most
DreamCon.
aura at DreamCon? Oh, that's an excellent question. Who had the most aura at DreamCon? I'd say somebody that really, really caught me off guard that I was not expecting to be there was Hassan. Okay, I didn't even meet Duke. Okay, a lot of people are making that assumption. It's that it was Duke. Okay, I saw him, but like I never actually properly introduced myself to him because he was like, you know, he looked busy. You know, I didn't want to like interfere or anything like that. But I say Hassan, bro. Like he totally caught me off guard. Like
We'll take those. We take those.
1 minute, like I'm turning around, like I see like a bunch of like knickknacks and anime stuff, and then like I turn to my left, I see Hassan. I'm like, yo, hold on, I'm gonna take a picture with him. I come up to him and he's just like, oh, you're that one streamer, right? And I was like, holy shit, he knows me.
We take those. We take those. We take those. Okay? We take those. Come on now. Be honest, you're going to tear up heavy when LeBron lays his sneakers down at half court. Thinks his gold medals next to his portrait of Fidel Castro. My goat. I think it's... What? Look into Amit Ilor. She's a beast. Average Hassan gaming viewer? Yes. Dude, can we get a Turkish word of the day? No. Eyvallah. 1 second. Oh... Gaming viewers have survived the worst famine that Stalin could ever dream of is true. The Olympics has phenomenal stories like this. I think that, I don't know. I love this shit. I think it's awesome. Like this dude, he's such a giant too. He's such a fucking beast, dude. He's 6'4", like 250 or something. He's crazy. Does anyone have the video of him on background, like on his background? Because I know that like there was some coverage over it, especially because I remember I watched a video. I watched it 290. God damn. I watched a video of him. He's 6'5", 290, all muscle. Yeah, I watched a video of him on like of his background that showed him over the years. Just a fucking tank, dude. Yes, dude, I heard the Vienna government can't cancel the Taylor Swift concert over terror attacks, over terror threats. Please stop. Fuck. Oh my God. Swifties, you're fucking unbearable. Shut the fuck up. We know, dude. We fucking know, dude. Fucking Christ, dude. Shut the fuck up. Fuck. They've been spamming it all fucking morning like the attack happened to Taylor Swift or some shit. God damn. Do you think Walls can get in trouble for the couch joke? No. No, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. This is the video I watched this morning. She was so good. He's such a monster. That was a Turkish man whose ass he beat, and I'm still proud of him because guess what, dude? International solidarity, baby. Okay, workers of the world unite. What is this? Oh, this came out.
In the past, Steph Curry said he'd maybe consider running for president. How well do you think he'd do in office?
I mean, I think he'd do all right. Ohio is a must-win state for the Democrats. I think I'm going to go with LeBron.
So you think he's a go on the court and in office?
Absolutely.
In the past, Steph Curry said he'd maybe...
Of course, I deflected a Steph Curry question to glaze up LeBron. This is so embarrassing for you. I said a lot more about Steph Curry on background, him being a Yimby, or not Yimby, him being a NIMBY, sorry, but they didn't put that in there. I talked about how, like, if he ran for president, I fear that he would try to stop public housing from happening. I feel like Steph Curry would more likely run as a Republican than a Democrat. I'm not gonna lie. He just, like, when you look at his, he endorsed Kamala. I'm just slandering him, dude. Let me fucking do it. Let me slander him. Just talk about his jumper, you fucking nerd. Bro, people are crazy. Tim Walz is closer to LeBron's age than Joe Biden. I'm sorry that I know the truth that LeBron is a public education defending GOAT who wouldn't fucking pull Steph Curry ass shit when it comes to like public housing. It's just the truth. Many of you don't want to see this truth. Many of you don't want to recognize it because you're racist. It's fine. A lot of y'all are racist as hell. That's all right. That's why I don't feel bad when I serve you top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? I don't feel bad at all. And the non-racists also subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. He did one good thing and you imply that he's a socialist for that reason. I'm not saying that, but how many public schools has Steph Curry built? Number one. Number two, how many times has Steph Curry defended China? Okay. And number three, because Lamau has, okay. And last but not least, how many times has LeBron advocated against building homeless shelters in his neighborhood? 0. Steph Curry 1, LeBron 0 on that front. Okay, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Trans Andy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What's LeBron's take on Israel? Oh, he's pro-Palestinian emancipation. I just know it in my heart that he is. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't really said much about it, but I know that if he were to say it, like, that's why he hasn't really said much, because it's just, like, too emotional for him. It's too emotional for him to talk about. Also not a fan fiction hour? Okay, everybody calm down. He glazes Kyrie Irving a lot now, even though they had drama. And Kyrie Irving is like, he uses Kyrie Irving as a way to like talk about how much he loves Palestine. That's all it is. That's all. That's what you need to know. And before you say Kyrie Irving followed Sneeko recently, that's a misclick, bro. It happens. He's probably following to hate on him, like to hate on him better, and not because he agrees with him. All right, let's move on from that stuff. It's irrelevant. Let's not talk about that.
This morning, it just may be the most far left agenda in our country's history on a presidential ticket.
Because the Democratic ticket is now set. Governor Tim Walz's record in Minnesota includes everything from tax-funded health care for illegals to so-called gender-affirming care for minors, just to name a few, as we've been doing this morning.
Joining us now for his first TV interview, his reaction to this ticket that he's fighting against them to have the right to go to the White House and become the 47th president. Let's welcome the 45th president of the United States, GOP presidential nominee, President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
So,
thank you.
Your reaction to Governor Tim Walz joining Kamala Harris to go against you and J.D. Vance?
I would say my reaction is I can't believe it. I never thought this was going to be the one that was picked. I know him a little bit. I helped him very much during the riots because his house was surrounded by people that were waving an American flag. Doesn't sound like very bad people. And he called me, and he was very concerned, very, very concerned that it was going to get out of control. They only had one guard. I guess it was at the mansion or at his house in some form. And he called me. I said, what do you want me to do about it? I was in the White House. He said, if you would put out the word that I'm a good person. And I did. I put out the word. I said, he's a good person. I hope everything's good. And everybody put down.
Oh, he's trying to get ahead of the fucking audio leak. Yeah, we heard what you said, big dog.
Down their flags and took their flags with them. But they took their American flags and their MAGA flags and they left. It was thousands of people. And that was the first time I said, wow, that's very interesting. And he called me back and he thanked me very much. That's my only thing I ever had to do with him. He's a very, very liberal man, and he's a shocking pick, and I'm thrilled. I could not be more thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, when they selected him, it's really a gift for you because this election is all about the issues. And all of y'all have records. You've been the president. We know where the economy stood. We know what your record is. We know what Kamala Harris's record is, and we know what his record is. And they are extremely progressive. Talk about how you're going to handle this on the campaign trail. Will you just really hone in on how they voted in the past?
Well, I am. I'm going to be doing that. What he wants. If you look at his record with no walls, no security, let everybody in, he's worse than they are. You know, nobody knew how radical left she was, but he's a smarter version of her. If you want to know the truth, he's probably about the same as Bernie Sanders. He's probably more so than Bernie Sanders. She is more so than Bernie Sanders. That's got to be your guide, Bernie Sanders, and that's not a great guide. But there's never been a ticket like this. This is
Amazing. They keep comparing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to demonstrably one of the most popular congresspersons historically. Like, bro, there are Fox News watchers that like Bernie. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?
This is a ticket that would want this country to go communist immediately, if not sooner. We want no security. We want no anything. He's very heavy into transgender. Anything transgender he thinks is great. And he's not where the country is on anything.
Mr. President,
this is a shocking. Let me tell you, this is a shocking pick, and I think it's very insulting to Jewish people, and I think it's very insulting to people that want security. I think it's very insulting to anything having to do with making America great again.
Mr. President, is it true that your team thought for sure that it was going to be Josh Shapiro? Because there was one reporter who was at a J.D. Vance event yesterday, and there were some flyers printed up talking about how J.D. Vance, rather about how Mr. Shapiro was a fraud and corrupt and a lying con man and stuff like that. So it sounds like you were ready to take on him.
That sounds like what you would say.
Well, look, I'm no big fan of Josh Shapiro. I know the state.
Bro, L after L. That's so funny. Why are you openly admitting? Megaphonics, stop. Please stop spamming shit. Trump claims without evidence to have saved Walz from protesters in 2020. Speaking to Fox News on Wednesday, Trump said without offering evidence on specific dates or times that he publicly announced Walz was a good person in order to dissuade protesters from surrounding Walz's house. Walz, the Minnesota governor and Democratic vice presidential pick, has previously said it was tweets by Trump that brought armed people to my house in the first place, including members of the Proud Boys, a far-right group. Trump did not act to calm the situation, tweeting on 29th of May, "These thugs are dishonoring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him that the military is with him all the way, any difficulty, and we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Thank you." Speaking of Fox, Trump said Walz was very, very concerned that the situation was getting out of control. Walz and Trump had a cordial conversation about the COVID response. Wait, what are you talking about? This is the same, Megaphonics. Megaphonics, this is the same article as the other one.
Very well. I think we're leading pretty good in that state, but I would have said it would have been a better choice. I would have said others would have better choice. And interesting, just about all of them, except this one, is better than her. She is not nearly as good as the people she was looking at. I know them all in one form or another. And in fact, there was a poll done, and there were some studies done. She's the worst of the group, and she's the one that's leading it. Look at this decision. This is a really bad decision for the country. You know, ultimately, I want the country to have good decisions, because ultimately what we want is for the country to do well. The country can't do well with these two people. They're very similar, and you would have thought she would have reached out and got somebody that's got some different, because her record on security is horrible. She was a border czar, which she doesn't admit it now. You know, the only thing they have going is the media will play off all of the bad things that happened during her term. She was so bad that 5 weeks ago they wanted to remove her because she was unthinkable to be president. They were going to go with anyone. And then they were afraid that they would offend people if they did that.
What are you? He's just making up so many fucking stories. It's awesome. Bro, I don't think this is a compelling narrative. I don't think this is a compelling narrative at all.
And
he's just freestyling about shit that didn't happen.
All of a sudden, inch by inch, and then she ends up taking over. Now the same press that thought she was the worst vice president in history, which is true, going along with the worst president in history. And he went down after the debate, and there was nothing much they could do. They tried to come back. Then they brought her in, and everybody said, it'll never be her. She's so bad. She's incompetent. And after they studied it a little bit, they realized it's not going to be so easy to do. So they say, well, look, the press is going to do whatever we want because the press is a rigged deal. The press is the media, outside of you people, of course, but the media is so they're trying to build her up to the next Margaret Thatcher liberal version, and I don't believe it's going to happen. I hear she's hasn't taken one interview. She would never do an interview like this. That I can guarantee with any network. She doesn't do interviews because she can't answer questions. I don't know how she debates. I heard she's sort of a nasty person, but not a good a good debater, but we'll see because we'll be debating her, I guess, in the pretty near future. It's going to be announced fairly soon, but we'll be debating her. I'd like to see it on Fox, by the way. I would like to see it. My preference would be Fox, but we have to debate.
Do you have an announcement, Mr. Are you working stuff out behind the scenes? Because we haven't heard about it yet.
No, but I can tell you every network loves me very much right now. They love me very much. I've never been so loved by CBS and by ABC Fake News. And by NBC. No, they're all in love with me now, so that, I say yes because it's up to me, obviously.
He was so thrilled about Walz that he was up all night posting about it. Why are the comments so anti-Trump? What is going on? This is a Fox News YouTube video.
Also.
But, on the debate,
the most important thing is we get debate. I think debates are very important, and I think she'll be exposed just like Biden was exposed. Nobody knew Biden was that bad, and then he was exposed to.
Something changed tonight. A ton of campaign surrogates are all of a sudden messaging around, where's Trump? Is he too old to campaign? Has anyone seen him leave the golf course? Why is Vance following around Kamala like a creepy stalker? Where's Trump? Yeah, that's why I was saying it's like stupid of them to be like Kamala Harris is like running away from making like appearances or talking to the media when she literally put boots on the fucking ground and immediately started campaigning, like pretty aggressively. 2 campaign stops today, one in Wisconsin, one in fucking Detroit, Michigan. It's like what are we talking about here? Like, you're the one who's not doing the fucking regular rallies. You're supposed to be the one who like constantly is doing massive rallies.
Where is former President Trump? Why isn't he out there campaigning?
Bro, it'd be real funny if he got COVID from Aiden Ross.
Well, the former president is here in Palm Beach at his Mar-a-Lago resort. Why he's not campaigning, we have obviously asked the campaign when he will be out on the road again. But obviously, this is a split screen here as you see Harris and Walz pounding the pavement in these battleground states and Vance really alone out there while Trump has been in Florida. Now,
where is former President Trump? Why isn't he out there campaigning?
This motherfucker's quiet quitting, bro.
Well, the former president is here in Palm Beach at his Mar-a-Lago resort. Why he's...
Come on, don't you know Aiden Ross stream 100 million views is better than any campaign? Yeah, he's too busy talking to fucking Aiden Ross and committing FEC campaign contribution violations. He can't be campaigning for that reason. It is a wonderful change of affairs that we went from like, where's Biden? He's so fucking old to like, where's Donald Trump, really?
During the debate.
What's he up to?
Tried to have a series of comebacks after that, and they didn't work out too well, and they viciously overthrew him. I mean, he was overthrown in it, using every trick in the book. They overthrew him. It was pretty amazing, actually, to watch.
I want to come back to the debate. Just to close this up, you're in litigation with George Stephanopoulos on ABC. So there's right, and the judge says, the suit's going to go forward. So how could you go on ABC, especially if he's going to be one of the moderators?
Well, you could use that as an excuse. I could use that. I've said that. Is there a conflict? And, there might be George Slopadopoulos, and he's got problems, and, they've got problems. But if they're going to have I guess David Muir is going to be the host in that case.
David Muir, Felix Biederman's favorite broadcaster, the handsome man. I don't think he's afraid of like getting shot again, and that's why he's not campaigning. That's something that I've heard from people. I think the real reason is because he might have COVID. Who knows? But that's not what it is. No, it's not because he's old. He likes campaigns. He likes campaigning. He does it all the time. No, I think he's worried that his campaign crowds are not going to be as big as Kamala Harris's. I'm serious. I think it literally is because he's seeing all the fucking massive crowds that they're bringing up, and he's a big ass view count Andy, just like me, okay? From one view count Andy to the other, I feel like his ego won't let him participate in a campaign stop if that campaign stop is not going to be as big as Kamala Harris's. I'm serious.
You have all the hosts are pretty much named, and you have Brett and Martha, and they're great. And I'd love to see it on Fox, but it takes two to tango.
Well, maybe you get two. Maybe you get two debates.
Debate. Look,
and they're also hitting that too. By the way, the Kamala Harris campaign is not posting crowd size comparisons on Trump's true social media platform, saying that their arena was much larger and like fully filled up in comparison to Trump. Even if it's fake, even if it's like from a different point in the campaign where like before Trump actually went on stage or whatever, it still doesn't matter because like it really pisses him off. Oh wait, no, he is on stage here. But yeah, it really hurts him. Like it hurts his feelings a lot. And I told you this before, like that's the one thing that he like will absolutely talk about. What? Do you buy this shit? No, I don't buy that shit. Whatever the fuck the Your Anon news thing is. No. It's the exact same arena 1 week apart.
She doesn't want to debate. She wants to say, I don't want to debate, but I do want to debate. You know, when it came to Biden, I accepted everything. I accepted Jake Tapper. I accepted everything because he didn't want to debate. After I accepted everything, the only thing I said, let's stand up. They wanted to sit down at a desk. I said, that's not going to look so great. So I said, but I accepted everything. And, you know, pretty much that's the way I do it right now because I want to debate her. I think it's important for the country that we debate. Now, where it is, I'm all for Fox. I'd like to see it on Fox. I think Fox would do a really good job. But two people have to agree.
All right, Mr. President, let's talk about some of the issues. Mr. Waltz, Governor Waltz, said this about you, that you don't understand kitchen table issues. Listen.
Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends.
Mr. President, what's your response to that?
Well, I think it's just the opposite. I think if you see the vote, those people are all voting for me, the people that he's talking about with the kitchen table. And I was not always sitting at Mar-a-Lago either, but I was sitting at lots of other places. And built an unbelievable business, one of the greatest businesses. I built a business that is phenomenal. That's been really
excellent strategy, sir. Thank you for addressing that you're an out-of-touch billionaire who's never had to suffer financially by doubling down on how fucking rich you are. That's awesome. He's like, well, you know, I'm super rich. I'm super wealthy. You don't understand. Like, I have unimaginable amounts of wealth. And the average American will never be able to comprehend how much wealth I have.
Really determined now how good it is. And, I could have a very simple life and a very good life and continue to do what I love. I love business and I love creating jobs. And that's what we're doing. We'll be creating jobs at a level that you've never seen before. If you look at our administration, the most successful administration from the economy standpoint there ever was. There's never been any administration that was even close numbers-wise. And by the way, they had inflation, the level which our country probably has never seen. They say you go back 72 years. Well, I think we probably never have seen inflation like that. And it's killing the same people that he's talking about. It's killing. Inflation has destroyed their administration, and they have no idea what to do about it. It's getting worse. And you had a crash the other day of over 1,000 points. It's a very bad situation that we're going in. We could end up in a depression if these people are reelected.
So let's talk about anti-Semitism. Van Jones had interesting things to say about anti-Semitism. He says this on CNN. It's just because he's a moderate. They're talking about Shapiro not getting the job. Or is there some anti-Jewish bias there? He goes, you also have anti-Semitism that's gotten marbled into this party. You can't be for the Palestinians without being anti-Jewish bigot. But there are some anti...
Bro, I wanna put motherfuckers like that on a rocket ship. Okay? Like this right here, the fact that this is being like constantly fucking posted all up and down the timeline. Like Van Jones should be fucking fired, okay? For giving this like idiotic talking point any fucking steam. I said this yesterday. The moment that I heard it, I was like, This is such bullshit. Obviously, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think people believe it anyway. It's not like people are like, oh, yeah, the Dems are really anti-Semitic, and this is going to change my calculation in the way I'm voting. Like, it doesn't matter. It's still very annoying. A chatter actually just said something really, really interesting, and I love it. This feels analogous to the Dems trying to outplay the Republicans on the border. Yep. Great take, chatter. You can't be the fucking guy. You can't be the guy who literally has said Nazis that said Jews will not replace us are very fine people. You can't be the guy who had dinner with Nicholas Fuentes, an out and about American Nazi, and then turn around and be like, yeah, the Democrats are really anti-Semitic, actually. It's funny because he's also simultaneously fucking comparing like Waltz and Kamala Harris to Bernie Sanders, who's also Jewish.
Jewish bigots out there, and there's some disquiet now, and there has to be how much that just happened. How much is this pick? I guess he's.
Donald Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream and said Kanye West is complicated. Fuck you mean, bro?
Saying caving into the anti-Jewishness, anti-Semitism that's marbled into the party. Do you think that's marbled into the party? Because if I could bring in something else that's new, CNN did a poll, and they asked New York Jewish New.
Did you see the Hollywood Reporter article called "Why Liberal Jews Are Right to Feel Worried About Harris Bypassing Josh Shapiro"? Yes, I did. I think there are a group of journalists who are legitimately trying to make Americans anti-Semitic by just like writing articles like that. I think they just like sit around and they're like, how can we make like someone living in a rural farmland think that Jews indeed control the media? Let's just write the most like idiotic Jews control the media ass article so that like people will read it or see it in passing and go, oh my God, it's literally the dumbest type of shit. It's like, it's so like, it honestly feels like it's being done deliberately to push anti-Semitism. Like, what an insane article to write. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. Oh, did you ever get back from the journalist? Yes, she tried to reach out to me multiple times. I just didn't have time. Like, Israel and defending Israel has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. If anything, most defenders of Israel in the United States of America are rabid anti-Semites, including Pastor John Hagee and many others. Evangelical Christians who are unimaginably anti-Semitic are the #1 dick riders of Israel. Okay? People who would literally fucking burn down a synagogue are the #1 defenders. People who genuinely say shit like, oh, Jews have horns and tails, are the #1 defenders of Israel. That's #1. Okay? #2, having said that, actually, you know what? I'm not even done with that aspect. Evangelical Christianity's understanding of Israel's ascendance is also inherently anti-Semitic, because you know what happens to all the Jews once they go to Israel? Okay? Because that's why they're unconditionally committed to Israel. They want to send all the Jews to Israel. Okay? It's a win-win for them because they're anti-Semitic now and they're anti-Semitic tomorrow. They're anti-Semitic now, so they're like, yeah, send the Jews to the desert. It's awesome. Let fucking God sort it out. Right? I don't want to live around them. Send them to the desert. That's the #1 thing they believe. But then also, they believe that once Jews go to the desert, to Israel, then the rapture happens. You know what happens during the rapture? All the evangelical Christians, they get sucked up into the heavens. Everyone else that is not an evangelical Christian, that does not convert to evangelical Christianity, you know what happens to them? Including the Jews, by the way? Eternal hell. Okay? Eternal damnation. So how is this a fucking pro-Jew argument? How is this a pro-Jew ideology? Go ask. Ask any evangelical. They will literally tell you straight up, this is what they believe. Okay? So the idea that like even the theological Armageddon justifications for why like Jews have to go to Israel is even then it's just like inherently anti-Semitic. Because what happens to the Jews in the end? They die in eternal hell. Okay? In eternal hellfire, they die. Anyway, it's a version of what you said, but basically, yeah, I know I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Anyway, so obviously Zionists, Jewish Zionists, like Gilad Erdan, in between like slapping on a fucking yellow gold star and telling the entirety of the UN that like, if you don't let me do a Holocaust, that's my own personal Holocaust, and the most gross fucking display of abusing and weaponizing one of the most horrific wrongs ever committed against Jewish people, if not the most horrific wrong committed against Jewish people historically, in a way to cynically fucking defend doing their own genocide. Okay? In the middle of those travels, he went to fucking Pastor John Hagee and linked up with him and was talking to the fucking evangelicals about how they love how committed evangelicals are to Judaism, how evangelicals are committed to Israel. Why was he doing that? Because obviously he doesn't fucking believe that they're going to go and burn in hell, but they think that it's like a very strategic decision to tap in to the most rabid fucking freaks in the country. They've been calling young Jews who are anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic, literally in perpetuity. They haven't stopped doing that. So miss me with this bullshit. okay? They literally run around being like every young Jew is token and also is a fucking rabid anti-Semite for the crime of what? Oh, criticizing Israel. Okay, no thanks. Pushing aside so many people, so many young Jewish Americans from their communities, from their network of support because of the crime of seeing what the fuck is going on and knowing what is right and knowing what is wrong. It's so goddamn unacceptable. Suck my dick with this like anti-Semitism bullshit, okay? Anti-Semitism is a very real problem in the United States of America, okay? And all ultra-Zionists from Israel do is exacerbate those real anti-Semitic tendencies that people have by turning around and cynically deploying Judaism as a fucking shield to be like, no, you know, all the 40,000 fucking butchered babies and women that you see, that's actually for Judaism. We love that. Like, all Jews love that. Great argument, man. Like, are you fucking stupid? Don't you realize that that is inherently what Nazis say about Jewish people? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, anyway. Zionism has been partnering with anti-Semitism to complete their political project for the entire history of the movement. You obviously know, but it's just insane to think about. Yeah, it's just like so crazy. They also say Jews are perverted and invented porn. Exactly. Literally, dude. They're like these people who are like, you know, I love Israel. Israel needs to be defended at all costs. They're also the first people to be like, Jews do pornographic stuff. They're perverts and love money. They're money goblins. Like, dude, these motherfuckers think Jews have horns, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Like, they're so insanely anti-Semitic. But hey, guys, they're pro-Israel. You know what I mean? So it's fine.
New Yorkers, if the election was today, who you'd vote for. And for the first time maybe ever since Ronald Reagan, you have a 1-point lead over Kamala Harris among Jewish voters in New York. Your reaction to Van Jones and that poll?
Great. I love that. Okay? I love that. Yo, Alexa, show me the New York polls between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Huh. Harris almost doubles Biden's lead in New York. Biden's lead in Trump in New York. Damn. New Siena College poll found Harris has a 14-point lead over the former president with 53% of support among New York voters, while Trump trails with 39% support from his home state. Damn. So I guess what I was saying about, one, the Jewish vote not being monolithic, and two, it being inconsequential in fucking winning states is true. After all, that's the same poll, man. That's the same poll.
Well, we're going to try and win New York, and that hasn't been done for many, many decades, as you know, but we're trying to win New York, and we're very close to doing it. And to probably...
Bro, what kind of crack cocaine are you on, dude? We're going to win New York. We're very close. Bro, you are literally... First of all, you could have been. You could have been. It's not even a joke. He could have been. There was a shot. If it was a Biden matchup and he went with, what was it? It was, I think were they potentially talking about Stefanik? They were, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's check where, in New York, just for fun. Siena poll conducted by Siena College. 507 Long Island likely voters. Oh, no, they were potentially talking about getting, Stefanik on board as the VP. Okay. By the way, this is ridiculous, dude. Long Island? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like conducting a poll in fucking Albany and being like, this is what the Manhattan voters think about Donald Trump. Like, get the fuck out of here, Long Island. None of the islands. No Staten Island, no Long Island. Get the fuck out of here.
Probably that's another reason I was somewhat surprised. I think that any Jewish person who votes for a Democrat, or in this case, these people, but who votes for a Democrat, should have their head examined. They are so bad. If you look, they are so bad to Jewish people, what they've done and the way they talk and their policy and everything else, far beyond just what happened, because everyone thought it was going to be Shapiro. It turned out not to be Shapiro. I have very little doubt that it was, you know, not for the reason we're talking about. It was because of the fact that he's Jewish and they think they're going to offend somebody else. And you wouldn't feel very comfortable if you're in Israel right now with this team. This is the worst team ever assembled for a Jewish person or for Israel, either one. the worst team ever assembled. This is a team that will not be there. And I think I'm going to get a tremendous amount of Jewish votes. I think I was doing fine there, but I think it's a big difference. Traditionally, Jewish people vote for Democrats, but you know, we won last time. We won Miami. We won areas that nobody's ever won before with Jewish people. But when he didn't pick Shapiro, and I don't think Shapiro was the second best person or the third. I think there were other people better than him. I know them all. And, you know, so, but I was shocked when it came down to the final two that he didn't pick Shapiro. I was very surprised.
Mr. President, here's another soundbite of the current vice president talking about, you know, on her watch with Joe Biden, things are just absolutely great, right? Watch.
In Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing, affordable health care, affordable child. We fight for a future where we bring down prices that are still too high and lower the cost of living for America's families.
Okay, so there, you know, she is co-pilot to Joe Biden. So while inflation and prices have been through the roof during their administration, now she's trying to put on a happy face about how we're going to turn it all around. Mr. President, I'm sure you've seen over the last week or so, her team has been leaking to the New York Times. You know, all those things we used to stand for, we're not for them anymore because we've adopted all new policies. That's probably one of the reasons why she has not appeared on television. And so she's trying to appear more moderate to appeal to people in the middle, and she's getting away with it. The honeymoon for Kamala Harris, it must drive you crazy because it's still going on.
It does, and there's only one thing, because she's just talking about Pennsylvania. No fracking. That means your energy prices are going to go through the roof, but that means Pennsylvania's going to lose 500,000 jobs. More important than the 500,000 jobs, they're going to lose tremendous streams of money. She wants no fracking, and she wants no fracking. She's trying to say now that she wants, you know, she's gone through every single thing that was a horror show, and she disavows it now. She disavows the no fracking. If she does no fracking, and she will 100% do it. One thing I've learned about politicians, and you people knew it maybe before me, but I've known it for a long time, their first thought is the thought that they end up doing. She's for no fracking. She's for defund the police. You know, she was the original defunder of the police. She was the original no cash bail, cashless bail, which has caused havoc. And look at how she's destroyed San Francisco. She started it out as the DA in San Francisco with policies that were so bad. It's a crime-ridden place. It went to the greatest city in America. It's a crime-ridden place right now. It's not livable. You can't even live there. And then she went to Attorney General. She's destroyed California. Her and Gavin Newsom have destroyed, absolutely destroyed California. And what a shame. What a beautiful place it was. But it's not beautiful anymore. She cannot get away, because if she does this to
It's just weird because he donated to her campaign twice. And as you guys know, I'm obviously, you know, living in this crime-ridden shithole, and it's terrifying, you know? It's so scary, dude. Every day I walk outside and I'm just like scared for my life. I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna fucking die any moment now. It's on fire, dude. I'm so brave for being able to step foot outside. Okay, let's hear what Sean Fain has to say.
And his sidekick isn't any better. J.D. Vance is a vulture. That's right. You know, every time Donald Trump gets a chance, he trashes our union and he trashes the working class. He comes to Michigan. He talks about he's going to bring back the auto industry. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump doesn't know shit about the auto industry.
My God.
And he doesn't give a damn about the working class in this country. And we got proof of that. You know, once upon a time, he was president of this country. And while he was president, auto plants were fleeing the country. In fact, while he was president, Ford's Romeo engine plant closed. GM's Baltimore transmission plant closed. GM's assembly plant in Lordstown, Ohio closed. In fact, in the UAW, we love using facts. And facts are indisputable. Not alternative facts that Donald Trump uses, or what we all call lies. We use facts. And the fact is this. Donald Trump did nothing to help auto workers when he was president. In 2019, GM workers went on strike for 40 days. Donald Trump was president. These workers went on strike to try to save plants that were slated to close, to try to fight for a future. Donald Trump said nothing, and Donald Trump did nothing to help auto workers. You want to know where Kamala Harris was in 2019? She was on the picket line with striking workers. Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with working class people, not for a picture, not for publicity, but because it's the right thing to do.
I think it's pretty wild that Republicans do actively try to do media moments at picket lines now. It's like an unimaginable reality.
Helped us bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio, where workers were left behind. Vice President Harris took action so workers who were forced to leave Lordstown, Ohio under Donald Trump are now returning home. She and President Biden worked with us to save a plant in Belvedere, Illinois that was slated to close. That's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and talk is cheap. Kamala Harris walks the walk. She does the work, and when help was needed, she showed up. So now it's our turn. It's our turn to stand up, to speak up, and to show up for Vice President Harris.
You think he's doing this too early? No.
You know, for months.
Bro, he already endorsed Biden. Are you kidding me? No, they already got their fucking assurances. This administration is so tuned in to the demands of labor. UAW literally endorsed them. UAW endorsed Biden. You're crazy. Guys, I don't think you understand. Motherfucking 800-year-old demon Joseph Robinette Biden, who is a genocidaire, walked a picket line. Okay? That kind of solidarity from a sitting president is non-existent in the history of the United States of America. Okay? Of course they're gonna fucking turn around and show up. Are you crazy? That is just not like... That's still performative solidarity? Yo, what are you talking about? That's the president, dude. What do you mean? One of the most important, one of the most significant, one of the most consequential aspects of the presidency is the bully pulpit. That's not like, there's a reason why you're seeing this dude fucking show up to defend the Kamala Harris ticket. Like that's not a thing. Like, this is America. It's one of the, this is unheard of. America is a diehard capitalist nation. Okay, we are at the heart. We are at the fucking heart of global capitalism, of empire. Having a goddamn president walk on behalf of labor in a country like that is unheard of. I don't think you guys understand. Like, that's not just symbolism, okay? That's meaningful. This is why I say he is demonstrably one of the most pro-labor presidents in modern American history. Like, that's not like, you're talking about a guy who literally conducted one of his first campaign events at a union buster labor, like an anti-labor union buster lawyer's house. Okay, I remember that. That was in fucking Pennsylvania. He did that shit. It's not just Biden saying that America's been built by unions and whatnot. That's the reason why. That is the fucking reason why you got the UAW showing up to this fucking rally. And that is the reason why, and this is perhaps more consequential even, you got motherfuckers like what's that in the closet secretly gay dipshit from Missouri, Josh Hawley with the sexy ass pecs walking picket lines. You got JD Vance showing up to a picket line. Okay? Stop saying rail workers be damned. You don't know the fucking story. The railway unions are also on board with Biden, or were on board with Biden. They're probably fucking ecstatic about Kamala Harris. That's why you heard Donald Trump talk about unions. He brought up Sean O'Brien to the RNC. But more importantly than that, the other day in one of his last rallies, he talked about unions in a positive way. That is unheard of, man. That's how you change discourse in this country. Yeah, I don't like talking too much about General Strike 2028 because I don't want this man to be assassinated. I love him. He is my GOAT.
It's hurting Americans. But what they
But
don't
you need to
talk
know why
about
my GOAT is
what
speaking
the
like
cause of
this.
the inflation is. Inflation wasn't policy driven. It wasn't the president's policy. It was greed driven.
Yep.
And thanks to Donald Trump's inaction when he was president during a COVID pandemic, the billionaire class and the corporate class do what they do best. They use a pandemic to price gouge the hell out of the people. But they're right about one thing. Working class people are hurting. For decades, we've been ignored and trampled at our worst. But we are the vast majority of society. We have the numbers. We have the votes. And when we stand up united, we put fear in the hearts of the billionaire class.
Got tired of flipping burgers, so you finally took that DNC check. The man that you're watching in front of you is an infinitely more radical, infinitely more revolutionary figure than you ever will be. He has more revolution in his fucking pinky than you do in your entire body. Okay? If you ask me the question, why is a man like that speaking boldly, loudly in defense of Kamala Harris, my job is to communicate exactly what the reasoning is behind why he's doing that. All right? My job isn't just about serving top of the hour ad breaks. I know. I just wanted to make a joke about flipping fast food stream. Sorry, I wanted to use you as a jump off point for a 3-minute ad break debate. I guess we both used each other. Anyway, that's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And one of the greatest unions is the union, the bond, the sacred bond between a gifter and a giftee. Those who receive the gifted subs at the top of the hour who will no longer be destroyed by the top of the hour ad break. Okay? It's a sacred bond of trust, which you can also get. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Will always win when we unite in a common cause. Like Vice President Harris says, when we fight, that's right. And we will win. We will win when the people in power stand with us. We will win when we stand up for what we deserve. And that's why the UAW and working class people are standing up for Kamala Harris, because she's walked the walk. And we know this, under a Harris-Walz ticket, America's not for sale. So Michigan, I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up? Are you ready to stand up for humanity, for decency, for solidarity? Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up for Kamala Harris? This is our generation's defining moment, and this election is our opportunity to take our lives back. So Michigan, let's get to work.
Please welcome United States Senator
Yeah, you didn't take the DNC check, but you said nothing about the Democratic Party nominees not being for sale. What? What are you talking about? Debbie Dingell is also another, like, another good figure. Big time labor advocate. It's not? Oh, I thought it was Debbie Dingell. Every time I'm on stream, this guy's eating. Bro, I'm not even eating right now.
Oh my God, Detroit!
It's Debbie Margaret Thatcher. Nah, this is our senator. Yeah, all right. Before we get back to this, I want to do the Kai Cenat conversation. I wanted to wrap that up because apparently in the aftermath of the Aiden Ross stream with fucking Donald Trump, someone from Kamala's team actually reached out to Kai Cenat. Okay? Mr. Skibbity Ohio Riz Phantom Tax himself. Apparently he said no.
Then on top of that, I got the fucking Secret Service calling.
Wait, no, I don't want this one. I want the actual video. Do we have the actual video again? I fucking lost it. I did call it. I thought they would do that. Kamala's campaign is watching your stream. I mean, I know.
In New York.
I just gotta say, this is like one of the grossest things. They just like slap the steak ad on top of like streamers' fucking clips that they clip out of, they clip to make money on Twitter. And then they also get paid by steak to put the steak sticker on it, making it seem like Kai Cenat is like a fucking steak sponsor streamer. I think it's gross as fuck. It's real scummy shit.
And on top of that, I got the fucking fucking Secret Service calling me 5 times, nigga! No goddamn shit about politics, my nigga. I don't know nothing. Hey, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Listen, I had a bad bitch that I've been trying to get on for like the last 2 years that I haven't spoke to in like a year. I haven't spoke to this girl in so goddamn long who gonna have the audacity to text me, "We need you a part of the campaign." At first I was thinking she was talking about like a video game, like a Modern Warfare game, or some shit. Or if not that, a clothing brand. I'm like, what campaign? Shorty gonna say, we're not gonna get into details. Say it right now. If there's some way, somehow, something was to go into where I do the stream of politics, I'm going to be 100% honest.
Wait, some people are calling him a coward for not doing it. Unlikely. Most people probably like that he's not taking a side on it or whatever. Even if they're liberals themselves, they're most likely Kai Cenat fans who understand that like him getting involved in politics will fuck up the vibes. He's supposed to be like their escape from that kind of thing. And he also has a pretty solid out to be like, I'm not well versed in politics. I don't get why he got so mad. Oh, you mean mad? I mean, he's exaggerating. I think that, I don't necessarily hate this, like him saying he doesn't want to do this. I kind of respect it. I do. I mean, look at what happened with Aiden Ross. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's no equivalence between like Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. But like, ultimately, a dude who can't even fucking read, like a dude who is illiterate, interviewed the former president. Like, it makes sense for someone who is not super well versed to just want to stay out of it. Damn, bro, why didn't they reach out to you? Come on, brother. Come on. The Kamala Harris campaign is not looking for an adversarial media opportunity. They are looking for someone who isn't going to ask a lot of like hard questions or anything, and is just going to like have a couple clips get fired off on TikTok. Okay? If Kai said yes, would you reach out to him and help him prepare? I don't think he would ever want my help in a situation like this. No, it's not the 9/11 comments. Shut the fuck up, chatters. And no, it's not because too many people hate me. You guys are literally so fucking delusional and so goddamn locked in to the echo chamber that you hyper focus on. Ain't nobody knows LSF. Ain't nobody knows Feared Buck or all these fucking hate farmers on Twitter. 20% of the goddamn country used to use Twitter at its fucking peak. It's because you use it and you're in Discord and you watch fucking weirdo loser content creators who do fucking hate me. So you think everyone hates him. And your friends are also extremely online just like you are. Most people don't know who the fuck I am. And if they do know who I am, they know me as like the guy who played Among Us with AOC. Okay? In this space that we're in, yes, people are aware of my audience, aware of how big it is, aware and are afraid of it because, let's be real, to the normal people that watch Twitch or normal people that enjoy entertaining content, we are cringe as fuck. Okay? We're cringe as hell and we're scary to the average audience, even those who are aligned with us politically. I talk to other streamers in private. I know what their attitude is. Ain't nobody in my goddamn community fucking believes me when I say this. Even people who actually agree with my worldview are still afraid of you guys, okay? And that's people who know me, because there's a lot of haters and lovers in here, and the reality is y'all are fucking annoying. You know, sometimes this community can get a little fucking annoying, okay? They just like latch on and then they put everyone under this like horrific microscope that I think you guys have gotten too comfortable putting me under, okay? And when you do that to like other normal people who are not super fucking tuned into every goddamn thing that's going on in the world of politics, they get scared. They don't want to say the wrong things, okay? You feel me? That's why I always tell you guys to just dial it back, be normal, be normal, be normal, because I want you to carry yourselves I want you to carry yourselves in a normal way to other people as well in the real world. Anyway, but yeah, that's how it is. And it's not just like everyone in this community. There's like plenty of normal people that tune in all day, every day. Okay. And I love all of you guys. Okay. I do. Even the haters. But you got to understand the attitude that other people have outside of this community for people in this community is fear. And part of that is literally reflected in the chat immediately. The first thing y'all did was like, oh, it's the 9/11 comments. Like, no, dude. No. Okay. People have the tendency to overlook stuff like that. Kai was reported in mainstream media as like being responsible for a fucking riot. Okay. Nobody gives a shit. Those are not like the real problems. The real problems would be potentially contentious questions that might make it into the media narrative. Like I said, though, I think it would be probably better if he did one with Obama instead of Kamala Harris. Still a fucking banger stream. Still a banger stream. It would be probably 1 million viewed. I think that would be a better way to conduct like a pro Kamala Harris type situation. I get people whispering me, trying to save me from your influence. People are wild. Yeah, I have a lot of, you have to remember, I have a lot of like fucking weirdos in here too that like portray themselves as fans, even though they're like genuinely mentally ill. So just doesn't hit as hard as Obama isn't running. No, Obama would be a perfect, what are you talking about? He'd be perfect. He's more charismatic. He doesn't have a lot of the baggage. But yeah, there's no negative if it's a flub. Exactly. But there won't be a flub anyway. But let's continue.
I'm going to sit on my stream and say, why did you guys call me? Like, you know, I've never did anything with politics. And these blogs are like trying to say, yo, you gotta do the shit, Kai. And it's all the top blogs. And I'm like, bro, since when did niggas kill?
But yeah, I think it is pretty funny that the Kamala Harris campaign is trapped in here with me. Just saying. One of the largest streamers on the platform. One of the largest streamers on the platform. I know you have my number. Bro is an egomaniac. Yeah, you're right. What an egomaniac take that I have, being one of the biggest political commentators online in the United States of America, on the left side of the political equation, especially. For me to say that is so strange. Would you ever have her on stream if they go ceasefire and you endorse? Are you kidding me? I literally would do everything plus that. Reach out yourself, damn it, show some initiative. You guys are silly. Would you be nicer to Walls? Oh, 100%. Oh my God. Mama Gretch, Mama Gretch, Mama Gretch, Big Gretch, Big Gretch, Big Gretch, Big Gretch, Big Gretch. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Mama Gretch.
For Harrison Walls, right?
Why are you so libbed
now
up?
guess what?
She's the
I
GOAT.
woke up in Big Gretch mode this morning because I am fired up to elect president, and I am in Tim Walz. Now, I don't know if you all saw, but in Atlanta, they really showed up for the vice president last week. So you know what we got to do, right? We got to be better. We got to be louder. We got to show them how we do things in Motown, right? So, Michigan, are we fired up? Now, I want to spend a moment to talk about what we're fighting for, and I want to remind us all what we are up against. In this election, we have two very different candidates. One is a prosecutor, the other is a convicted felon. One is an attorney general who served the public by taking on big banks, and the other is a fraudster who only serves himself. One, a vice president who believes in reproductive freedom, or the guy who stacked the court with the people who ripped away Roe. We're not going back, right? With me, we're not going back.
We're not going back. Come on, dude. Come on, that accent. That accent
Kamala Harris
alone.
wants to move us forward, and the other guy wants to take
We're
us back.
not
But guess
going
what?
back.
We're not going back.
We're not
Kamala
going
Harris
back,
solves
Gretch. You
problems,
tell
and
her.
the other guy is a problem. We're not going back.
Kaya, please.
Kamala Harris freedoms, and the other guy wants to take them away. But we're not going back.
Oh, we're not going back. Don't you
You're
know?
doing a great job. I love you. His vision for our future is all about freedom. Can you all say, hell yeah? Not just to survive, but the freedom to get ahead. Hell, the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water. Hell yeah.
Hell
the freedom
yeah,
to be who
Big
you are and love
Gretch.
who you love.
You tell her, girl.
The freedom to be safe from gun violence in your school, in your house of worship, or in your community. Hell yeah. And the freedom to make your own damn decisions about your own damn body.
Bro, she is, oh my God, gonna be the president one day.
So, this is why Kamala Harris got the endorsement of the United Auto Workers. Can I hear from you? Because we know that Kamala Harris...
Every time I hear someone from Michigan speak, I'm reminded that that's what I sound like. That's so funny that people from Michigan don't realize that they have an accent.
lives right now. She understands what the average person is going through
She
because
said average.
guess what?
Come on, bro. That's like a different
normal
language.
life. She was raised by a single mom who had a full-time job. She moved in with her sister to help her raise her children. She took care of her mom when she was battling cancer. And she is a proud stepmom with a beautiful blended family who call her Mamala.
Blended? Okay, that's a little wild.
And I know a lot of
Blended?
us identify with some of those characteristics.
Is
All right,
that
Mamala.
allowed?
All right, I like. And so I want to say a few words about my good friend Tim Walz too. Now, yes, he's a fellow Great Lakes governor.
Oh, it
good
means
Midwesterner,
adopted?
But Tim and I get along because we both lead according to a three-part strategy.
That's what you call?
Get
I've never heard that
shit.
before. That's what you call step families? Blended reverses step families dork? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, don't you know?
Tim's the real
Cool
deal.
it now. Cool it now, bucko.
And I have a feeling
You're
that's
gonna
about
make
to
me
change.
angry.
He's a former public school teacher, a soldier. He's a former soldier and a state championship winning football coach. I mean, maybe he should help out the Vikings after we smoked them twice last year.
Oh!
I'm just saying. Okay. You can't take away our Lions' pride, right? All right. But here's the thing. He's been an incredibly successful governor. Like Vice President Harris, Tim worked across the aisle to build consensus. He passed the largest infrastructure bill in Minnesota. He cut taxes for working families, delivered school meals for every child, protected public safety, grew Minnesota's economy, and so much more. Now, if a lot of that sounds familiar, it's because Tim and I have been trying to outdo one another on all these fronts for the last couple of years.
Dude, running into progressive policies head first. Oh my God, I'm gonna nut. I'm gonna nut again. Oh my God. Walls made me nut yesterday. Now it's Big Gretch. Oh my God, I'm gonna nut
We
again.
invest in students and teachers. We
I'm
passed
nutting!
common sense gun safety laws. We protected abortion rights, LGBTQ
You don't understand,
rights,
chat.
and
This
workers'
is like
rights.
10 years of covering politics. I've never heard Democrats openly run towards
And
progressive
we need
policies,
partners in
progressive
the White
legislation.
House
I've never
who
seen
have
shit
our
like this.
backs. And that's Kamala Harris
Last
and
time
Tim
I heard
Walz.
this was like vapid attempts from the Obama campaign before he fucking
Kamala Harris and Tim
he
Walz
blew it all
will
up.
fight to help you not just get by, but to get ahead. Because every American deserves a path to prosperity. Every one of us. They will fight to lower the cost of prescription
3 days ago, you were arguing about Democrats earning votes. Yeah, this is them doing it. Why wouldn't I be excited?
And they will go after
3 days ago, Tim Walz wasn't the fucking candidate, and it was likely going to be Josh Shapiro, which would have been retriangulating to the center. Instead, it's Walz, and they're going balls to the fucking walls with progressive legislation.
fail. He tried slashing Medicare and Social Security and repealing Obamacare. Thankfully, he's a failure there too. He destroyed tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs. He cut taxes for himself and
Bro.
his wealthy friends.
Bro.
And he instigated the January.
It's kind of wild to think, but like, they didn't even lie. Like, they would just gaslight in the opposite direction. They would literally just like run the table on gaslighting in the opposite direction. Be like, if you don't vote for us, then like Republicans are gonna come and kill you. Also, we shouldn't make any fucking progressive legislative agenda items for you to vote for. Okay, you can look at the policy paper if you want, but beyond that, nothing. So like, the fact that they are like actually at the very least maybe lying, even though they're not lying, because when Big Gretch says she did this shit, she actually did. When Tim Walz says he did that shit, he actually did. They're not even fucking lying. They're just not running away from their progressive agenda. Okay?
I can see someone coming. Let's give the Individual, a little space, please.
Damn, bro. People are fucking experiencing heat death left and right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for looking out for one another, everyone. That's what Michiganders do.
God, dude.
So you can't trust Donald Trump.
I take back every time I've made fun of the Midwest, dude. Midwestern Democrats
auto
are
industry,
fucking
right?
so much better than the disgusting, bi-coastal, elitist, monstrous, soulless, blood-sucking demons in the Democratic
Biggest
Party. Except for Nancy Pelosi, who is my goat.
On his own strokes on the golf course. I trust him to protect the rule of law. So there is a lot at stake in this election, my friends. We can send Donald Trump packing again, and Michigan is going to do it. We need you. We need you to knock doors, because if you knock doors, we win. We need you to make calls, because if you make calls, we win. We need you to donate $1 or $2. We can win. In fact, do everything short of biting the kneecaps.
What?
For the national press, that's a Detroit Lions thing. Anyway, when we, Michigan, elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, we can wake up on November 6th, the day after the election, and say for the first time, Madam President.
Dan Campbell, Lions coach, quote.
We need a strong woman in the White House, and it's about damn time.
That's so funny. We got Turks. We got Turks in the pocket, in the tank for Big Gretch. Karı çok güzel amına koyayım. Hayvan oğlu hayvan işte bu. Tam bir ayı. He said in all caps, this woman is so beautiful, oh my god. Ayı. Anyway, interesting that she hasn't leaned in to bring the first female press like Hillbot did. Yeah, no, it's actually a good thing that they're not doing that. I urged the Democratic Party to not do that and to just run like any person else would. Run with policies. Run by saying, we're going to get you treats, okay? We're going to give you stuff. My governor is hotter than yours. Big Gretch, she is. Well, I mean, my governor's Gavin Newsom, so he's also pretty fucking hot. But yeah, I think we all agree that J.B. Pritzker is probably the hottest governor in the country. You notice that Kamala dropped the immigration talk from her stump? Yeah. Well, we'll see. But I'm glad that she didn't do that again. It's odd that she did it in Georgia. I know it's a fucking possible red state, but that's like weird to say that in Georgia because those aren't the actual voters you're going to captivate. You're going to captivate black voters, young voters in general. Like you're not supposed to be talking about fucking immigration like that there. Pritz could spoil you, just saying. Oh, I'd love for big boy to spoil me. Thick boy. Waltz is a beautiful boy too, but JB Pritzker is a big boy. You know what I mean? Like he's like a big old boy. Like he's got the Fred Flintstone yabba dabba do ass look to him, you know? Whereas like whatchamacallit. Waltz is like a cool Midwestern dad, like kind of goofy. Did you see him show off the butter cow?
Youth in agriculture. Really appreciate
Clark for her leadership.
Fuck, bro. Twitter video is so ass.
It's the first thing people want to hear. And then there's
He also, JB Pritzker also reminds me of Courage a little bit. You know what I mean?
signs that have been put up about saving him, not doing something about the murder of Sonia Massey.
Not the cowardly dog, man. Courage. The streamer, chat. Jesus Christ. We're a fucking Twitch stream.
But about saving his political career. So I think he's the one that's played politics. It's time for him to go. Yeah.
Courage, JD Vance.
Sheriff investigated this intent. He could have taken more action. It's not the standard that each person who is in a hiring position across the state should be thinking about. They need to be thinking about the care and safety specifically of people in their county. And so I just want to know, and he's been unwilling to answer the question.
Anyway, look at how beautiful he is. Look at how fucking beautiful he is, dude. He's so big. I love him. Anyway, JD Courage Vance. Courage JD Vance, yeah. He looks extremely Bolivian in this video. That's funny. I don't even know what that means, but I like it. Cope alert. This is the real reason for Kamala's huge crowd in Wisconsin today, just like we all thought. Billboard #1 charting band Bon Iver with Justin Verno. It also happens to be the band's hometown. Bro, this is the funniest Cope of all time.
Yes, we're ready round the flag.
That is so funny. That is awesome. Thank you. I've been trying to watch you more and more, but Loki, I have no idea when you're sarcastic or not. Don't worry. I don't either. But yeah, when I'm talking about big boy JB Pritzker, I'm not being sarcastic. I love him. Damn. Oh, they're doing this in an airport hangar because the crowd is so large. So she fucking pulled up on the hangar. That's a flex, dude. Holy shit. As we wait, let's get back to Tim Walz. In 2011, Tim Walz voted to ban members of Congress from engaging in insider trading, but he didn't stop there. He spoke out about how politicians should be serving the people instead of enriching themselves. He and his wife reportedly own no stocks.
Prior to coming to Congress, I was a high school social studies teacher and a enlisted soldier in the Army National Guard. And I came to Congress with the same reason all of you did, to make a difference, try and serve our country and try and make things better. Coming and talking about the issues that the American public was frustrated about, not just policy, but how the system worked. And the rampant cynicism that all of us recognize, the idea of a 9% approval rating, that's a disgrace to not only all of us, it's a disgrace to those that have worked so hard to build the democracy. And it's our responsibility to restore faith. So as I got here and started talking about things like disclosing earmarks online, and that became a common practice, those types of things, I was approached by Louise Slaughter and Brian Baird, and they said, we've got something you might be interested in. And they started to explaining to me about the idea of trading on knowledge. I think, like most Americans, I could not believe it. It seemed like that would be impossible. There'd be a loophole there. It seemed impossible that anyone would do it, but the facts and the studies that were done seemed to show that, lo and behold, members of Congress outperform the stock market by about 6 to 10% on a regular basis. Now, that may be due to the infinite wisdom that resides in these halls, or it could be something different, luck, smart, savvy trading, or the possibility that there was insight.
I really do think that he's just like this is a legitimately, like, it's like he's not as aggro as Bernie Sanders, but it does feel to me like I mean, the American population got pretty fucking lucky. The Democratic Party got pretty fucking lucky. Like, there's a reason why Bernie likes him so much as well. Like, I think he was just a fucking really good, he was like the classic, like, once in a lifetime, like, actual fucking civil servant who cares about, doing whatever he can. That's why I still want to believe and maintain hope that in terms of the Gaza situation, like, he will be more responsive to the needs of his own constituents as well. They pulled a lifetime politician out from the minors. It's not the minors, bro. He was a fucking successful ass governor, but there are a lot of dudes like this in the Democratic Party. I think he was hiding his power level in Congress. He voted conservative on gun rights shit. Who cares? His foreign policy was one of the best. This is my blue MAGA arc. He's going to have a stroke and become transphobic. No, he's literally, as the governor of Minnesota, he is like pushed for fucking trans affirming care and shit. Like, I mean, gender affirming care. Like, you're crazy. Tim Walz has zero investments, no stocks, no bonds, no crypto. This would explain the socialism. What a fucking idiot, dude. Fuck. Oh. It's like, imagine literally looking at one key thing that every American objectively despises, which is congresspersons owning fucking stocks, and then tying that to socialism.
Insider knowledge. I don't know. My point on this is that the idea of serving in Congress is the single greatest honor that your neighbors can bestow upon you. And our responsibility back to them is not to have them agree with every political decision we make, but to have them believe we're doing it in their best interest. Everything we do. We could be 100% wrong in their opinion, but if they believe we're doing...
He just walked out? All right, my goat is here. Let's hear him.
Wow. Thank you. A big thank you to Adam. I think we can all agree our future's pretty bright. Thank you, Adam. And hello, Michigan. We Minnesotans, you probably know this. We're a stoic people of few words. But holy hell, can you throw a party here in Michigan? Wow. I want to take a moment to acknowledge a few friends, folks that I've gotten to know, and let's be very clear.
I posted this instead. This is better.
Friend, and someone who taught all the other governors how to fix the damn roads, Governor Whitmer.
That's right. The potholes. She fixed the potholes.
You have got a treasure in Michigan. And I'll tell you what, We share a lot between us in the upper Midwest. We share. Oh, we need some water. We have somebody down. We need some water.
Oh my God, bro. People are dying at these rallies. They got to stop.
Medic. We need a medic right here. You got somebody here?
What is happening?
All right, we got a medic on the way. Thank you for caring for your neighbors. Thank you for showing what Michigan does. Look, we share a lot of things. That's one of them. We're neighbors and we're not weird, that's for sure. But I got to tell you something else we share is a care for the incredible natural resources. We in the upper Midwest, in our states, we care for 20% of the world's fresh water in those Great Lakes. And the Great Lakes have no better friend than your Senator Stabenow. I got some members of Congress I had the privilege of serving with and some that are new to that place. Let's be clear. We got to put gavels in the hands of these Democratic representatives so that we can get some work done. My friend Dan Kildee, Debbie Dingell, Haley Stevens, Alyssa Slotkin, Hillary Scholten, Representative Thander, I believe just won a primary here, Wayne County Executive Warren Evans, and the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party, LaVora Barnes. Thank you. And I want to just take a moment. It's been a pretty interesting 24 hours for me, I'll have to be honest. And I don't know how I could explain to you walking into that arena in Philly or that field out in Wisconsin or right here to what I have been told is the largest rally of the campaign. And look, this is a place full of working folks who care. And I think about this. You came out here early, found a place to park, stood in the sun, sat here and wait, and you did it. You did it for one simple and eloquent and beautiful reason. You love this country. You love this country. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. Every day of her life, Vice President Harris fights for the American people. She's taken on predators, fraudsters, and transnational gangs. You heard it. She stood up to powerful corporate interests, and she has never hesitated to reach across the aisle, try and find some common solutions. And she has done it, and this is what we know. All the things that make me mad about those other guys and all the things they do wrong, the one thing that I will not forgive them for is they try to steal the joy from this country. They try and steal the joy. But you know what? You know what? Our next president brings the joy. She emanates the joy. I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in a small town of 400 people in Nebraska, and community was the way of life. My mom and dad taught me you show generosity to your neighbors and you work for a common good amongst them. At 17, I joined the Army National Guard. And for the next 24 years, it was a privilege to wear the uniform of this country. And just as it did for my dad, a Korean War era veteran, and millions of others, I used the GI Bill to get a college education. Followed a bit in my dad's footsteps. He was a teacher. My brothers and sisters were teachers, and they married teachers. I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies, and I coached the football team. We did win a state championship. I tell you that because don't ever close the yearbook is my pro tip to you. My students are the ones who encouraged me to run for office. I never thought much about it. But they saw in me what I hope to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, a true belief that one person truly can make a difference in their world. I lived in a district where I didn't know this at the time. Only one other Democrat since 1892 had won that district. And on that election night, my neighbors graced me with the opportunity to go to the United States Congress and represent them. I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. I learned how to work across the aisle to get good things done for people. And now as governor of Minnesota, I bring those experiences together so we can tackle some of those hard problems, inequities, climate change, all of the things that we care about. We got a lot of shared values in this room. By the way, is labor in the room? This might be my chance to use it. Yeah! We know who built the middle class, but here's the deal. What we know is Donald Trump, he sees the world a bit differently than we see the world. And I've been saying it. He doesn't know the first thing about service because he's way too busy serving himself. This is a big difference. Again and again, he does things that weakens our country, only to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division amongst the public, and that's to say nothing about his record as president. He is that. He is that. Look, we had the worst crisis of a generation, and he froze during COVID. People lost their lives because of that. He drove the economy into the ground, and make no mistake, violent crime was up during Donald Trump's presidency. And that's not even counting the crimes he committed. So,
He loves that. He loves that line.
some of the gray hairs in here remember a Republican Party that used to actually talk about freedom. These guys, when they talk about freedom, it means government has the freedom to invade your exam room with your doctor. Now, I know, look, we got a lot of commonalities. And I'll say this, as an NFC North guys, Vikings fans are proud of the Lions. I will say that. I will say that. But in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors' personal choices. We may not agree with them or make them from ourselves, but I've been saying this. You all know it. Our golden rule is mind your own damn business. Just mind your own business. It's amazing what minding your own damn business does to make things work better. Don't like a book? Don't read it. Is there anybody in America sitting around in a bar, a bunch of people talking and say, you know what we need in this country? We need a bad animal farm. That's the first thing that you can do. Nobody says that. But you know what? It would be fun if it wasn't so dangerous, because then they start thinking about things like IVF and banning IVF. And I have to tell you, this is very personal for my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we went through years of fertility treatments. Remember, every time the phone rang, I'd catch my breath, I'd feel nervousness, and then it would be a crushing feeling when they told us that the treatment.
Many Hasanabi watchers are probably shocked
but I can also feel
that you are hearing a politician say some of these things that I've been saying for so many fucking years at this
We
point.
didn't hesitate at all. We named her Hope. We named her Hope.
I, for one, am shocked that a politician is saying such correct
But I do
things.
have to tell you something about
Tackling
Hope.
this
My wife
issue
always
from the
tells me
perspective of freedom. Talking about how weird it
We
is.
can't hope
To
we beat
hyper
this
focus
guy.
on this
We
shit.
can't hope that things get better. We go out and work our butts off to make
Ain't
sure
no
it
normal
happens.
motherfuckers having this convo. How many times do I tell you be fucking normal?
So when our next president walks out here and she talks about freedom, she means the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And when she comes out here and talks about that our children should be free to go to school without being shot dead in their classrooms. Look, we believe strongly in Minnesota in the Second Amendment, just like you do. But we also believe strongly in common sense gun violence prevention law. Freedom's when education's a ticket to the middle class, not crushing student loan debt. And it's a place where we know freedom means we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. You get it. You drove out here. You stood here. Yeah. Please. Look, and let's all decide right now on this, whatever. We know it's going to be a hard race. We know it's going to be close. But let's don't be so close that these guys have anything to say. Let's don't be so close that there's anything. Let's just win the damn thing by a broader margin.
Let's go, big dog. What do you want it?
Simple proposition. This election's about which direction this country's going to go in. We know Donald Trump's taking us backwards.
Sorry.
And don't believe the act. He's playing dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 is going to do to our personal liberties. Destroy unions, rig the economy for the ultra-wealthy. We know that when he goes back, he's picking up and doing the same things he did when he was there the last time. Except, you all know this, it will be much, much worse when he comes back. Raising costs for all of you, repealing the Affordable Care Act. He doesn't care. Gutting Social Security, and be very clear. They can say whatever they want. They are banning abortion across this country. No questions asked. No questions asked. Yeah, you think this guy cares about you or your family? His running mate has the same dangerous and backward agenda as Trump. Well, heck, you all know it. Every regular person in the heartland went to Yale, had Silicon Valley billionaires fund his career, and then he writes a book trashing the very community that raised him. That whole thing is, I wasn't calling anybody names. I was just making an observation about them. We can see it. And here's my thing. There's a lot of things going to happen, by the way. We got about 91 days, and I keep telling people this, 91 days. My God, you can do anything for 91 days. 90. Christ, I haven't slept in 24 hours. You know why? We'll sleep when we're dead. We'll sleep when we're dead. Get it done.
Bro is off the fucking Mountain Dew right now. The nectar of God's flowing through.
Here's my brass ring I'm looking for. I can't wait to debate this guy. I cannot wait to talk about what they think. I can't wait to ask him why he wants to take health care and take reproductive rights, and why he wants to make sure that the wealthiest pay no taxes as we destroy unions in the middle class. So here's the deal. You said it. These ideas that they're putting out there, they are weird as hell. No one's asking for it. No one's asking for it. We're asking a fair shot. We're asking for health care and child care. We're asking for an education. We're asking for safety in our streets. That's what we're asking for. And we're going to get it because that's what this campaign's about. It's about moving forward. Look, you know that Kamala Harris believes that you should be making your own choices in your life. She believes that every person should have an opportunity to enter the middle class. She believes in something so beautiful and simple with joy. She believes in the promise of this great nation. Look, she can take care of herself out front, and she said it. If they want to talk smack, she said it. Say it to my face, damn it. Say it to my face. But what I got to say is, we got to have her back. We got to have her back. So, Madam Vice President, thank you for the trust you placed in me. Michigan, help me right now give a warm Midwest welcome to the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please say something about Gaza. It'd be so nice if they did that. Please.
Good evening, Detroit.
This is my last bastion of hopium. They're more likely to run the top of the hour ad break than do that at this point and tell you that at the Hassan Avi broadcast, there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Mr. Handel, isn't he amazing? He's got a president. So it is good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders. I love you. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, thank you, friendship, your sisterhood, and your leadership, and we are going to do this together. Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, thank you so much. His parents are over there. And the members of Congress, including Senator Debbie Stabenow, my dear friend, and your next United States Senator, Representative Elisa Slotkin. We're going to get that done. Mayor Mike Duggan, thank you for the warm welcome always. And of course, it is so good to be with the President of the United Auto Workers, my dear friend, Shawn Fain. And last week, it was my honor, it feels like last year. Last week, it was my great honor to accept the endorsement of the United Auto Workers. And the UAW has always worked to lift up the working people of our nation. Do we need some help over there? We need a medic over there, please. There should be medics in each corner. We're good? Okay. All right. Look, let's all take care of each other and look out for each other, all right? That's who we are. We look out for each other. Okay. So, as I said to Shawn, as I talked to Shawn about this election is going to be a fight. We like a good fight. When you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. We know what we stand for. So I'm so proud to have UAW by my side because y'all know how to fight and you know how to win. Today, I also bring greetings from our incredible President Joe Biden. That's right, Joe. And I know we are all deeply, deeply grateful to Joe for his lifetime of service to our nation. And we thank you, Joe Biden, each and every day for all you are and all you still have yet to do. Thank you, Joe. 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 That's right. I'm going to tell him what you said.
I don't want to hear about Joe Biden ever, okay?
Michigan, this has been a
Not in Michigan, not nowhere. The motherfucking White House today talk shit about Cori Bush. Okay, you're losing aura. Don't do it. You should be running away from Biden, not running towards him. Okay?
And yesterday I announced my running mate in this campaign. And as you just heard, he has an incredible record as governor of the great state of Minnesota. And to those who know him best, some people are just getting to know him, but I'm going to tell you, you got to know him real quick because he's incredible. He's a serious, serious man. He has been a serious leader, and he loves our country. And, you know, I've talked to some of the people who know him best, like his wife, Gwen. And to Gwen, Tim Walz, his husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is dad.
By the way, it's going to be the same speech with like minor changes. I hope you understand. Insert whatever like hometown sports team it is, shit like that. But it's going to be the same it's going to be the same shit. Bradley T. Martin, I've been watching on YouTube for over 2 years and finally gave in and made a Twitch account. This is not the Bradley Martin that I know.
And in 90 days, the nation will know Coach Walz by the title Vice President of the United States.
Iran attacking in 1 to 3 hours? What the fuck?
In Michigan. And listen, I am clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. And with your help, we will win in November. We will win. And I know we are all clear about what we are up against. As many of you know, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected as a United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General, and before that, elected District Attorney, and before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, scammers who broke the rules for personal gain. So hear me, Detroit, when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. My whole career. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of the country's largest for-profit colleges that scammed students. Well, Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students. You remember that? As a prosecutor, I specialized in cases of sexual abuse. Well, Donald Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General, I held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. Well, Donald Trump was just found guilty of fraud. 34 counts, to be exact. You know what? Here, hold on. Here's the thing. The courts are going to handle that. We're going to beat them in November. We're going to beat them in November. We'll beat them in November. We'll handle that.
Oh, God. It's the same.
But all that to say, in this campaign, I proudly put my record against his any day of the week. Any day of the week. But make no mistake, our campaign, this campaign, is not just about us versus Donald Trump. It's bigger than that. It is about two very different visions for the future of our nation. One, ours, focused on the future, and the other focused on the past. And Michigan, we here fight for the future. We fight for the future. We fight for a future where every worker has the freedom to join a union, where every senior can retire with dignity. A future with affordable housing, affordable child care, affordable health care, and paid leave. A future where we build a broad-based economy where every American has an opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth. And understand, in this fight, we are joyful warriors. Because while fighting for a brighter future may take hard work, we all here know hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families, so they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because look, while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. When I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And when I am president, it will be my day one priority to fight to bring down prices, to take on corporations that engage in illegal.
I do like that she talks like, you know, there's a different president in charge. Like, she's not the current vice president. It's actually a very good tactic to separate herself from all of the worst aspects of the Biden presidency.
Americans.
And it's working too. Like, it literally is working.
That is
She's also doing it while delivering the accurate assessment on the problem, which is greedflation, right? None of this other shit that, like, corporations have chosen to keep prices higher. Now imagine if she did a similar thing on Israel. Just saying.
Middle class is strong. America is strong.
Imagine if she did a similar thing on Israel. You're doing it for inflation. Do it for Israel too, dumbass. Come on, please.
And look,
they're farting on us. Israel's farting on us every day of the week.
Donald Trump intends to take our nation backward. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Project 2025. Please do check out Project 2025. Because I'm telling you, it is a plan. It is a plan to weaken America's middle class.
Could care less about Israel. You're wrong. That's why Donald Trump keeps saying he's a peace candidate. He's a candidate for peace. No new wars under his administration. That's what he keeps running on. He says he's going to pack up the Ukraine situation. He says he's going to pack up the Israel situation. Israel's going to finish the job, he says. Okay? Obviously, that is ominous. But to the American population, when they're watching, they're thinking, okay, like,
we believe in democracy. Everyone's
he's lying, but it doesn't matter.
voice matters, but I am speaking now.
Wait, what?
2025. Look, if he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks
There's
to billionaires
protesters.
and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis. And he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
No! So bad. So bad. So bad. Oh, so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, no. She's yelling at the fucking Palestine protesters. Oh, no. Oh, no. Michigan? In Michigan? You're yelling at the Palestine protesters in Michigan?
You know what that would look like. And again, understand, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act and take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. We all remember what that looked like. And we're not going back. We're not. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom.
Bro, how are you gonna not have a fucking quick equipped line for Palestine at this
we
point?
are witnessing a full-on
How do you
attack
think you're gonna
on
avoid the
hard-fought,
issue
hard-won
in
fundamental
fucking Detroit,
freedoms and
Michigan?
rights, and we will not stand for it.
How do you not think that this is not gonna be an issue that comes up? Like, what
Attacks
kind
on the
of?
freedom to vote. Attack them to be safe and drink clean.
Oh my God.
Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now the baton is in our hands, each and every one of us. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass an assault weapons ban laws. We who believe in the freedom to organize will pass the PRO Act and put an end to union busting once. And we who believe in reproductive freedom will fight for a woman's right to choose. What Donald Trump did to pick 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would take away this freedom, and they did as he intended. We who are paying attention to the fact that now over 20 states in our country have a
Dave
Trump
Weigel said the first
abortion
Gaza
ban,
channel, the
many
Veep
with no
rollout tour breaks out. Kamala,
even
you can't
for
hide. We
rape
don't want no
and incest.
genocide.
And we all know if he wins, he would sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every state, and that would include the great state of Michigan.
Please talk about what she said.
It
Lots
is
of
because there's
people were chanting, and she said, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Do you want Trump to win? Keep chanting that. If not, I'm speaking.
women to know what is in their best interest and not have their government tell to do. And when I am President of the United States and Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, I will sign it into law.
That was a hill dog ass moment. I'll say it.
Here's the thing. So much is on the line in this election. You know, we knew who he is and what he was about in 16 and in 20, but there's also something else that has happened recently that we really have to prioritize in our mind about the danger we're looking at. Last month, the United States Supreme Court basically just told the former president, who has been convicted of fraud, that going forward, he will be immune no matter what he does in the White House. But think about that. Think about what that means. The man has openly vowed, if reelected, that he will be a dictator on day one. Think about what that means when he said that he will even, quote, terminate the Constitution of the United States. Be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
Doors open. There you go. That's what you say.
And when we bless you, and God bless you.
Here's a clip of the protesters yelling on the ground. You know that's going to be fucking front and center. The Trump side of the media is going to cover that. CNN will definitely bring it up too. I'm telling you right now, terminally online leftists are going to lose the election by sticking to their morals and not voting against the dictator. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's an active genocide going on. Okay? Shut up. And it's only being done with our weapons. And the guy most responsible for it, is literally in the pocket, in the tank for Donald Trump. He wants Donald Trump to win. This is an issue that you can tackle on partisan grounds. Okay? This is an issue you can tackle on partisan grounds. This is an issue you should tackle on partisan grounds if you want to win the election. You're going to fucking Michigan, a state with the largest amount of Arab voters, Muslim voters in general. Okay? They have friends that are also pro-Palestine. They have family members that are in Gaza. Okay? It's ridiculous to just drop that on a fucking dime. Not even have any kind of counter message on it. Like, how do you not even fucking, how are you so hopped up on your own? How are you so hopped up on your own farce that you think that, like, ain't nobody's going to bring this shit up? You're right there. You're right next to fucking Dearborn. The uncommitted campaign has been talking about doing counter protests. This is going to come up in the DNC too. The majority of Americans do not want to send troops to the region to defend Israel. The majority of Americans. Okay? Majority of Americans. Remember that. You really think it's a fucking solid choice to do exactly that? Be in the tank for a double suicide pact with an apartheid nation that is currently actively committing a genocide with our weapons? You're fucking insane. This is inevitably going to come up. I've been waiting for this moment to come up. I wanted to see what she was going to do. If you want to vote for Kamala Harris, go right ahead. Okay? I don't give a shit. But don't come in here and fucking talk to people that are at the forefront, that are at the fucking front lines of activism, that could, like that, become door knockers, that would be willing and able to go out and become the bulwark of the Democratic Party's candidacy the ticket and actively petition others to go out and vote for Kamala Harris. Clear you don't care. Chatter's right, touch grass as a streamer, lol. Did she say that? No. Clear you don't care, crazy. Don't ever fucking come in here and try to educate me about American politics, okay? Especially when it comes to fucking foreign policy. Suck my dick. These people are angry for very good reason, okay? Remember what I said? Politicians need to earn your votes. How many motherfuckers do you know that are like, no, America has to keep continuing Israel's genocide? Majority of Americans want a ceasefire. What are we talking about? The overwhelming majority of the Democratic Party wants a ceasefire. We haven't forgotten, okay? What are you talking about? Who are you trying to capture? What base of support does uncommitted, or does what base of support, what real people-backed power does the pro-Israel ticket have? Nothing. All of the people who are unconditionally pro-Israel, no matter the cost, are already in the deep red South, and they're evangelical Christians at the heart of the Republican constituency. Okay? Every single one. The real die-hard voters who will be like, this is the issue that's the most important to me, they're voting for the Republican Party. They're evangelical Christians. They're in the deep South. Okay? The majority of Americans, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats, overwhelming majority of independents, and the majority of Americans across the board want a fucking ceasefire. Okay? It is so insane. It is incomprehensible to me that you could go to Michigan and not think that this is going to be an issue that comes up. That you could go to the DNC and control the narrative, and that this won't be a massive fucking protest movement. It's ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. Delusional if you think that's how you win an election. There is no constituency that is saying, according to polls, that we have to fucking keep in this double suicide pact with Israel. None. 30% of the Americans that are in that double suicide pact are at the heart of the Republican Party's base of votes, base of support. It would be career suicide for a Republican to come out that aggressively against Israel. Okay? But for the Democrats, it is the expectation. What are we doing? They're so lost in the sauce that they think like, oh no, this won't come back up. Everyone's really excited about Kamala. Yes, there's a lot of momentum behind Kamala Harris. Okay? But you're going to cut away at that if you don't have something readily prepared. And we keep giving you political ammo too. Haaretz's sister outlet just published an investigation revealing how our Minister of Diaspora, Amihai Chikli, held secret talks with a private Israeli intelligence company to propose a spying operation against the Students for Justice for Palestine. Okay, the SJP. Though it didn't end up happening, he still tried to spy on American soil. But we're still just stuck in this bizarre mutual cucking situation where we can do this shit to our face, to your face, while still being dependent and face no consequences. There's no downside to adding up pressure to Israel on the ceasefire. Biden, who is the most rabid Zionist that you've ever met, who has outflanked Israeli politicians and former generals on what to do with Israel's enemies at times, 30, 40 fucking years ago, as a matter of fact, has put together a 3-phase ceasefire negotiation with a permanent end to hostilities. That was 3 fucking months ago at this point. Israel last week killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side. It's time to fucking nut up. You can't keep constantly defending Israel and expecting no backlash. Okay? Even if it doesn't cook your campaign in the way that you think it might, in the way that you don't foresee it happening because you have so much momentum, this is already a lost cause ultimately. I've said foreign policy, this is an American cliche. Foreign policy is never top of mind in American politics in an election cycle until it's the only thing that people talk about. There are no assurances from Benjamin Netanyahu that this won't be the only thing that Americans talk about, especially considering his undying loyalty and commitment to Donald Trump. He fucking flew. He flew to Mar-a-Lago after delivering a speech in front of a packed house with the entirety of the Republican Party there and half of the Democratic Party there. Delivered a speech, got a standing ovation, What the fuck did he do? He flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet Trump personally. There's no way. There's no way. Here, you want to watch the clip again? Here it is. This is the other side. This is the protester side. This is how Kamala Harris dealt with the hecklers. Oh my God, boss girl status. Oh my God, what a boss. That's great. There are so many damn voters that are single issue on genocide, and she's in the motherland of the uncommitted and dodged it and shut them down. Yeah. It's like crazy to do that in fucking Michigan. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy to do that in Michigan. That was a Clinton ass moment. Look at this shit.
Project 2025. If he is elected. All good.
Even Joe Biden, when he's in like fucking meetings and shit, he's a rabid Zionist. He's a rabid ultra Zionist, as you guys know. Okay? When people yell at Biden, even he has the decency to at least be like, no, these people have a voice. Like, these people have a voice. Everybody quiet down. Like, come on.
I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but
She tried to do that Biden thing right here.
speaking now.
I'm speaking now. I am speaking now. And then she also said, if you want Trump to win, keep chanting that. Where's the other part? After protesters were removed, interesting to hear crowd convos. This is the administration trying to get a ceasefire, one voter says, annoyed. I think they just wanted to be heard, says another. I mean, she gave him a chance. They didn't shut up. Brother, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They gave him a chance. She didn't shut up. You know, that's an elected representative, right? Like, that is the current vice president in a literal fucking administration that is, I thought they were actively supporting the ceasefire. I guess not.
Intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he
No, it is not a boss move to yell over people that are actively trying to get you to reiterate your commitment to a ceasefire that your fucking administration put together. A local news person live said, paraphrase, she got interrupted by anti-Israel protesters, but she didn't take the bait. She's the highest figure in the government that has called for a ceasefire, didn't attend a speech by Netanyahu, and spoke that she wants to help the citizens of Gaza more. We will see if we can interview that person. Here.
intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
Nah. I hate the fucking scared ass, like, the incredibly scared narrative, like well, AIPAC will come after her. Like, what are we talking about, dude? What the fuck are we talking about? Like, a foreign lobby that gets to operate on U.S. soil has that kind of juice? Like, what do you mean? What is this fucking narrative? This is the United States of goddamn America, man. What the fuck do you mean? Okay, then you actively should be like, we're registering AIPAC as a foreign lobby tomorrow. Funny how you were running defense for Walz being probably pro-Israel, but the tables turn when it's Kamala? Yeah, because I'm sexist and also anti-black and anti-Indian. If Tim Walz responded in that same exact way, I'd be up his asshole too. That's the reality, bro. Cory Bush just lost and you're saying that. What the fuck are you talking about? Man, shut your bitch ass up, dude. What do you mean? We have to triangulate around a fucking foreign nation that is literally a welfare state that would not exist without our unlimited billions of dollars of funds? The fuck are you talking about? 39-month subscriber dumbass, dude. Holy shit. That's actually insane. No, you don't understand. You cannot say any mean words about the suicide pact that we've made with the state that had pro-rape protests, pro-raping Palestinian prisoner protests last week, where the emergency Knesset meeting had a guy who was from Benjamin Netanyahu's party, the Likud party, openly say, yes, Israeli prison guards have the right to rape Palestinian prisoners. We can't say that that's insane at a time when the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, is declaring Israel's acts to be unconscionable. Israel's a fucking pariah state. Get the fuck out of here. AIPAC could not beat out the Dems on a presidential fight. Yeah, you're fucking insane. I'm asking her to reiterate her commitment to a position that this administration has put forward, chatters. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Okay? Like, this isn't... I'm not saying she should run on the ticket of fucking nuking Tel Aviv or some shit, okay? I'm not even asking her to be like, oh yeah, Hamas is the lesser evil or any number of different things. I'm simply saying reiterate your commitment to a permanent end to hostilities that your administration has put forward, that you have championed, supposedly. She had all the smoke to leak to the fucking media. She had all the smoke to leak to the fucking media months ahead of time that she actually wanted to say permanent ceasefire, and the Biden administration changed their narrative. From checking the 40-plus suburb Michigan crowd online, they disliked the protesters for almost universally for being rude and one person rooting for everyone else. Several fall back on the we still want an answer from her on Gaza plan, but that's for interviews with the news, not mid-speech. To be fair, they made her mad. Bro, you're running for president. What do you mean? Like, these are the people that you are supposed to capture, that you're supposed to captivate. What do you mean? You don't tell protesters to shut the fuck up, okay? Unless they're hecklers, unless they're actual bad faith actors, you know what I mean? In which case, it looks great when Joe Biden comes up to a Trump supporter and says, like, listen, fat, I'll beat you in a push-up competition. Like, that's fire, okay? There's a difference when the protesters are on your camp. Where were the same hecklers when Biden gave speeches? Are you kidding me? Biden would get disrupted way more than Kamala Harris. Also, this is 2 days in. What? Just because you weren't paying attention when Free Palestine protesters were at every single fucking Biden speech, so much so that they had to like hide where he was going next half the fucking time. What are you saying? If your immediate instinct is to like run around and try to defend or try to like expose some kind of hypocrisy, they protested at the wrong rally, should have gone to Trump's and said, yeah, you're right. This is giving, why doesn't anybody tell Hamas to release the hostages energy? Yeah, dude, they should go to the fucking Trump rally. You're right. Because Trump is president right now, overseeing the genocide. You're correct. I mean, I'm one of the people. I'm one of these people that is like, that has taken a wait and see approach, okay? Hoping, maybe with too much copium, that like they will be smart enough, because they've been pretty smart on a lot of stuff, that they'll be smart enough to make the right calculation and to know that if you're fucking 10 miles from Dearborn, Michigan, okay, the largest American Arab population, the largest American Muslim population in the nation, that you would at least have one line about Gaza, at least your commitment that your own fucking administration has made into a ceasefire and a permanent cessation of hostilities. 2% of voters view foreign policy as their highest priority. Oh my God. I fucking hate liberals so much, man. They have no foresight. Yeah. The State Department tried real hard to change ceasefire to only mean a pause in strikes, not even a retreat from Gaza, and even less than an end to the war. Even that's too much for these assholes. I know. I just don't understand how this is so difficult. You know what I mean? The UAW is a great example. The UAW itself has obviously endorsed Biden and also endorsed Kamala Harris now. But the UAW itself, alongside, I believe, 12 other major unions, okay, 12 other major unions have demanded that this administration change course on Gaza and reiterate their commitment and hold Israel accountable, reiterate their commitment to ceasefire and hold Israel accountable. UAW is one of those 12 unions that did that, okay? Americans want to ignore foreign policy, which is precisely the reason why it's a phenomenal opportunity for you to do lip service. That's the other thing. Because saying the right thing about Israel that Joe Biden has already said time and time again, and reiterating your commitment to that thing that Joe Biden has said time and time again at this point for the past 3 fucking months, and trying to tackle the issue on partisan grounds would open up an entirely new opportunity. It's like the moment that Tim Walz went on Morning Joe and said Republicans are weird, okay? Before that moment, Democrats would hate that. They would be like, oh, they're deplorable, they're fascist. They'd never say something like that because they'd be too afraid. Just like Democrats, liberals have a tendency to be too afraid of change. That's why they were afraid to switch out the ticket with Kamala Harris, okay? They were afraid to switch out the ticket with Kamala Harris because they're always running on the worst instincts. They're running with fear, okay? But looking at the numbers, looking at the polling, looking at everything, it's obvious that you stand to gain from taking a fucking stance like this instead of just hoping that it goes away when the fucking entire region is dialed to 11. 4,000 Marines in aircraft carriers have moved around the peninsula to take a defensive posture for Israel. 51% of Americans think that that is unacceptable, by the way, or 54% of Americans. The majority of Americans do not want American soldiers to die defending Israel. If you do not think Americans care about foreign policy, why do you think the White House's position on Gaza is a potential election loser, especially when both parties line up on policy? Oh, easy. Michigan and Minnesota. Now you got Waltz, but so Minnesota is locked down regardless. But Michigan, there's also a way to cut into the momentum, okay? The emperor has no clothes moment that happened for Joe Biden will happen with Kamala Harris. This is the start of that panic, okay? Do you understand? This is the start of that panic. It's been rosy as hell for the past it has been rosy as hell for the past 48 hours, 76 hours, okay? All of a sudden, obviously, issues are going to start coming up. The Republicans are going to get their shit together. They're going to be able to potentially launch a successful campaign strategy at a certain point, right? You have to be ready for that. You can't be just like flexing on all of the momentum that you've built up by being not Joe Biden. There's also then my own personal moral conviction on the matter. I think it's utterly repugnant to not even address it, but I rarely ever bring that up because I know many of you don't give a shit about that because you're only fucking enjoying the show because most people in America that care about politics understand the powerlessness that most Americans feel and therefore simply tackle the issue on team sports. I get it. Most people that are laser focused on politics, on the rat race, obviously have this subtle underlying understanding of the matter at hand, which is that our voices don't really matter, so you might as well have your team win so the opposing team looks bad and gets mad and cries. I like that myself. That's why I do Hogwatch. Okay? With the way Kamala HQ is trying so hard to appeal to the online youth via TikTok and shit, it's baffling that they wouldn't be more outwardly spoken about a ceasefire considering that demographic. I think a part of that is the calculation that they're making, which is that a lot of those people just hated Joe, not because of the genocide, but also because Joe is really fucking old. Okay? That's the calculation that they're making. That's the dangerous calculation that they're making. That a lot of people aren't actually all that invested in the genocide at all. It was just simply a thing that people were paying attention to, and that's why they were repeating it over and over again without much conviction associated with it. They're looking at the uncommitted voting numbers and maybe hoping they are looking at the uncommitted voter numbers and hoping that those guys were uncommitted because Biden is old and not necessarily because Biden was doing genocide. And it's showing some members, even very long-term souls of this community, are discussing, yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to happen. But that is old school Democratic Party politics that failed. It failed in 2016. I know Kamala Harris is not Hillary Clinton and is not like as and doesn't draw ire or disgust in the same way that like Hillary Clinton did by the broader electorate. But you have to remember, you have to understand that this kind of like, if you don't vote for us, you just want Trump to win shit. It didn't work for Biden. Why would the equation work now? Because it's Kamala Harris. Okay? It should never work. That's ridiculous. Are you seeing Jonah Hill in the crowd behind her? No, I'm not. Look, it's morally right to try and protect innocents in Gaza, but it might not be the time to dive into a contentious issue right now. Man, shut up. When is the time, chatter? We'll wait, okay? Especially as Kamala's under attack as a leftist extremist by the right. Yeah? Is that why she picked Tim Walz? So that she could double down on the leftist extremist narrative? The fuck are you talking about? They're already doing that. They're saying, no, these are our policies. We're putting our fucking pussies and dicks on the table. This is who we are. We want to feed your children. Okay? That's it. We're not compromising. This is who we are. Stop being fucking weird and gross. We're going to feed the children. You want to talk about genital inspection day. This plays into that same exact narrative. Also, it's wild to think like, bro, they're literally like the number one issue in Israel right now is like how hard they're allowed to rape the Palestinian prisoners. Like, think about that, okay? Half the crowd is like, yo, you got to go all the way. The other half is like, I don't know, maybe you do like 30% less rape. And you're over here having this point of contention like this is a normal conversation that they're fucking having over there. And we have to give unconditional support to them. Otherwise, their lobbying group will come and like ruin the presidential election. The fuck? What are we talking about? Israeli media just released video footage from the Sde Taman concentration camp showing gang rape. Just because the American fucking media doesn't talk about it doesn't mean it's not happening. Didn't Corey Bowman and Jamal Bush, Jamal Bowman and Corey Bush lose on these? Yeah, dude. Those are Democratic Party primaries that they dumped $20 million and $8 million into. You think that's the same as the fucking general election? Are you out of your dang mind? They raped the Palestinian to death, chat. And the government is like talking about why it's actually kind of allowed Israeli prison guards are allowed to do that. The fuck are we talking about? Yeah, here, one might call this weird. Exactly. Israeli journalist calls for rape against kidnapped Palestinians to be institutionalized. Soldier was suspected in the criminal offense of rape of a cuffed prisoner. It doesn't interest you? Does the morality of our soldiers not interest you? No problem. By the way, they're not soldiers. In fact, they're not soldiers. They're criminals. Again, I don't give a rat's ass what they did to that Hamas man. I always remember, first of all, the only thing that is a problem for me here, journalist in general, I hate this man, Schlesinger, Yehuda Schlesinger, is that it's not a regulated policy of the state to abuse detainees. He's saying that his real issue is not this, like, and by the way, they're playing the fucking gang rape, the prison guards doing gang rape on the Palestinian video on the sideline. And this fucking demon, this Nazi demon piece of shit is on Channel 12 saying, I always remember, first of all, the only thing that is a problem for me here is that it's not a regulated policy of the state to abuse the detainees. He's saying it should be a fucking requirement that they do that. Scoop, Israel told the U.S. that if Hezbollah harms Israeli civilians as a part of its retaliation for the assassination of its top military commander, the IDF response would be disproportionate, Israeli officials told me. Interesting. That's shocking, by the way. Wow. Israel responding disproportionately? That's new. We're all shocked. Because first of all, they deserve it, and it's great revenge that we need to give them. Talking about rape, chat. This Israeli journalist is talking about raping Palestinians. And secondly, maybe it will also serve as a little more as a deterrent. So first of all, they deserve it. It is a very appropriate revenge. It's just a shame that we don't do it in an institutionalized way as a part of regulations for torture of prisoners. Because then the next guys who think about doing another October 7th, I talk to my family about this. I'm Israeli, and even my mom, who's a liberal Zionist, agrees it's terrifying. Is he talking about civilians? Brother, you think that matters? What the fuck are you talking about? But yes, in this circumstance, he's quite literally calling them Hamas terrorists, but they're not Hamas terrorists either. That's the other part of the equation that I'm not even getting to. But you can't argue to fucking rape people to death, bro. Are you insane? Are you fucking insane? Even if it's the worst criminal mastermind of all time, you can't argue to fucking rape them to death on public television. What the fuck? What are we doing? Yeah. Imagine this was a camp in Russia with verifiable evidence of rape and torture of Ukrainians. Would Miller insist on waiting for a Russian investigation? Think about that. Okay? Think about that. That's a great fucking analog here. Okay? And it has happened. There's been massacres. They didn't fucking wait. They didn't wait for a personal investigation by Russia to be conducted on Bucha. You know what I mean? They weren't like, oh, hold on. We got to wait for Russia to investigate itself on whether or not there was a fucking massacre committed in Bucha. They didn't do that. Of course they're not going to do that. So what the fuck are they doing with Israel? Yeah, this is the other part of the story. Tonight, Ben Shitrit was hosted on Channel 14's talk show Chapatroi Team. He wore a mask and was identified as them. He condemned the reporter who released the rape footage, asked the public not to break into the bases, and claimed that his unit always did everything according to law. By the way, I really hate you, anti-Zionist Jewish Israeli person from Israel. Also has tracked this guy's fucking social media profile. Meir Ben Shitrich was, according to the Israeli media, the main suspect in the ongoing Sidei Teiman sodomy rape case. In spite of that, he was the first soldier to be released after 2 days of detainment. Here's a video from him on June 2023 while in reserve duty in the West Bank. Why can't we go into Negev with machine guns? With Negev machine guns? Why can't we go in with mag machine guns? Why can't we just go in with the holding force of a grenade launcher to such a place full of terrorists? 2 days ago, all these terrorists were standing there, 150, 200 armed terrorists. Why don't we get 3 to 4 attack helicopters up in the sky and spray everyone? This video was posted on the Telegram channel of racist thug and right-wing influencer Yoav Eliassi, Hatzel the Shadow, and went viral. After the video circulated widely, Ben Shitrich claimed the army is threatening to remove him from service, yet the army assured the press that Ben Shitrich will not be dismissed. Ben Shitrich is an infamous piece of shit from Hebron who famously was on video saying, "We're not shooting enough Palestinians." Meir Ben Shitrich, one of Israeli army reservists suspected of raping a Palestinian hostage at Sidei Teiman, describes his time during interrogation. "The military police treated us really nice. You see the support, with a hand on their heart, like telling you, thank you." He's saying truly everyone, like all the military police that actually detained us, were like, thank you for raping the Palestinian prisoner to death. Okay? That's what they were saying.
את התמיכה, הם עושים את העבודה שלהם כי הוא חייב להגיד לך כנס, תעשה, אבל הרגשת את הנשמות של הבנות שם, של הקצינים, של החיילים, כולם עם יד על הלב, כאילו אומרים לך תודה, והם לא יכולים
Ben Shitrich lives in Kiryat Arba, settlement adjacent to Hebron, where Ben Gvir also lives. The two know each other and are probably friends. In this video from Sidei Teiman, we see Ben Shitrich was the main agitator of the initial riots. I do wonder how he was released so fast. Anyway, so miss me with this fucking bullshit, bro. There is nothing, like, this is unconscionable. This is morally repugnant. You cannot fucking cast this issue aside. Okay? Like, that's insane. And you especially can't cast this issue aside in a fucking place like Michigan, dude. Are you insane? What are you saying to the people? Keep in mind, Schlesinger is a very prominent journalist for Adelson's pro-Bibi newspaper, Israel Hayom. For the sake of honesty, he was temporarily removed from the morning show for this, but still, the only guy on the show actually challenging him as a Haaretz journalist is completely normalized, even if some are not as explicit about it. All of this comes with a massive B'Tselem report, which described in excruciating detail how Israel's prisons are torture camps. Like, what are we talking about? Why do people hate Donald Trump? You got Donald Trump literally doing Donald Trump shit plus more in a very direct manner in Israel, and we're fucking aligned with them? Do you actually hate Donald Trump, or is it just team sports? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like, do you have no fucking moral convictions? What are we talking about? I guess y'all don't really mind Donald Trump at all either. Is the issue of Israel that significant for you? Do you actually need Israel to keep operating in the way that it is? Is that what it is? Is it simply how worried you are about AIPAC? Like, for how long is AIPAC going to hold America hostage like this? Is it fair to say Kamala's response to the protests is mostly an aesthetic L, but not necessarily enough evidence to be a policy L yet? No, her not mentioning Gaza at all in Michigan is already a fucking policy L. I think we're just hyper focusing on the copium induced attitudes that we have, that like she's just gonna secretly be like, she's secretly gonna do the right thing behind closed doors or some shit. She's not. She needs to fucking utilize the bully pulpit. What the fuck is this poll, bro? Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada tie, Florida, Trump 6, Georgia +2, Michigan +1, North Carolina +3, Pennsylvania +2. I don't know how valid this poll is.
הבאים שיחשבו לעשות לנו 7 באוקטובר יגידו, אתם רואים מה עושים להם בישראל? אל תחשבו על זה בכלל.
קודם כל, צר לי שהדברים האלה בכלל זוכים משידור, ניב, כי מה שעושה פה שלזינגר זה פשוט הסתה לאלימות. הסתה לאלימות.
אוי אוי אוי.
האיש הזה...
ממש הסתה?
האיש הזה עכשיו תמך בעבירות של אינוס
של מחבלים נוראים, אנשי חמאס שרוצים להרוג גם אותך ולשפוט אותך ולתקתק אותך כמו שהם.
Yeah. Don't you think, like, within a month of nomination, what are we talking about? It's not ruffling any feathers to reiterate your commitment to what Biden has put forward. What feathers are we ruffling? Like, what is this argument, guys? Does Biden want a fucking ceasefire in Palestine or not? Why the fuck did she put that on? Why did he put that on the table? Why did she say she wants a ceasefire? She wants to see a ceasefire months before Biden even put that on the table. What are we doing? Like, does she not want a ceasefire? She said she does. I took her at her fucking word when she said it. So why don't you? If she came out, I think many of you, I think, if she came out and fucking said she's actually not a progressive at all and that she literally wants to make healthcare less affordable and wants to literally build concentration camps at the fucking border, you'd be like, hey, honestly, she's still better than Trump, so I'm still voting for her. Really search within your hearts. It's crazy. Boomers like Israel, it don't matter. The fuck? And you're wrong. People want a ceasefire. People want the end to this fucking nonstop conflict. They don't want to see it in front of their fucking eyes for the most part, but they still want to end to the conflict. It's not like she was talking about how, like, she wants Israel to fucking beat Gaza to a bloody pulp, and all of a sudden we're expecting her to switch up now that she's running for president. She says she wants a ceasefire months before Biden came out with a ceasefire. There's a ceasefire proposal on the table. Israel killed the principal negotiator in that ceasefire proposal, and we're over here still talking about how cuck we are to Israel. What the fuck are we talking about? Israel doesn't exist without America's support. Okay? It doesn't. It's one fucking phone call. It's disgusting. That's it. It's one phone call. You gotta be like, oh yeah, you guys want to do pro-rape protests? Okay. No more weapons transfers. That's it. And I don't think you guys understand. There's a lot of this momentum. And some people are genuinely excited. They're enthused. It's no longer an old white guy. You know, that's great. And there will be a lot of people who don't give a fuck about Palestine, who will just be like, yeah, I don't really care. I genuinely don't care about Palestine. I love, I'm dropping all that shit. I'm no longer a leftist, whatever. Okay. I'm a liberal. I'm libbed up. I love Kamala. I love Tim Walz. Hassan is a fucking idiot, whatever. Right. Plenty of people will say that, but there's still going to be a non-marginal, especially electorally consequential number of people that won't just drop it. Okay. They're just not going to drop it. So what do you do? Especially when there are no negative repercussions to taking the morally righteous choice. Like, the morally correct choice in the situation is also not even a harmful one, electorally speaking, but yields benefits. The moment that you start talking about this or start thinking about this as like, well, Trump will be worse, is the moment that you've already lost. That's old school Democratic Party. They give you nothing. Okay. They give you nothing. They haven't given you shit. That is exactly how Democrats keep losing. This past month was actually the first time the Democrats responded positively to the pressure that they were getting from their base. Think about how good that felt. I agree with you, but can she realistically come out against Biden's policy? I'm sorry. Is Biden's policy not a three-phase ceasefire and permanent end to hostilities negotiation? That's Biden's policy. What are we talking about? The fuck? That's Biden's policy. What are we doing? Anyway, here's Kamala Harris getting chirped at by Charlemagne the God for hitting up Kai Cenat.
Kai, hit me and tell me who sent you that text, man. Because whoever on Vice President Kamala Harris' team hit Kai Cenat to do a live stream, they need to be fired. Okay, stop letting social media run her campaign. You saw Trump go on Aiden Ross, and you saw the attention that garnered. You saw the headlines that got. You saw social media start saying the vice president needs to go on Kai Cenat, and you ran to go make that happen. Not even stopping to think, is this organic? Does Kai Cenat even care about politics? You know why?
Does he even know anything about it? Have questions? He might be supportive of Trump. We don't know.
No, he's not supportive of Trump. Cut it out.
You don't know who he supports.
I know he don't support no Trump. You know why the Trump Aiden Ross scream worked? Because Aiden Ross had real interest in Donald Trump. And I do believe politicians should absolutely meet people where they are, but it still has to make sense. Let it be something organic. There's a lot of places the VP can go to get in front of a younger audience. There are influencers Kai age, you know. I I don't know.
But
I'm all, like I said, I'm all from beating
Me. He's talking about me.
people where they are, but it also has to make sense.
But Castanet has never even, I've never heard Castanet mention politics one time. Not even talk about it at all.
No.
So we don't know what his interests are, what he cares about, what he likes. Not at all. We know he's the biggest streamer, but besides that, he's never mentioned politics.
If the vice president was to run the Kai now,
There's a second biggest streamer, like third, maybe, you know? I'm just saying there's other streamers out there too that are at the top of the platform that do cover politics.
she would just look like she's copying Trump.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I want to see the vice president sit with? I want to see the vice president sit with the 85 South show.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a great organic kickback. I believe Carlos, Chico, and DC would have a real honest conversation with her, and we would love that for the Black Effect iHeartRadio podcast network, by the way. Kamala should tap in with somebody like that kid, what's his name? Harry Sisson. Harry Sisson, I think his name is. He's all in on the Harris Walls campaign. I love Kai, but sending the VP to Kai just because Trump went to Aiden Ross, that's corny.
I'll pull up here at the Breakfast Club.
No, send
Yes.
the VP and her silk press someplace that doesn't look like she's copying Trump. That's what should happen.
We were talking about Harry, right? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Listen, man, what's crazy to me is that, like, I have enough fucking haters that already disrespect me on a daily basis. Why in the ever-loving fuck is my own fan base chirping at me right now, being like, you're old. You're not in the top. It's like, bro, look at the fucking numbers, dude. Shut the fuck up, okay? God damn, I hate y'all. Bro, Harry has more clout than you, not even getting a shout out from Charlemagne. I mean, I think I've called him a donkey too many times. He loves Jank, by the way. That's not even a joke. That's literally not even a fucking joke. Yeah, suck my dick, chatters. Fuck you guys, okay? Suck my fucking dick. Like, there's numbers on the board, and you guys are like, me. Why do you have to be my biggest haters? Give me my fucking flowers every now and then, you bitches. God damn. You were massive during the basketball streams when they were crying in Discord about no politics? I know. Oh, not even bronze, homie. I know, I'm fucking falling off, dude. Yeah, I can't fucking... I can't compete with, like, literally internationally renowned, like, dudes who get 3 million live concurrent viewers. Anyway, Lowy, did you dirty? 7 of the most athletic creators are battling. No, he asked me to do it. I can't do it. It's literally during the DNC. Or not even during the DNC, it's the weekend before the DNC. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be there because I have a bachelor party. Anyway, should listen to your concerns about Shapiro. Should call for a ceasefire. Should be more sympathetic than Biden has ever been. Keep fighting for what you believe / care about, but also don't expect her to stop midway through her rally and stare. No. I think those people would not have chirped if she actually had a fucking statement ready to go. Okay? If she had a statement ready to fucking go, like right off the rip, then it would have been fine. Like, yeah, there's going to be pro-Palestine protesters. It's just not going to go away. Why are nuanced political takes seemingly absent and not viable in the modern atmosphere? Internet. I forgot how insufferable liberals are when they have 1 ounce of hope. Holy fucking shit. Yeah.
More fighter jets to the region ahead of what could be major retaliation by Iran and Hezbollah, its ally based in Lebanon. Imtiaz Tayeb is in Beirut, Lebanon's capital.
In a pointed speech via video link, Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah told support.
Yeah, she should have listened and said, I hear you and I'm for a ceasefire. Trump is not. Then continued on with her speech, but she's a shit public speaker. Thank you. Thank you for not being a fucking weirdo in the chat. Jesus Christ. There was a shit ton. There was a shit ton of people. It's like so easy. It's so easy. Just literally say what the administration has put forward. Why did the administration write that proposal if they don't fucking personally think that that is like a good thing to do, even from an electoral perspective? Like, just literally, that is already the fucking thing. That is already the point of contention. That's already the conversation. That's already your policy. You predicted protests being there 5 hours ago? Yeah, of course, bro. It's fucking Michigan. What? It's Michigan. What did you think? At best, she's stupid for literally not having one line, like thinking that this will go away without her addressing it. At worst, she's, unconditionally fucking pro-Israel and doesn't want to say nothing unless it's to say, I'm unconditionally pro-Israel.
Orders that following last week's assassination of a top Hezbollah military commander and Hamas's main political leader, Israel is and should be afraid of Iran and Hezbollah's planned revenge attack.
As supporters of Hezbollah vow to avenge the assassination, we could hear the sound of Israeli fighter jets in the skies above Beirut break this sound barrier.
The Israeli warplanes reportedly flew low across the Lebanese capital, with some here saying they're ready for an all-out war.
We want this war to finish them.
To finish Israel?
Yeah, we will finish them.
Dozens of Hezbollah supporters took to the streets of Beirut to celebrate the announcement Hamas in Gaza had appointed a new leader. This man, Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of the brutal October 7th attacks in southern Israel, who's believed to be hiding in Gaza and has a reputation for being ruthless and uncompromising.
Before a rally in Detroit, VP Kamala Harris spoke briefly with the co-founders of the Uncommitted National Movement, which mobilized tens of thousands of voters in Michigan to withhold their votes from President Biden. Abbas Alioueh and Layla El-Abed said that they were in the welcoming line for Harris and Governor Walz, and communicated to Harris that they wanted to support her, but the voters wanted her to consider an arms embargo to immediately stop the carnage in the besieged enclave. Harris listened to the stories of people in Michigan who have had dozens of family members killed in Gaza. The leaders asked to meet with her about the embargo request, and she indicated she was open to it and introduced the two leaders to her staff. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why? Why won't you just say it then? Not that, but just say you are committed to a ceasefire. That's it. Bro, what's wrong with that? That sounds like a good thing. It is. But it also shows that she's just so fucking bad at campaigning. Just the one aspect that has been unique about the Democratic Party this past month is that they are no longer incompetent. Okay? They're not whiffing and they're not incompetent. That is incompetence. You meet with the fucking uncommitted campaign. You're like, oh, I'm on board with the fucking embargo. She needs to come out with a statement, dude. She needs to come out with a fucking statement. Oh my God. She needs to come out with a fucking statement. She needs to give an interview. She needs to come out with a statement. Anything. Anything. Biden was polling 20 points underneath Donald Trump on the issue of Israel. Do you want to know why? Well, one, because he's the president and Israel's doing a genocide and people attribute it to him correctly. But do you want to know why he was also polling so poorly in comparison to Donald Trump that like 30% more Americans thought that Donald Trump would be better on the issue of Israel? Because he did not have a consistent position. You cannot keep doing this wishy-washy bullshit. They need to come out with a fucking statement instantly and then pop off with a goddamn interview, dude. Do a Lester Holt. Do a Lester Holt. Do something in like non-hostile territory. Just fucking do anything. Look, what are you doing? Just go out and speak. That way it's a double win, a double whammy. You get to fucking talk to the media, which is something that the Trump campaign keeps trying to harp on. Okay? Come out with a fucking statement and be like, look, our administration has been goddamn committed to ceasefire. Ceasefire with Israel. Israel is an important ally, important asset in the Middle East. It's our fucking wonderful friends. It's unfortunately being run to the ground by a crazy person who is very similar to Donald Trump. And that person is, for lack of a better term, mucking up the works. Like, genuinely disruptive to the ceasefire process. Person also happens to be a war criminal. It's like, it's the easiest fucking W of all time. You will literally have like 90% of the Gen Z vote wrapped up. It's just such a fucking layup, dude. It is such a goddamn layup. It is such a goddamn layup. I'm losing my mind. It's like right there. It's literally right there. I legitimately think that they saw Joe Biden pull out of Afghanistan and they saw how the media shellacked him, okay? How aggressively the media pursued his ass and called him a bitch ass and called him a fucking phony and bad. That was the first time the media divorced with the Biden administration. And like, they got so scared that they just cannot do anything in terms of being like pro-peace. They just are fucking terrified that if they take one step in that direction, meanwhile, Donald Trump is running around saying no new wars under my administration. Look around. Joe Biden is responsible for Ukraine. Joe Biden is responsible for Israel. had sex with Kim Jong-un. I called him Rocket Man. We compared rockets to one another. All these leaders love me. Xi Jinping, strong dick, okay? I call him strong dick. I call him Xi strong dick ping. And honestly, we get along so well because I'm such a peaceful dove. He just keeps running around saying that, even though he's a fucking liar, and he did so much war when he was the president. He continued to fucking drone strike people into oblivion, and it doesn't matter though, because Americans ultimately still are like, yeah, we want to be peaceful. We don't want fucking 18-year-old dumbasses from Arkansas to get their dicks blown off in a fucking hash field, in a fucking poppy field, defending the material interests of the CIA and their black budget operations, serving the entire European market for heroin. Like that's not a thing that Americans want, okay? That's not. That's why 50+% of Americans are like, no, I don't want fucking young boys and girls that fucking die in the Middle East for Israel. Of course they don't want that. Oh, it's just right there. It's right there. It's literally right there. It's right there. Just seize it. It's right there. It's like in arm's length. It is right in front of you. Please. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened to the Democratic Party. They just like post 9/11, they've become the war party, which is insane. Please, God, don't abandon the left. Call out Holocaust Harris now for what she is, bro. Time to stop fucking pretending and trying to go mainstream lib or whatever garbage you've been doing the last week or so. She isn't for a ceasefire or for holding Israel accountable in any meaningful way. It's delusional. Dude, this whole Afghanistan story explanation is fucking bullshit, dude. Literally lib propaganda. Wait, you don't think that liberal media actually started bouldering Joe Biden for pulling out of Afghanistan? Listen, big dog, if you're not paying attention to the news, then don't come at me, a professional news payer attentioner. This is all I do. I sit here and watch news more than your fucking racist grandfather. I watch more Fox News than your dumbass uncle who says the N-word, okay? That's all I do. This is what I do. I look at the media every day, okay? It's the one thing I'm good at. It's not liberal narrative. It literally happened. Biden pulling out of Afghanistan was objectively good. It was like me, the Chapo boys, and like 8 other fucking people that defended him for doing that. The entirety of the liberal media ecosystem daggered him for it. What? Scroll up. This is it. I have scrolled up. Stop fawning over the party of genocide. I'm not fucking fawning over the party of genocide. Shut up. God, you fucking Maoist America KKK third worlders are so fucking unbearable, okay? You're poison. You're literally the most like poisonous, annoying fucking losers, dude. I'm not doing that. I'm literally chirping about the mismanagement that the Democratic Party is engaging in currently. Shut the fuck up, revolutionary vanguardist LARPers, dude. Oh my God. We are going to have to add ignoring hostile chatters the next year's resolution list again. I just don't understand. Kamala got you punching left too? No. You've been in here long enough. You know I fucking yell at dummies in the chat on a regular fucking basis. Especially, what do I hate the most out of anything else? Okay? I'm a stubborn fucking douchebag. Okay? I'm incredibly stubborn and very firmly committed to my positions. And I will ride or die for it no matter what. So when a chatter comes in a disingenuous ass attitude and applies some cynical reason to why I'm saying certain things instead of listening to what I'm saying, what is coming out of my mouth, I lose my fucking mind. Okay? That chatter came in and was like, oh, you're just trying to be like a mainstream liberal now. Yeah, dude. That's what I was doing. For the past 9 months, I've been covering every single day. That's fair if you read it as disingenuous. The fuck do you mean? Do you need me to go over that point again? That chatter literally fucking said, I'm trying to carve out a new lane for myself as a mainstream liberal commentator. What are we talking about? How else can you fucking read that? Stop fawning over the party of genocide and putting a smiling face on a bloody massacre, bro. What are we supposed to do? Wait for January for Harris to maybe do something? Lol. Please, God, don't abandon the left. Call out Holocaust Harris right now for what she is, bro. Time to stop fucking pretending and trying to go mainstream lib or whatever garbage you've been doing the last week or so. She isn't for a ceasefire or for holding Israel accountable in a meaningful way. It's delusional. Do you think that that was actually like a totally valid point of contention? Do you think that I was crazy for reading that as a disingenuous, Is there another way to read that statement? Can you try to fucking summarize those talking points in a way that doesn't apply some cynical reasoning as to why I'm doing the commentary that I'm doing? Go ahead, you have the table. Nah, he has points about Kamala, but he's off with you, I think. People just repeating your talking points that you just said, lol. I know. It's like the really fucking annoying shit. Look where a meeting in the middle with Republicans have got you. Why do libs constantly fucking act like they don't need the left? There's a lot of people in this community that are angry about you not actively campaigning for Jill Stein as if she has a chance to win. Yeah, I mean, it's laughable. Peace. Literally 1% of the vote in the best day. She's so bad at speaking off the cuff. Like, if you're doing this, you should never be on the fucking timeline. You should never be on the main, turning around and being like, and fucking yelling at Palestinian protesters, be like, actually, you want Trump to win? Just say so. That's Hillary Clinton shit, okay? She's 100% better than Bernie and AOC. What? Chatter is... Are you typing this from, like, Tel Aviv as a pro-Israeli chatter or something? What do you mean? What? Chatter typing from the insane asylum, hallucinating the positions that Kamala Harris doesn't have. Democrats should never do a couple different things, okay? This is not even about Gaza, okay? Not even about Gaza. A couple things that the Democrats should never do ever again. Are you ready? Number one, if you don't vote for me, you're going to fucking die. So shut the fuck up and vote for me. Never do that, okay? Never do that ever again. Literally never do that on any issue. Don't ever fucking do that. It is the dumbest way to try and change people's minds, okay? The only people that agree with you are people who are voting for you anyway, okay? Don't ever fucking do that. It is electoral poison, okay? It's poison. Poison. That's what Hillary Clinton did, okay? Number two, don't tack to the fucking right on any issue because they are obviously much better equipped at whipping up votes for that specific issue. All right? Don't do that. Democrats were doing that on the border. They did that where crime this past month was filled to the brim with Democrats not doing that and actually getting hundreds of millions of dollars in fundraising and like hundreds of thousands of people signing up to door knock. Why would you cut that momentum? Why wouldn't you just keep going? Keep pumping. Okay? You go back to the fucking woke scold shit, you're cooked. You tack to the right, you're cooked. They're going to call you radical anyway. Stick to the message. Stick to the policies and say, you think this is radical? You're a fucking weirdo. And last but not least, and they haven't done this yet, and I'm very happy that they haven't done this, if you don't vote for me, you hate black women, okay? Hillary Clinton did that shit all the time. That is, again, electoral poison, okay? Americans, by and large, fucking hate that. Everybody hates that. Literally not a single person is like, you know what, you're right. I guess I don't hate black women, so I should apologize and learn from my mistakes. If you do that, you will lose. And Kamala Harris, to her credit, has not done that once, okay? Trump will just be like, she's not a black woman. Trump will be like, she's a DEI candidate. Republicans will be like, she's not a real black woman. She's a DEI candidate. She doesn't deserve it. She's a whore. All this like crazy shit, right? Not once does she address that shit because that's smart. Don't address it. Let them look like fucking assholes. You don't ever have to be like, see, they hate women. They hate black people. If you don't like me, you must hate black women. If you don't like me, you must hate women. Don't ever do that because everybody fucking hates that shit. Let them look like fucking assholes. And if you're ever going to tie it back to identity, be like, yeah, it's not shocking that the party that wants to stop women from getting health care, wants to stop women from getting a medical procedure, are going to say shit like this because they're weird and gross. That's it. Either let people draw their own conclusions, or if you're ever going to bring it back to identity, tie it back to a policy that you are fighting for. Okay? Don't ever let it sit with like, oh, I guess you're anti-Semitic. Nobody likes that, okay? Nobody, like not a single person likes that. Hassan, what's the best part of obnoxious chatters that keep chirping at you with straw man arguments that keeps you coming back? It's good to shit on those silly ass arguments, especially because they rear their ugly head so frequently. And also I serve them 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour, and sometimes I forget, so I do it at 6:40. It's been a fucking, last time I served the ad break was like an hour ago, and it was a middle of the hour ad.
Y'all, I fully thought I was a leftist until this week. Turns out I am not. I am a Democrat, and I will be giving you guys my leftist card back because I don't really want.
Yeah, like I don't want to fucking, I don't care about this rage bait shit. I don't want to look at that. It's going to piss me off. Delay but genuine inquiry. Why do you think the Afghan exit was good? Do you mean as a general policy or how the exit happened? I think America shouldn't be and shouldn't have been in Afghanistan, but I also think the execution of the exit was done poorly and put many Afghanis, like those promised visas, in danger, abandoning them in chaos we created. I don't know. Maybe I heard stuff about the exit. Yes, you are the product of exactly what I was talking about. You are the product of mainstream media. Remember that one chatter that was talking about how it's lib shit that liberal media dunked on Biden for pulling out of Afghanistan? Here is the result. That's because CNN was saying those things. We have to stay in Afghanistan permanently to save Afghan women was the prevailing narrative on New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS. All of the outlets were literally like, we have to keep a permanent occupation there because otherwise we can't protect Afghan women. That's what they said. If we gave a single fuck about Afghan women, we wouldn't have stolen Afghanistan's money, okay, and kept it. The most gross parts of the Afghan withdrawal wasn't necessarily how we withdrew. That's a Trumpian talking point that mainstream media also pushed. It was that we killed a fucking family of humanitarian aid workers on the way out, and then we stole their money. I don't know, man. But yeah, it's good that if the question is, why do you deal with disingenuous chatters regularly? It's because there's a lot of people who are going to, in the real world, come to you with genuinely curious takes that almost entirely resemble the just curious Andys in the chat. And it's actually good and important to address them swiftly. It gives you the talking points. For two immigration reform activists heckling the President of the United States landed a pair in exclusive meeting. Juan Belmont and Mizraim Belmont got an unexpected response from President Barack Obama when they stood up and shouted while Obama was lamenting congressional inaction on immigration reform. I'm on your side, man. Sit down, guys. We'll talk about it later, I promise. Obama even told his security personnel not to escort the two out. And the president apparently made good on his promise, meeting with the two brothers after the speech. The White House confirmed the meeting, but wouldn't provide the details. The Austin American-Statesman reported the pair are undocumented and their mother could face deportation. Right now, the Kamala Harris campaign, the Harris-Walz campaign, is making a calculation that the uncommitted voters weren't actually uncommitted due to Palestine, and that they can simply overcome the uncommitted voters with all of the new voters that are coming into the fray, coming into the fold, because they're riding the not Biden momentum. That's it. That's what they're going on. Dangerous prospect, dangerous gambit. It will cut into the momentum that they've cultivated. Speaking of aid workers, the IDF just killed another World Central Kitchen worker, this time a Palestinian, so no investigation will follow. Of course not. I mean, what happened to the 7 non-Palestinians they fucking slaughtered? It's an afterthought. Israel gets to do what Israel wants to do.
He will now be the main Hamas negotiator for a ceasefire and hostage release deal.
And Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said those negotiations have reached, and I'm quoting here, a final stage, and that the U.S. is pushing to finalize the deal in order to prevent the war in Gaza from spreading across.
That's crazy. Are they? Are they pushing to finalize the deal? What have they done? Arms embargo now. Arms embargo now. Not a single round of ammunition. No fucking 5.56 NATO rounds. Nothing. Okay?
The region, while Israeli leaders have vowed Yahya Sinwar will suffer the same fate as the Hamas leaders before him. Jarika.
NTS Tayeb in Beirut. Thank you.
Remember when we were looking at the Haitian Revolution history, the French arrested the leader willing to negotiate, so the second in command slaughtered every single colonizer. Israel hates history. Yeah. Ceasefire or do the unthinkable and vote? Socialist. Tuesday, we know your ass is voting for PSL, okay? You're the designated PSL voter. We know you're voting PSL. Don't act like you're going to vote for anybody but PSL. You can't be in the chat for literally months as the PSL chatter. I am conflicted. I'm torn. I think it's dang impossible to stake a claim supporting continuation of arms to Israel. I wonder what Kamala would say directly. Why not? You got all this fucking momentum. Just say it. Yeah, here's the Afghan money. U.S. judge says 9/11 families are not entitled. But no, this isn't what I'm asking for. U.S. judge says 9/11 families are not entitled to the Afghan bank funds, but that's not the point. The point of contention here is that America refuses to release the fucking Afghan government's funds back to the Taliban, even though we gave them Afghanistan. Yeah, the real method here is getting Pelosi to care about Palestine, okay? That's what we got to do somehow. We got to be like David DePipe was actually a fucking Mossad agent or something, and then maybe she'll get to care about Palestine a little bit. We'd be like, yeah, David DePipe, we found out that he was actually a part of the Israeli Defense Force, and so please whip the party up, Nancy. Please save us. Nancy, save me. White girl, save me.
There are a lot of uncommitted voters right now, oftentimes young people and people like myself who are absolutely wanting to see Donald Trump defeated. But the big issue is Gaza. So what can we do to convince Harris that she must take a different position now?
How many of you support the position of the Biden administration on Israel and Gaza? Please raise your hand. How many people do not support it? Okay. Just as you said, you're absolutely right. There are many, many people who desperately want to make sure that Trump doesn't get elected and want to elect Kamala. But they're concerned. How do we change it? I will tell you that on this issue, I am a friend of President Biden, and I've been very supportive of a lot of his domestic initiatives. But on this issue, he is wrong. I can't even explain to you why there are so few Democrats in the Senate, at least. There aren't more than, I would say, 6 or 7 out of 50 or so Democrats in the Senate who are prepared to vote against money for Netanyahu. And they are, that's right, it has a lot to do with AIPAC, it has a lot to do with money in politics. And by the way, poll after poll shows that the American people are not so.
There's no blunder. She made her position clear over and over again in 6 to 8 months now when it's absolutely clear that Kamala's no different than Joe Biden. Please remember how many of us said so. Dude, who the fuck are you talking to? Have I even for a brief moment said that I think Kamala Harris is like pro-Palestine? Like, who are you arguing with? Who in the ever-loving fuck are you arguing with, man? Like, what do you mean? I told you so to what? You think I think that she's like a fucking champion of Palestinian emancipation or something? Like, what is this conversation, man? What is going on? Better Kamala be honest about her inaction than manipulating people into believing that she's actually going to bring about a ceasefire. No, this is an opportunity to apply actual pressure, not help the libs workshop their rhetoric to fool and win over hardline ceasefire voters. Everyone huffing Kofium about her fomenting a ceasefire. No, dude, no. We're looking at the fucking tea leaves, okay? And I'm also making an argument that improves her electoral viability. The Democratic Party, at the very least, has a very easy way of doing something right that will also play well to their fucking election chances. Where do these liberal ass leftists come from? They just want to say, I told you so? Yeah. At no point did I fucking say that Kamala Harris is like pro-Palestinian emancipation. Like, look, this is what Biden did when people were yelling at him. And they yelled at him all the time, by the way.
No. Folks, okay. Look, we care. Innocent children have been lost. They make a full point. Come on.
Like, he's the guy who's killing the children, dude. Come on. Kamala Harris is supposed to be the person who can break away from that stink. I told you, in that moment, on that campaign stage, she says, we're not looking back. We're going to the future, right? We're looking at the future. We're not repeating the mistakes of the past. That is also mistakes of the Biden administration. She literally actively says, we're going to fix inflation. Inflation is still a real problem. Okay? That's her separating herself from Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay? She is separating herself from Biden's biggest weakness. And she knows that is good. That is good for the election. She needs to do that shit for Gaza too, to a certain degree.
Come on now.
Sorry to say, this would be an example of huffing copium. That's called huffing copium or wish casting. Also, you want Kamala to be pro-Hamas? That's not what the chatter said. Chatter is totally right. That's called huffing copium or wish casting. It's not. is not. She has had at least the foresight to literally cut away from the Biden administration at times as the vice president in terms of calling for a ceasefire before Biden ever did. That means that there's at least something up there that fucking explains to her that, like, yeah, this is a good thing to do. Okay? I'm making an argument not on moral grounds, because obviously the morality of the matter is fucking clear. I'm also making an argument on electoral grounds as well. Oh,
supportive of what Netanyahu is doing. And by the way, in the Democratic Party, those numbers are very, very high. So to answer your question, what we have got to do at a grassroots way is say to the Democratic Party is that the policies that you have right now regarding Netanyahu are wrong. And if you really want to get young people involved in this campaign, the time is now to change those policies.
It's obvious that Dems will not do anything for Palestinian liberation or to end American imperialism. I think it's just tiring to hear you say maybe she will change instead of advocating for views to actually organize in their communities and put pressure on Palestinians. Did I not say that the uncommitted movement was going to be at the forefront of today's conversation? Did I not know that they were organizing to demonstrate at the fucking rally? I did say that. The one time Slatty actually fucking says something serious and isn't like talking about Playboy Cardi is when he behaves like a fucking annoying ass chatter. Like literally the one fucking time. Everyone is perfectly valid for demanding things from their politicians that they are going to vote for, okay? That is not an inevitability. It is perfectly just. Uncommitted is not the end all be all, though, not to be snarky. What do you mean? What are we talking about? Fucking overtaking a forward operating base? Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like everything beyond trying to get the current administration to change course by routinely protesting is just moving into LARP territory. That's it. And no, the uncommitted campaign is one of the most significant ways in which voters have been able to get their fucking wills across. Like, I just wish for a better tomorrow, just like so many things that were completely and utterly impossible that so many of these chatters said would be impossible to happen. Biden dropping out of the race, Kamala Harris being swapped for the ticket, that not actually having negative consequences for the election, but actually unimaginably positive consequences for the election. Kamala Harris picking a pretty solid fucking vice presidential pick. All of that stuff was seemingly impossible, and yet it happened over the course of a couple weeks. Okay? A couple fucking weeks. Anyway, at no point did I fucking say you should stop the pressure. Without glazing you too hard, since you've been right about a lot, do you think she will come out harder for a ceasefire? I hope so. I don't know if she will. It doesn't seem like it. I think she is very malleable, and I think someone in her fucking corner needs to convince her that this is the smart thing to do. But this is also an issue that fucking terrifies Democrats to the core, because it's not just Israel, which is hot button in and of itself, because there's like a litany of different counters that you will immediately be stuck with, like how fucking anti-Semitic you are. It's all anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. I hate that shit so fucking much. But beyond that, there's also going against American foreign policy. Like, that's a thing that you can't do. Like, no one ever goes against American foreign policy. It's bipartisan. Okay? It requires courage. It requires to take a leap. I'm trying to explain to those who are listening that this leap in this circumstance is actually one of the few instances where there's enough evidence that it would not take much to take. Okay? It would only have benefits and no negatives. No negatives. Ain't nobody in fucking the Rust Belt is going to be like, oh, wow, you want a ceasefire? That's it. I'm voting for the other guy. Like, you are fucking delusional if you think that like some fucking line worker working at a fucking assembly plant in Alabama is like, hey, we recently got unionized. It's fucking sick. I'm kind of riding with Kamala Harris. But honestly, her position on wanting to end the war in Gaza has made me reconsider everything. That's not a real human, okay? No one in Alabama is voting like that. No one in the Rust Belt is voting like that, okay? There's no permanent genocide, or I fucking don't vote for you voters out there. Those guys are already voting for the Republican Party. If anything, you're bringing more voters in to the fucking party's base, because there are plenty of people that look to the situation and go, this is unconscionable. And they're right there in Michigan too, which is why it blows my mind that she didn't have a fucking single line about Gaza in a goddamn airport hangar where you are like 10 miles away from Dearborn. What the fuck? What is the who's writing the campaign speeches? Are you fucking stupid? You didn't think that people were going to protest about Gaza in fucking Michigan? What the fuck? The last 3 successful presidential campaigns has stopping the wars the main talking point. Thank you. Exactly. Obama, anti-Iraq war, lied about it, but it doesn't matter. He still ran on it. Okay. Donald Trump lied about being a peaceful dove, still ran on it, won. Okay. Ironically enough, Joe Biden ran on immigration. That was the main hot button issue. Only 2.5% of Michigan is Muslim. Brother, do you know how many fucking voters that is? There are more than 200,000 Arab and Muslim voters. More than 200,000 Arab and Muslim voters in Dearborn, okay? They have friends. They have family members. They have people that also care about them, that they can sway away. You had 100,000 uncommitted voters in the Democratic Party's primary. You are delusional if you think that that does not matter. Where are the fucking liberals right now? Hillary Clinton lost because of 13,000 votes in 4 states. Hillary Clinton lost because of 13,000 votes in 4 states. That's 100,000 voters in the primary. 10x that for the fucking general, dumbass. Obviously not 10x that, but still, Biden won Michigan by literally almost the same number of total voters that voted in the primary against Biden. Real uncommitted voters don't even vote in the primaries. This is just uncommitted voters that are in the pocket of the Democratic Party, that were committed to the Democratic Party, that want to make a message to get the Democratic Party to change its stances. You're out of your fucking mind. Peace is popular. There's going to be a lot of Dems who see this and think it's an epic smackdown, but the louder and more frequent these protests get, more of a distraction it becomes. And someone who's actually running a campaign to win, i.e. not Biden, has a reason to mitigate distractions. The whole point of switching to Biden to Harris is to get some kind of reset. Everyone is either unconditionally dick riding the oh, she cooked, oh, slay mama, and hitting the fucking Hillary Clinton I'm with her lines on the Kamala Harris yelling at the hecklers clip, or they're fucking understandably mad. It's a terrible look no matter which way you cut it. Is it possible Kamala's acting like she's playing down the middle to not lose Jewish voters? Dude, what are we talking about, dude? What? Oh my God, this is not a real calculation. Please be for fucking real, okay? 1, not all Jewish voters are like 100% genocide in Gaza, or I'm not voting for you. And 2, even if that was the fucking case, which it is not, okay? Even if that was the case, oh my God, do you think we're going to lose fucking California and New York? Where do you think the Jewish population is? This is not a real point of contention. The only difference is there's not a very big Muslim population in this country either, okay? It's actually, I believe, smaller than the Jewish population in this country. But they happen to be in Michigan, and they happen to be in Minnesota. That's important. Notice how I didn't bring up Florida, which is the 3rd enclave with a high Jewish population, because Florida is deep red, so it doesn't matter, okay? Like, I saw this. I read this. This is not news to me. We read it. That's what made me even more mad. Here, it's highlighted right here. 4.5 million Muslims and 7.5 million Jewish people in America. Exactly. Okay? That's right. I said there's less Muslims than there's Jewish people in this country. It's just that the Muslims happen to be in Michigan and in Minnesota, in areas where they have a pretty... Oh, my God. This isn't just about, like, people feeling like only Muslims care about genocide or only Jews care about Israel. It's not how this works, Okay? There was a significantly larger population of Americans that actually unconditionally want Israel to keep fucking doing genocide. They're evangelical Christians. They are not even in the political calculation. They will never vote for the Democratic Party. Okay? That's not the fucking combo. The combo is, even if you were to say falsely that Jews in America only care about Israel and nothing else, when they definitely do care about other shit beyond Israel. They're American citizens. They're American citizens, by and large, living in blue enclaves that actually have a lot of fucking progressive policy positions. And Israel happens to be the one that just like breaks a lot of people's brains, especially when they get older. But beyond that, it's not a fucking monolithic voting block as a single issue vote. Okay? But even if it was, which it is not, even if it was, it still doesn't change the political calculation. Okay? This is back from May. Most Democrats believe Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Like, what are we doing? Oh, won't Trump do the anti-Semitism line if Kamala went publicly against Israel? Who cares? Donald Trump ate dinner with a fucking Nazi. Donald Trump had active Nazis in his cabinet. Donald Trump said Nazis are very fine people. Are you fucking insane? They are literally doing that anyway. They were like, well, they sure didn't pick Josh Shapiro because he's Jewish. That must be anti-Semitism. They're doing that anyway. Who gives a fuck? Suck my dick, dude. Donald Trump keeps saying Jews that vote for the Democrats are delusional. 76% of the Jewish population of this country vote Democrat. Okay? He called Chuck Schumer Palestinian as a pejorative. Who gives a fuck what Donald Trump has to say? What are you talking about? This is not per se knock on Tim Walz, but it's striking that the pro-Palestine movement could not stick to the terms of give us Tim Walz or we dedicate 100% of our effort to electing Trump even though we concede he is worse on our key issue deal for one day. Yeah, I mean, these guys are stupid. Don't show me this stupid ass bullshit. I don't want to fucking yell at dumbass liberals who are trying to like retriangulate. Okay? Yeah, who cares? Fucking idiots. Dude, the guy you just sent me, okay? Listen here. Listen to me. Look into my eyes. The guy, Matty Iglesias, that egg-shaped fucker that you just sent me a tweet from, after Biden dropped out, said Joe Manchin should be his replacement. Do you understand me? He said Joe Manchin should be the replacement. Joe Manchin should be the replacement for Joseph Robinette Biden. That's what he said. Do we trust his political instincts? Do we trust that he knows anything that he's talking about? Do we think that is a real human being? No, we do not. Never bring Matty Iglesias up ever again, unless you want to joke about how egg-shaped he is and how fucking disgusting he is to look at. Okay? Never again. Kamala Harris shuts down anti-Israel protesters during the campaign speech in Michigan. I'm speaking. Biden will still be the nominee if the debate never happened. The donors didn't drop him. Who cares? It did happen. Doesn't mean anything. You keep talking about community organizing matters more. You should be making that more clear. This is community organizing. Urging people to go and protest and say you will voluntarily withhold your vote is literally the most effective way of organizing and applying pressure. Please, this is the one instance where it seems like the Democratic Party is listening and you're over here being like, nah, don't talk to them. What? What is this? What? Stop crying. I think my favorite part about libs yelling at you is that they also yelled at you for saying Biden should drop out. They also yelled at you when you said they should pick out a progressive for VP. It's bad political instincts coming back. The temporary buff wore out. I know. That's the funniest part. Every single person that is like riding the Kamala momentum right now, we're like, can we really swap out Biden? What if the Republicans actually sue? What if the Republicans actually sue the Democrats to keep Biden in? What if she can't take all of the campaign funds? Is America really ready for a black woman to run for president? That wasn't that long ago. That was a couple weeks ago. Okay? There'd be so much chaos, guys. Oh my God, the voters would hate it. They would hate it. It's untested. Remember that fucking cowardly instinct that you have inside of your soul every single time. Remember how wrong you were. Remember how good you feel now. Okay? And then listen to me when I say that there's a couple issues in this fucking campaign that need to be sorted out. This is one of them. Most people, for the record, that are coming in here will perhaps be shocked tomorrow when like the media doesn't cover it as much, and this is like a minor blip or a mere disruption that will be cast aside, except it will not go away. Okay? It will keep growing and growing and growing, and simultaneously, while the momentum is growing and the disruptions get larger and larger until it's not something you can ignore, Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants Donald Trump to be president, will be doing some fuck shit. Okay? Palestinians don't exist. Yeah. Just casually waiting for all of us Palestinians to be wiped out for Americans to actually give a shit, losing my mind. No, they won't. They won't even give a shit after all Palestinians are wiped out. Look at the indigenous population of this country. At best, maybe you'll get a fucking white land acknowledgement 100 years down the line if the world exists at that point. It's coming. Remember, it's gonna happen. And you have an opportunity. The Democratic Party has an opportunity. They can either look at these guys and go, look how scary these fucking terrorists are. We need to kill them. Okay? Or you have a way to make peace. You have a way to turn around and say, you know what? We've been pushing for a ceasefire. And unfortunately, our partner country that we love so much is being led by a crazy guy. And we just have to do the option that, you know, we didn't want to do this whole time, which is we're going to take weapons transfers off the table unless you fucking get to the table and agree to the permanent ceasefire, cessation of hostilities. Isn't Vanilla Opinions just a beta account? Why do you have them blocked? They're all like weirdo. I think they're either a Vosh fan or a Destiny fan. That's usually why I block them. If they participate in the fucking impression farming that so many people who are ostensibly on the left engage in, all like on a litany of different like silly things, like Hassan bought a house or Hassan bought a car or anything like that, I block them. Anyway, I know Kamala met with uncommitted and discussed an arms embargo before the rally. Please stop coming in here and telling me that which I do know. Oh my God, everyone's coming in here because Emma Vigeland posted it on Twitter. I know, dude. I read it like right after the rally. I'm running the last 3-minute ad break. I'm done. I'm too tired. Not to glaze too hard. I was trained to hate you. Then I started listening to you and really value your input and principled takes. Thank you, Chatter, for changing your mind. Ugh. What? Will the protesters go away if she calls for a ceasefire harder? I doubt it. They want more. What would make the media turn on her? Does she have to mince words? What can she realistically say? She says she needs the media. She's not Trump, who thrives on hate. What? Anyway, I have no answer. We'll see. I'm not very hopeful after this, this fuck up on top of all the other ones. It's just going to keep adding on. The only way that it won't go this direction if there is enough pressure that she listens to. Okay? She is very malleable, and that's a good thing in this circumstance. There needs to be like a statement, a clear-cut statement that inspires confidence in her. People need to believe her, that she is genuine, that she actually wants to do something different than the Biden administration. That's it. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye. Peace in the Middle East.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at Chip Prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments. Some you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.